Chapter 851 Growth 3. Spending time with Schwer was something Damien rarely got to do, but now that he had a modicum of time, he could finally spend a few days appeasing the grievance of this little sister that he'd been neglecting for so long. While it was a shame that he couldn't take her out of Thebel to enjoy the sights of Grand Heaven's boundary, he did his best to make up for this by providing Schwer an experience like she'd never felt before, using void mana and his absolute control over the sanctuary's laws. Damien could essentially do anything as long as it wasn't at the level of resurrecting the dead. As such, building a few amusement park rides, a movie theater, and other novel entertainment areas wasn't a problem at all. For Damien, the definition of fun was his memories of Earth, those days when he could game and watch TV as much as he wanted, when he could go out and experience the beautiful nightlife of his home city and enjoy weekends with his friends. He couldn't give Schwer the exact same experience she would have had as a regular girl on Earth, but it wasn't hard to emulate it. Besides, Schwer was quite the popular lass among her peers. She had no small number of friends that eventually joined her and Damien on their escapades. From appeasing Schwer, Damien randomly found himself satisfying the whims of an entire horde of children. He looked over at Schwer, only for her to flash him a fox-like smile. "I've been tricked," he smiled wryly when he realized it. Schwer was a teenager after all. Without much ability to resist, Damien spent the next 3 days with the group of children that rapidly grew with the passing of time. At the end, he even threw something akin to a mini-rave for the brats. If there was one thing Damien learned, it was that children and mana did not mix well together. These kids had endless energy and endless curiosity that they had the mental capacity to actually satisfy. It was like giving a steroid and cocaine smoothie to someone with ADHD. Nevertheless, the seemingly endless headache eventually found its conclusion. 3 days and 3 nights later, Damien finally tucked Schwer into bed and walked out to a peaceful scenery devoid of parties and raves. Thebel's sky needs some stars. The starless sky had been bothering Damien for years, but his current circumstance didn't allow him to fix it. When he returned to the real plane, he could eventually solve this problem, but before he did that, there were still a few things left to do on the wild continent. It's been over a month since the second batch arrived. I don't know if a third batch was sent afterwards, but with how much time has passed, everyone should be properly herded by now. For a phenomenon as prominent as a void corridor, it was obvious that both the Nox and Heaven's army would send powerful experts. It was likely that there were even Ninth Revolution masters present within the void corridor. Honestly, it would have been far easier for Damien to pick apart the Nox forces while they were separated so he could avoid the eyes of those extreme peak experts, but his circumstances didn't allow such an easy route. He was trapped in the Sky Emperor's palace until Xin Yue finally completed the trial. After all, no matter. I'll make do with what I have. Besides, even though my level has been constantly improving, my strength seems to have stagnated. Damien's actual strength had seen no drastic changes in the 2 years he'd been in the void corridor. For Damien, who progressed at an ungodly speed, 2 years of stagnation felt fatal. However, what he gained in return for this stagnation was a sea of fragmented memories. He devoured so many remnant souls that the remaining dead emperors created such an unflattering nickname for him. While these remnants didn't have the full memories of their living selves, they at least had enough recollection to define their egos. As such, Damien was able to learn much about the power structure of the Forgotten Era, the territories that were most valued at the time, and even a large majority of the heroic experts whose names would have been passed through the generations if not for the complete erasure of information about the distant past. Along with these truths, Grand Heavens boundary used to be far bigger. There were currently 7 inhabitable sectors remaining in Grand Heaven's boundary. However, in the vestiges of the past, where did the other 11 sectors vanish to? Grand Heaven's boundary used to be a massive universe more than double its current size. It was home to an infinite number of races, most of which Damien had never seen or even heard of before, and hosted a mana density that was unfathomable in current society. 90% of those ancient races had gone extinct. The mana density weakened to around half of its former glory, and 11 sectors vanished into thin air. At first, I wanted to believe that the sectors are merely what we know as the abyss that exists outside of Ion, but it isn't so simple. The abyss was the abyss. It wasn't an area that came into existence due to the result of an ancient war. If one circled Ion until they reached the Elven domain, they would clearly be able to tell the difference between the dead zone that the Elven domain had become and the abyss that stood parallel to it. So then, what happened to those 11 sectors? Even if the abyss wasn't directly the answer to this question, it was definitely related. Damien's thought to explore the abyss became firmer, but now wasn't the time for it. After I escape the void corridor, there are still several matters to solve within the universe. The Bloodlock clan should start chasing me soon. The Grand Assembly will start within a year, and there are still several traitors polluting Heaven's army and even the upper echelons of the universe. Until at least a majority of these problems are solved, I cannot leave the universe behind so easily. Damien didn't care much for those living in the universe. He had no interest in acting for the greater good. What he wanted to save wasn't the universe's people, but the universe itself, this place that allowed him to exist and grow. I'll be able to see Rose and Ruyua again at the Grand Assembly, so staying until then is a must. Damien sighed longingly. This separation from his wives was the longest he'd experienced thus far, and though he reaffirmed his love for them every time they were apart, the feeling he got this time was different. I don't want to continue like this. He would eventually have to leave his wives again even after he reunited with them. This was the fate he shouldered as he walked the path he walked. However, he refused to be separated from them indefinitely. Production is almost finished. Damien's eyes widened. His gaze pierced Thebel's atmosphere and observed the void where only a single sun and moon resided. However, clear fluctuations of hot and cold could be felt from the celestial bodies that opposed them. For some reason, it had made one feel as if the sun and moon were being refined. Chapter 852 Growth 4. The second night turn today marked the completion of Damien's routine checks through Thebel. It looks like the 5 continents have formed a relationship of non-aggression since the world leaders are a tight-knit group. When it comes to major conflict, Thebel will probably never experience it. Though, that's to be expected, as the first world in the Sanctuary's budding universe, Thebel was the most stable. It was formed from only people who had some sort of personal connection to Damien and those who served them. However, as the universe grew, this kind of harmony naturally wouldn't last. Until then, this place will remain peaceful, which isn't bad as long as the Sanctuary hasn't bloomed into a true universe. When that day finally came, it was still unknown whether the current atmosphere could prevail. Putting aside future prospects, I never expected Elytra to have such administrative potential. Damien had been visiting the Sanctuary far more frequently since he entered the Void Corridor, but he still never interfered with its politics. At the same time, he did everything in his power to avoid Elytra, who seemed to have an uncanny ability to sense his presence when he was near. With the combination of these factors, Damien never got to see Elytra's talent firsthand. At least, not until last night. I'll have to ask Elvira to put her in a higher position so she can fully make use of her potential. When the Sanctuary grows in the future, she should be able to manage multiple worlds and keep them in order. Damien smiled wholeheartedly. Finally, he found a use for that useless maid. He almost wanted to cry imagining the scene of her being too busy to pay him any mind. After the army gets accustomed to the squad formations I learned from Heaven's Army and Tyler, I can start taking them out into Ion for training. This is the best way to rapidly raise their level. Unfortunately, the army he was raising was raised in an ivory tower. He absolutely needed them to experience the cruelty of reality before they became useful. Maybe I've become a bit heartless, but it can't be helped. For their sakes and for the universe's sake, they must grow as fast as possible. Being a ruler was too troublesome. Damien wasn't used to worrying about other people's affairs to such an extent. And it was taking a slight toll on him. He was lucky to have Elvira and the rest. Without their help, Thebel would have absolutely turned into a lawless land or a dictatorship by now. Nevertheless, now that morning's come, it's time to go. Damien flashed away, appearing near a meditating Xinyue and bringing her along with him. After saying his final goodbyes to the Sanctuarians, he vanished from the realm, returning to the Sky Emperor's palace. It's refreshing to leave without doing all the long goodbyes. I guess I should keep visiting frequently to avoid that. Damien sighed, stretching his body. Why are you so silent? He asked when he noticed Xinyue's strange mood. She'd been in the Sanctuary with him for the past few days, and while she got to see many endearing sides of his personality, she also slowly got to understand what kind of role he held in that strange world. He was a ruler. The world itself was a place that could easily be destroyed with the force of the ancient god clan, but it had a strange set of world laws that didn't conform to the universal standard that Xinyue knew, which endlessly confused her. How could such a world exist, and how did this man become its ruler? The questions piling up in her head only became more extensive as she spent more time with him, but she knew that she couldn't let him go until she figured out the secret behind his eyes. As such, she was forced into a passive position where she didn't quite know how to face the man in front of her. She didn't want to be submissive, but she also knew that she couldn't keep her same prideful attitude. Seeing her choose not to answer his question, Damien shrugged and turned his back. Old man, I'll be taking my spoils now. What are you planning to do? He yelled into the air, I will stay. The ancient voice of the Sky Emperor's remnant soul rang out in response, Are you sure? It's going to be an especially bumpy ride for you if you decide to accompany me. Damien reiterated, but the Sky Emperor didn't leave any room for doubt. I have thought over this decision for many months already. My true self died long ago, and my current existence is far too pitiful. If I have to be extinguished regardless, I'd rather witness a miracle before I go, Damien grinned. Whatever you say, bang, he stomped his foot into the Sky Emperor Palace's floor. A web of hairline cracks spread from the point of impact, soon transforming into bright golden lines that crossed the floor and formed a strange pattern that encompassed the whole palace. All that's left to do is your part, Damien said, The Sky Emperor affirmed. His aura flared into the surroundings for a brief instant, and the golden formation was dyed red. In that moment, the Sky Emperor officially relinquished his control over the palace. Damien dripped his blood onto the red-lined floor, causing the formation to pulsate. A wave of mana spread through the air. It was vast and complete, a mana that resembled the sky. A second wave of mana spread. It was dark and untraceable, containing traces of countless different laws. This was Damien's mana. Once it finished spreading through the palace, I finally gained my own god-rank artifact, Damien grinned. Ever since he saw Longchin acquire the Empyrean Dragon sword back when he was in the Cloud Plane, Damien had been desiring a god-rank treasure himself. He didn't need a sword, he didn't need armor, he didn't need supportive treasures. Damien somewhat lamented his self-sustainability when he realized how useless most treasures were to him. But this palace was different. It was both a residence and a fortress with heavy offensive and defensive power. Rather than a palace, it was better to call this structure a top-grade starship disguised as a palace. To hold a vessel with the same power level as the Noxus Star Destroyer in his hands, how could Damien not be excited? And coincidentally enough, the perfect targets to test this thing's power on are readily available in this realm. Well then, no need to hesitate, Damien pushed his mana into the palace formation. Rumble. The earth rumbled. The palace's foundation began to lift off of the ground, tearing apart from the earth below. It didn't feel like a clean process at all. The shaking was intense to the point where it felt like the whole palace would collapse. It was hard to imagine that these walls could handle such fierce shockwaves. However, as expected of a god-rank artifact, there were no problems with its structural integrity. The rumbling gradually calmed down as the palace further detached from the ground, and in a matter of minutes, the ancient treasure that had been forced into stagnancy for so long finally moved once more. A golden palace flew through the sky. Its destination, naturally, it was anywhere the Nox were present. Chapter 853 Attack 1. Over a month had passed since the second round of entrants made their way into the Void Corridor. In this time, a number of things had happened. For one, several experts from both sides saw rapid increases in strength. Most of this strength came from the abundant resources of the wild continent, many of which had efficacy rivaling direct leveling fruits. However, there was a strange phenomenon that occurred when they tried to enter legacy tombs to attain ancient inheritances. Regardless of which tomb it was, which allegiance the ancient expert had, they'd only open their inheritances to humans. These humans felt incredibly blessed, as, besides the legacy tombs that only accepted humans, the rest didn't have inheritances at all, compared to the great rumors about void corridors. Reality was extremely disappointing, though. Why did it seem less like the realm was trash and more like it was raided beforehand? Nevertheless, this possibility was so unfathomable that it wasn't given any thought. Rather than focusing on the mystery of the inheritances, the two sides realized it was more beneficial to compete for resources. As such, scuffles started both between opposing forces and those on the same side. A fierce melee broke out for several days before the leaders of both forces quelled their troops and brought order to the realm. After all, the secondary goal that all people held in coming to the wild continent was exterminating the enemy. How could they tolerate internal conflict at such a time? By the time the second week rolled around, the conflict evolved into several full-scale battles between Heaven's army and the Nox army. Countless people on both sides died, but these deaths were usually limited to ground troops and those under the late stages of 4th class. On a battlefield of experts such as this one, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Deaths among those above that level were far more disastrous. Each one meant a substantial loss of battle power, and while several experts from both sides died, the Nox currently held the advantage. They simply had too many experts. There were several tens of thousands of late-stage 4th-class denizens in the Void Corridor. Along with a few thousand extreme peak masters, however, the Nox had at least thousands more troops at both levels. Heaven's army was fighting an uphill battle, but since when were they not? They endured as they always did and fought for the sake of their lives and their homeland. Currently, the two sides were at an involuntary ceasefire. 3 days ago, a mystical scent started to permeate the wild continent. This scent could instantly revitalize one's body. The Nox and Grand Heaven's boundary denizens had completely different physiques, but the effect of the scent remained the same throughout. This could only mean it was a heavenly material. Resources under the level of heavenly materials simply didn't have overarching effects that didn't vary from person to person. On another note, the only benefit humanity's birth physique had over other races was the fact that they had high compatibility with all resources, a product of their high adaptability. Nevertheless, the emergence of a heavenly material was a major event. It wasn't something that could be approached carelessly, as any small factor could potentially ruin the blooming process of such a precious material. As such, both sides recalled their forces and began slowly preparing for the birth phenomenon to show itself so they could charge to the heavenly material's location and claim it. In a land of darkness somewhere on the wild continent, a scene resembling hell presented itself to all present. Countless feral and mindless black beings were chained together in a massive pit, their numbers reaching the tens of millions. They tried to climb over each other and even devour each other, but the muzzles and chains keeping them down didn't allow them to act rowdy. This pit stood at the forefront of the Nox base camp, holding the lesser Nox beings who had been brought into the realm. Past the pit was a large structure that looked like a cross between a palace and a temple. This was the residence of the Nox army's leader, a supreme at the 9th revolution. This structure was surrounded by a plethora of smaller structures that housed the rest of the higher Nox population, however. At the moment, most of the important members of the Nox army were at the Supreme's residence. As you know, our primary goal in this secret realm is to cripple one man. The rest of Heaven's army is merely a group of ants we must crush before achieving our goal. The Supreme stated, panning his gaze over his subordinates. Has anyone found information about that man yet? Despite the Supreme's prompting, nobody spoke up. Despite spending a month gathering intel through several scuffles and battles, they hadn't caught a hint of the man's existence. The Supreme's eyes turned cold. You are all powerful experts, yet you can't find a single boy, Sir Theon. It isn't that we haven't found him, but rather that he hadn't appeared at all. It is almost as if he is purposefully evading our forces. A high commander said quietly, expand on that. The Supreme said, yes, sir. We received confirmation from the envoy that the boy entered the Void Corridor, so we can be sure that he is present somewhere on the wild continent. However, we have scoured every inch of the continent in the past month and we have yet to find traces of him. It is likely that he took refuge within an inheritance site and hid there. The High Commander responded. The Supreme furrowed his brows. It wasn't an impossible theory. After all, the boy they were chasing was a human. He had access to the inheritances that all others were barred from. Humph, does he truly think he can hide from us? Even if he managed to perceive the threat of our presence, to think he would be such a coward. He scoffed, however, Sir Theon, what if it was merely happenstance? Even if the target's strength is weak, we should still be prudent. No small character can garner the attention of the emperors. The Supreme glanced at the High Commander and nodded. You are right. Heighten surveillance of Heaven's army and fortify the campsite. If he has the guts to confront us, we shall face him with our full force. The Supreme's decision went into effect before the meeting even ended. As soon as they finished speaking about the topic, the Supreme's orders were carried out. At the same time, they moved on to discussions about the heavenly material. However, Sir Theon, the Supreme, still had his mind on the previous topic. Their current goal was both unheard of and demeaning. For a Supreme like him to be tasked with crippling, not even killing but merely crippling, a rising genius who wasn't even at the late stage of 4th class yet, had such a situation ever occurred in the past? The reason Theon accepted the order willingly was because he was curious. He also had ambitions, and as someone with huge ambitions, meeting the man who could cause an emperor to act so out of character was imperative, even as his subordinates discussed how to deal with the Supreme of Heaven's army. The question remained in his mind, just who is Damien Void? Boom, just who is Damien Void? Boom. Sir Theon's thought was instantly preceded by the sound of a muffled explosion. He stood up, his eyes narrowing. He looked past the bounds of his residence to see, a golden palace hovered in the sky. Behind it, a golden ring of mana formed like a halo. Currently, this golden ring was emitting furious light that transformed into a rain of swords that plunged into the earth below, absolutely demolishing the Lesser Nox pit in its totality. With a single explosion, several 100,000 Lesser Nox were incinerated to the point of no return. And even as the Supreme watched, the palace started charging for a second attack. Presumptuous, he slammed his hand down on the table, and without him needing to speak again, the high commanders in the room moved. Bang! 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 The air exploded as several powerful auras flared into the atmosphere. The high commanders shot through the air and reached the Golden Palace in an instant. Who is so brave to charge into our camp? Humph! Who cares? Destroy this atrocious structure. The high commanders galvanized their mana, causing a black tide to form in the air and crash down on the palace, enveloping it entirely. Boom! 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 Within the murky black waters, several deadly attacks were hidden. The palace found itself barraged by countless profound Nox laws, the scent of death corroding its surface. Break for me, a high commander shouted as he pushed his mana. He formed a strange shape with his hands, forcing his mana to follow. Death spiral, a cyclone shot from his body and charged at the palace. While it looked like a simple attack that even a second class could pull off, it actually hid a profound mystery of death, the concept of vicissitude. Within, this concept was especially useful for structural damage, as it spread corrosion on a more intrinsic level and even damaged the lifespan of materials, making them brittle and easily broken. Boom! The spiral collided with the palace wall, pushing into its surface like a massive black drill. Sparks flew in all directions and a smoke cloud formed, bringing color to the darkness. This ferocious attack was one of many. At least 10 attacks with the same level of force struck the palace in unison, bombarding it and forcing it into a state of inaction. It was a domineering scene with no witnesses. However, when the black tide cleared away, the palace stood unblemished. What? A high commander exclaimed. Hearing it, a small grin spread on the face of a certain purple-eyed genius. Since your assault was unsuccessful, it's my turn now. The palace's golden light shined once again, sending a flurry of attacks back at the high commanders and the earth below. Shio! 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 Each golden sword projection was terrifyingly sharp and powerful, forcing the high commanders to acknowledge them, and while they were stuck dealing with the attacks, the rest of the sword rain went unhindered as it crashed into the earth. Boom! 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 Who dares? A roar resounded through the air. It was followed by the appearance of several hundred higher Nox at the extreme peak of the fourth class who swarmed the ground below and shielded the camp from the sword rain. Within the Golden Palace, Damien's grin only widened. Good, good. Send as many as you can, and then send your Supreme as the cherry on top. Ha ha ha! His borderline maniacal laughter alarmed those who could hear him. Specifically, the crowd of 3 women who resided in the palace with him. That's right, the number of females in Damien's party increased by 2 in the time it took to find and reach the Nox base camp. Though, only one of them was corporeal, nevertheless, the 3 women had varying expressions on their faces. Alice maintained an attitude of curiosity when she woke up in such a mystical environment with an unfamiliar man. Alexandra was far warier, and especially in the current situation, she was panicking for her life. As for Xinhue, she showed no expression at all. After leaving the sanctuary, it was like she became a blank slate. Damien didn't pay any mind to these women. How could they hold any importance when he was currently controlling a badass star weapon? This is every man's dream, he exclaimed inwardly as he stared into the various holographic screens that showed him the outside world. This is ducking awesome. He slammed his hand down on a certain formation node. The structure of the palace went through a subtle change as a row of cannons unveiled themselves from the multiple spires of the structure. Fire, boom. 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 Boom, a rain of cannon fire joined the rain of swords. Despite the number of high commanders increasing, the effect of their existence didn't increase at all. They were forced down by the palace's weaponry, unable to even focus on protecting the camp below them. Explosions became so commonplace that the air felt strange without ash in it. The hellish landscape became a true hell as the Nox who couldn't defend themselves were removed from the reincarnation cycle. Damien's eyes twinkled. The palace was showing its true greatness at this very moment. What he was pulling now, perhaps even a Supreme couldn't do. The amount of damage he was doing to the Nox's experts was negligible, but the rest of their army. It was impossible for those several tens of millions of troops to survive if the palace was allowed to continue its tyranny. This was the product of God-ranked defense. Even a supreme would fall under the strikes of another supreme. The palace, however, boom, a world-crushing aura surfaced on the horizon. Sir Theon's figure stood in front of the sun and, despite his size, he seemed to eclipse it entirely. Bold fool who dares to attack my camp, face the consequences of your actions. Sir Theon slammed his hands together and moved his mana, demonic needle. Above his head, a needle materialized. It was several hundred kilometers in length, but its very tip was sharp to a microscopic degree. As Sir Theon threw his arm forward, the needle moved at impossible speeds. It appeared before the castle in an instant and drilled into its surface. Bzzzzzzzt. The sparks that flew from the collision sparked flames that burned even the atmosphere itself. The mere shockwaves were enough to plunge the earth below into chaos. In fact, Sir Theon's attack likely killed more Nox than any single one of Damien's. We're dead. We're really dead this time. Alexandra exclaimed, Big brother, are we going to die? Alice exclaimed, Who's your big brother, you damn hag? You're thousands of years older than me. Damien scoffed. He couldn't fault the women for being scared, but the needle finally dissipated after causing immense environmental damage and even sweeping away several extreme peak Nox masters. The dust cloud and sparks settled, revealing the palace's condition. Sir Theon's eyes widened. Anyone who could see it could only stare at it in bafflement. In the place where the needle struck, there was only a small chip in the palace's defense. Chapter 855 Retreat 1. Sir Theon's eyes widened in shock as the dust cleared. His attack, even if it didn't contain his full power, was only able to cause a tiny chip in the palace wall. Just what kind of material was this treasure made of? Damien's raucous laughter resounded through the air. Looking at the Supreme's expression, how could he not be jubilant? Try again, try 3 times, try as much as you want. You won't be able to do anything. Damien was more than pleased with the castle. And now that he'd tested its power, it's time to retreat. Going against the Nox army alone was laughable. Even if the Golden Palace was a god-rank artifact, it was still being controlled by Damien. In terms of attack power, he couldn't truly damage any of these extreme peak experts, let alone a supreme. The only true god-ranked ability that the Golden Palace had at the moment was its physical defense. As such, Damien never planned to bank on this reckless attack. It was a taunt, a show of dominance to humiliate these scum who dared to invade his universe, but maybe I should cause a little bit more damage before I leave. He thought with a smirk, let's get a bit creative, shall we? He pushed his mana. The pitch-black hue of void mana permeated the Golden Palace and corrupted its formations. Damien's irises swirled with power as he tweaked his mana intricately to mimic and mirror the Golden Palace's functions. Afterward, he superimposed the void mana system onto the existing one. A wave of power spread. Damien grinned. Now, let's get started for real. He threw his hand out and commanded the Golden Palace. The formation whirred to life. Outside, the golden halo that backed the palace began to change in shape and color. It formed a crown that rotated around the castle's spires, black and bedazzled with several precious jewels. Fire. The black crown shined with brilliant light. Light rays flew from its surface in all directions, covering heaven and earth. Each beam was like a concentrated death ray. Any troops under the extreme peak of 4th class that were caught in a beam were incinerated in an instant. Even late-stage beings were slain like chickens and pigs. Damn it. Am I a joke to you? Sir Theon's furious roar eclipsed the terrifying roars of the palace. He slammed his hands together and galvanized his mana. The atmosphere changed, the blackness got deeper, almost as if it was a living abyss. A sticky feeling spread through the air like the webs of a spider. Sir Theon's eyes were stained pitch black. His fury disappeared from his face, replaced with only indifference. Damien's eyes widened. This was a demonic providence, an extremely powerful one at that. Even if the palace can hypothetically walk away from an attack like that, I have no desire to risk it. Damien's eyes hardened. By the flow of mana in the atmosphere, it would take another second for the Supreme to finish casting his skill. Then this is my final chance. Damien formed a number of seals with his hands and pushed his foot into the floor below. The crown above the palace rotated once more and hovered above the palace. In an instant, it detached itself from the palace structure and flew as an independent object. Go, demon god summoning. 2 attacks were fired at once. A massive black crown crashed into the ground, spreading a wave of death that spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers. A pair of eyes opened in the abyss. A maw that could swallow stars with ease opened and attempted to swallow the Golden Palace. Mr. Supreme, I'll see you later. Damien thought to himself. He stomped his foot once more. The Golden Palace's formation activated. and a large-scale teleportation took place. The entire palace vanished several million kilometers into the distance, far beyond the perception of anyone present. A demonic god roared in fury after losing its prey. Sir Theon clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming noticeably paler. He gritted his teeth and stared into the distance, hatred and fury blazing in his eyes. I do not know who you are, but I will make sure that your entire bloodline is wiped from existence, even if I must die to do so. Sir Theon eventually returned to the earth and entered his residence. He wouldn't be seen again for many days. Just like that, the sudden and deadly assault on the Nox army came to an end. The final death toll, on the attacker's side, none at all. As for the Nox, the number was over 4 million. A majority of their lesser Nox force and even a large portion of their higher Nox experts were killed. The worst part was, the Nox didn't even know who their attacker was, even though they didn't lose any of their key forces. The assault was their complete defeat. No matter how hard one tried, on a battlefield where intelligence agents were everywhere, it was impossible to hide news for long. The rumor that the Nox army had been assaulted by a mystical golden palace and lost a large portion of their forces was verified 2 days after the event. The entirety of Heaven's army was abuzz with chatter about the event. Just who was the mysterious expert who dared to do such a thing? In the end, were they allies, or merely passing helpers? And most of all, would Azuran Gate let this go? Within the Azuran Gate base camp, a man sat at his desk, veins bulging from his forehead as if to iterate his fury. Who is this audacious fool? Lucas Stream cursed in frustration, slamming his fist down on his desk. This void corridor was an amazing opportunity for him. If he could distinguish himself here, there was a chance for him to be pulled out of this hellish battlefield and sent to train in the main clan. This was something every Azuran Gate member wished for, yet it was almost impossible to achieve. Now that Lucas had come across an opportunity to make this impossible possible, how could he not be furious? How dare he steal my spotlight? His blazing eyes glared past the bounds of his tent. You find information on that golden palace within 2 days. If I don't hear back. The 2 men guarding his tent jumped and shivered in fear. Yes, sir. They didn't dare disobey. They could only lament that they were forced to accomplish this impossible task, because they knew the consequence of failing. Lucas Stream wasn't the type to threaten one's life. He understood that pride went a long way in this society. He was a man who used one's connections against them. Loved ones, friends, family, anybody who could die to motivate a soldier would die. Such a man was currently harboring an almost possessive hatred for an unknown enemy, and funnily enough, this enemy was an ally. Just how would Damien react if he realized that he unintentionally made both Supremes on the wild continent despise him? Perhaps the wry expression on his face wouldn't vanish for several years. Chapter 856 Retreat 2. Somewhere in the wild continent, a golden palace emerged from the void and took rest on the earth below. The palace was large on its own, but when placed in the mountain range where it currently found itself, it didn't look too magnificent at all. Within his personal quarters, Damien sat quietly with his eyes closed. A white and black swirl of mana circled his body and pulsated, growing denser and purer with every passing second. Damien exhaled a light breath and opened his eyes. Samsara intent is still difficult. Using it in battle has become smoother, but creating a moveset using Samsara intent is more taxing than expected. Damien frowned. When he first started comprehending space, he used his sword as a medium to project his mana with ease. Using a medium to create a moveset and comprehend a concept was far easier than doing so without one. However, I don't want to make a new sword art. Damien wasn't a sword practitioner. He used the sword out of necessity when he first started out, and as he grew, it became one of his many viable attack methods. If he were to return to the sword at this point in time, it'd harm him more than it helped him. Even if Damien knew he was a genius, he wouldn't recklessly bite off more than he could chew. The sword path wasn't for him, and that was an inviolable fact. Then, in terms of weapons, the only other one he had was the twin moons. A gun art, it wasn't unheard of, and it also provided an avenue wholly different from the sword path. If spacetime and samsara could be separated into sword and gun, maneuvering them in battle would also become much easier. The only problem is that I know nothing about professional gunplay. Damien shook his head and stood up, thinking that he needed to find a master on the outside to teach him once he returned to Ion. Actually, couldn't Priscilla provide one for me? Last time, even though she'd creeped him out, Priscilla had given Damien a great deal of help. And even if he didn't use her much, Shiman Wulwen wasn't a bad helper at all. After the original battle, Damien took the opportunity to stuff her in the sanctuary and keep her there. Of course, he would still bring her out if he ever needed help. Merely, Priscilla's eyes can't be so sharp. It was fine if there were people who observed him from a distance, but such close-range observation that could unearth his secrets, especially when he was still growing with the help of the various things he earned from the void corridor and beyond, wasn't acceptable. He had decided long ago that Priscilla would only learn about the cards he wanted her to know, no more no less. Shiman Wuhan had no method to escape the sanctuary, and after staying there for 2 years, she learned to adapt and fit into Thebel's society. In all honesty, Damien believed she would do far better as a minister in Thebel than anything she could accomplish under Priscilla. Nevertheless, Damien didn't bring it up to the woman quite yet because her personality seemed to be a blank slate other than her loyalty for the High Commander, likely the result of some kind of mental manipulation. Whatever, it's not my business. For now, I should plan my path forward. It was unknown when the void corridor would reopen and force everyone out, but before then, the Nox needed to go. I could place faith in Heaven's army, but according to Alexandra, the current force is led by a subsidiary faction of Blood Azura Holy Land. Interacting with them is dangerous, especially right now. It wasn't the worst-case scenario. 3 months still hadn't passed since Damien's exit from the Celestial Realm. So there were still a few tens of days before the Bloodlock clan learned about what he did to Rivas. However, revealing his location right now in any capacity was dangerous. He still hadn't acquired the power he desired, the power that would allow him to fend off the extreme peak experts of the Bloodlock clan. If Heaven's army isn't viable, there are 2 routes I could take. The first route was more direct. It was for Damien to personally take action and make use of his familiarity with the wild continent to lead the Nox on a rat race that slowly whittled away their forces. The second route, however, can I enlist their help? With their dispositions, it will either be more straightforward than I could ever hope for or nigh impossible with no in-between. Regardless, if he got their help, Damien was confident in killing off the Supreme and decimating the Nox army, several tens of thousands of extreme peak masters. Just how big of a setback would the Nox face if they died? It was a scene Damien desperately wanted to see. As such, fuck it, let's just try it out. Even if I can't defeat them, they can't kill me either. With that thought in mind, Damien's body flashed away from the Golden Palace, traveling several million miles in the distance before reaching a hidden alcove covered by wild vines and greenery. Old hag, come out! Damien yelled, his voice echoed through the alcove in an impossible manner, seemingly disappearing into a void that didn't exist. Suddenly, the mana in the air swirled and took the form of an old lady not much taller than Damien's leg. When her figure took physical form, she glanced over at Damien indifferently, then, her face changed. Brat, didn't I tell you not to address me the same way you do with those old ghosts? I'm alive and well, you know. I'm still in my prime. Her eyes turned red and her teeth turned into jagged edges. She raised the cane in her hand and, without suspense, started relentlessly beating Damien over his head. Hey, hey. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me go, Granny, Auntie, you big sister, brat, you're dead. No, I'm too young and handsome to die. Damien ran in circles around the alcove as he tried his best to avoid the old lady's cane. Though, it was an impossible goal in the first place. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 strong whacks had him lying on the floor with a comically large bump on his head. Granny Lou, did you have to give me such a rough greeting? I'm a fragile man, you know? He complained as he sat up and brushed off his injuries. TCH, Granny Lou scoffed, you brat only looks for people when you need something. Don't try to play me like a fool because I'm old. Damien chuckled awkwardly and looked away. Well, that he couldn't necessarily prove her wrong, but if you're going to call yourself old, why are you beating me for saying it? Wait, that wasn't the point right now. Granny, I need help. Please give me a trial. Granny Lou glanced at Damien and sighed. What is it this time? Seeing her positive response, he grinned, as expected. Forming a good relationship with these people was a great idea. When he first arrived in the wild continent, he'd met them by chance after raiding a great emperor's tomb. They were headed to find the inheritance as well, but strangely enough, rather than the inheritance, they just wanted a small portion of the resources he earned. The resource they needed was called the crystallized ginseng, something Damien didn't need at all since it was a body-tempering resource. He could have made a trade with them, but since he didn't need the resources and he was looking for a way to get rid of some of his stock, he simply gave them all the crystallized ginseng he'd found until that point. His random act of grace ended up getting him in the good graces of this indigenous race that resided in the wild continent. Damien grinned. I want to take care of some pests. He answered Granny Lou's question with confidence, because with their help, a mere Nox army that only had a single supreme wouldn't be a problem anymore. After all, they were descendants of the Titan race, the progenitors and ancestors of the giant race that existed in the Grand Heavens boundary in the current era. When it came to physical power, perhaps even the greatest primal sovereign wouldn't even be able to match their top experts. Chapter 857 Trials 1. In Grand Heaven's boundary, the existence of the Titan race was long forgotten. They had been extinct for several 100,000 years, and even the giants who were birthed from them didn't have any records about them. This was partly due to the sheer amount of time that passed and the disposition of titans and giants. In terms of written history, they were far worse than other races as they were disinclined to keep such records. However, more than that was another reason. The Titan race had been actively erased from history by experts of the past, and their descendants were banished into the void corridor so as to completely eliminate the possibility of Titans reappearing in the universe. After all, the Titan race was a race of traitors. The small alcove opened up around Damien and Granny Lou, giving way to a long earthen corridor that descended deeper below ground. Damien followed Granny Lou through this corridor, watching as it opened up gradually and became a cave system that spanned several 100,000 kilometers. This place was the home of the Titans, if they could even be called that anymore. Generations had passed since the first group of Titan descendants was banished to the void corridor. Even Granny Lou was in the 5th generation born after the migration, as time passed and they were forced to inbreed to keep their people alive, rather than compounding. Their bloodline continuously became more impure and thinned until the currently existing Titans were mere shells of their previous glory. There was a reason the Titan race was so feared. There was a reason they were only partially exterminated and banished instead of fully wiped out. The Titan race of the past had a true gift from heaven in terms of physical strength. Even the weakest Titan could demolish their peers with fists alone, as if their strength wasn't enough. The universe also gifted them with divine bodies that were nigh indestructible. When the ancient experts took care of the Titan race back then, they simply weren't able to kill every Titan, leading to Damien's meeting with their descendants in the current era. These descendants termed themselves the Cloud Giant race. They were somewhere between Titans and Giants, leaning more towards the former, but even if their current potential is heavily deteriorated, it's still greater than many of the people existing in the current universe. Damien thought to himself, talking down about the Titans was easy when one wasn't aware of their strength. Damien could only use their descendants to put them into perspective, but even then they were unfathomable. Just why did a race with such a close connection to the universe turn traitor? It was a curious twist of fate that didn't make sense to Damien at all. Especially since he'd met and interacted with the Cloud Giants. He couldn't understand their ancestors' intentions. There must be some plot. Were the Titans innocent? Probably not, but did that change Damien's opinion of the Cloud Giants? It was a question that didn't even need asking. The faults of the past generation were the faults of the past generation alone. If the current generation was clearly different, what was the use of persecuting them? Such an action only needed to be taken if they decided to follow in their ancestors' footsteps. Granny Lou led Damien through an array of tunnels for several minutes, her speed gradually increasing as they moved along. Within a few minutes, they were racing through the tunnels faster than the speed of sound. Using their residual mana to quell the sonic booms that were threatening to form behind them. "Granny, where are we going?" Damien asked curiously. They must have been halfway to the very bottom of the wild continent by now. He couldn't think of a reason to go so far for a mere meeting. Granny Lou glanced at him in exasperation. "Didn't you say you wanted to take a trial? Did you change your mind?" Damien's eyes widened. "Nope." As expected, Granny Lou knows best. The Titans of the past were a curious race. They were incredibly independent and without many positive relationships with other races, but they had a single tradition that allowed cooperation. This was the so-called trial. In Titan tradition, if a guest ever came with a request that required the race to move as a whole, they would be assigned an appropriate trial to complete. Only after proving themselves would they be granted aid. The Cloud Giants adopted this tradition as well. However, they weren't necessarily able to carry out trials when no other intelligent life existed on the wild continent. When Damien first learned of their tradition, it wasn't through them, but rather through the memories of one of the forgotten emperors that he devoured. He didn't immediately confront them about it and instead chose to keep his chance for when he needed it more. Actually, the original plan was to use the trial to convince them to move to the sanctuary. But I can find a different method for that. Actually, Damien had formed some greater ambitions recently, so it was good that he got a different opportunity to take the trial. After all, besides requiring help from the Cloud Giants, Damien also wanted to experience the traditions of this forgotten ancient race. Eventually, Granny Lou and Damien reached a point that seemed to be a central node of the underground tunnel system. Here, an intense heat blazed, coloring the air a burning red color. Standing in the center of this small open area, Granny Lou halted. "Little monster, your request is a big one." To fight the Nox is one thing, but to slaughter a Supreme is another. Rather than a single trial, you will be given 3. The first is endurance, the second is perseverance, and the final is morality. If you can pass all 3 trials, we will spare no effort to help you. Damien looked at the heated floor curiously. The trials are more character-driven than expected. Considering the reputation of the Titans, I expected it to be something more belligerent. Good. If it's just these 3 facets, I have confidence in passing. He responded to Granny Lou. Granny Lou smiled an ominous smile. If that is your decision, then let the first trial of endurance begin, huh? Granny, why? Before Damien could finish his sentence, Granny Lou rushed out of the open space, re-entering the tunnel system and slamming her foot into the ground. Have a great time, boy. Those were the last words Damien heard before his vision was filled with red. Fuck. That's hot, crack, rumble. Before he could readjust to the heat wave, the ground below him cracked and shattered into countless pieces. The lava pit that lay below was revealed to the world, and as Damien tried to fly to avoid falling in, he suddenly found that any sort of movement was restricted entirely. Fuck. So this is what she meant by endurance. VOM, as Damien's wry smile grew, a wave of flames enveloped him and dragged him into the lava pit. His body descended without a struggle and began to burn under the lava's surface, and though Damien had experienced such a lava quenching once before. This still hurts like hell. Chapter 858 Trials 2. The first trial was self-explanatory. Damien's flesh and bones were sundered and burned until they couldn't be burned anymore, and then they were burned some more. Transcendent regeneration kept him alive, and his iron wall mentality didn't submit to such little pain, making this trial easy to pass. It was even mildly enjoyable. Damien enjoyed sensation a lot. The tactile sensation of pain made him feel like he was putting in effort to gain the strength he had, changing his view of it into something positive. Even during battle, while getting injured was extremely detrimental, it only made Damien enjoy the fight more. The battle-maniac tendencies he had as a teenager had been thoroughly suppressed in the vicissitude of time, but they were still present somewhere in his heart. He only really felt that insane, almost orgasmic drive for pain and death in training situations like this where he was stimulated to the max. Nevertheless, Damien was able to hold back both pleasure and pain to complete the trial, staying in the lava pool for over 48 hours without pause. When he resurfaced and regained his ability to move, he immediately followed Granny Lou to the next trial, the trial of perseverance. Perseverance was difficult to test. In most cases, these kinds of trials would be composed of endless roads or other constructs that forced the participants to experience infinity. The Cloud Giants seemed to have a more extreme version of this trial. Perseverance in the face of infinity, in the face of an impossible wall, was possible to overcome as long as hope was present, but perseverance could only be truly experienced in hopelessness. The hopelessness felt when facing an impossible walk was sinking. It felt like thousands of pounds of weight were chained to one's ankles, dragging them to drown in the depths of the ocean. However, what if this impossible wall was met with existing hopelessness? What if one's family was slaughtered by a supreme expert, their homeworld destroyed by that expert's sect, their body crippled, their martial path cut off by lack of talent and guidance? What if all factors that could possibly go wrong went wrong at once? Would one still be able to persevere even while knowing that getting anywhere was literally impossible? This was the feeling Damien was made to experience. In the face of true impossibility, what was the point of fighting spirit? At that point, it was no longer a matter that had anything to do with the outside world. It was a matter only pertaining to the individual. It was pride, even if one was destined to achieve nothing. Would they succumb to this nothingness, or would they relentlessly fight it until their last breath, even if it was just for the sake of saying they fought? Damien didn't know if there was a correct answer to this question. He couldn't fault those who decided to throw away their personal desires for security. In the end, their path wasn't wrong either. He just couldn't do it, even if it was only for that final moment of realization when he was on his deathbed, even if it was only to comfort himself with the fact that he never gave up. At least he would die without regrets because he tried. Life meant opportunity. This was the realization Damien made when he completed the second trial. He did so in less than 3 hours, a record that had never been surpassed in Titan history. And now that those 2 trials were finished, Damien began the last. This was both the simplest and most difficult trial, because the decision of whether or not one passed was entirely subjective. Currently, Damien was stood before an array of massive individuals. Even the smallest one was 10 meters tall, with the largest one being over a kilometer in height, taking up the majority of the vast cavern in which they were situated. Granny Lou, still shorter than short, stood on the side and watched the proceedings quietly. Damien Void, you have challenged our 3 trials and come out successful from the first 2. Even if you fail here, you have still earned the right to make a request from our clan, albeit smaller than your original one. The kilometer-tall giant said, his voice booming through the cavern. For this trial, I shall ask you 3 questions. Once you have given your answers, the jury before you will discuss and come to a decision on whether or not you passed. Have you any questions? Damien looked up into the giant's eyes and shook his head in refusal. He was concerned about this trial, especially since he was well aware that lying wouldn't work, but there was nothing he could do about it. If his true thoughts couldn't convince these cloud giants, he didn't need their extended help. There was no point trying to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with people who couldn't see eye to eye with him. The kilometer-tall giant, the head of the Cloud Giant tribe, nodded his head, affirming Damien's willingness to continue. He opened his mouth and asked the first question. There are 1 million innocent civilians being held captive in an enemy camp. However, your mother has been kidnapped by a mysterious force that is colluding with the enemy. You can only save my mother, Damien answered, cutting the giant leader off. The giant raised his brow. I have yet to finish my question. Are you sure about your answer? Damien shook his head. No need to ask. It doesn't matter how many randoms you add to the scenario. My mother's life is worth more than even the heavens themselves. Saving his mother was the first motivation he ever had on his path to strength. The determination to save his mother allowed him to survive so much tragedy and pain. How could her life be worth the same as rabble he'd never met before? It might have been a cruel thought process, but it was honest. In this trial, that was all that mattered. The giant leader nodded his head without a change of expression. Then, on to the second question. You meet an enemy who has committed countless atrocities, however, he wishes to faithfully serve you and become one of your people. Would you accept him? Damien furrowed his brows. Am I allowed to ask questions? Ask away. The giant leader responded, am I answering from the perspective of the me who stands before you or a nondescript entity? The giant leader thought for a moment before answering. Tell me what you, the Damien void I meet now, would do in this situation. Damien nodded. Then, my answer is that it depends on his crimes. If his crimes are murder, treachery, or other violent atrocities, regardless of the scale, as long as I put a slave seal on him, I can control him at a whim and make sure he doesn't step out of line. If he has the capacity to commit such atrocities, he will be a useful subordinate, as sometimes such qualities are necessary. Otherwise? The giant leader questioned. There are 2 alternate paths that don't differ much from the original. Regardless, I will put a slave seal on him and control him. However, if he has touched women, he will be punished by women. His punishment will wholly depend on what? Depending on what the situation. Either the women he assaulted or my female subordinates decide. Afterward, whether or not I accept him as a subordinate also depends on their opinions, as they are the ones whose performance will be affected if they are uncomfortable in his presence. Damien's eyes sharpened. If he decided to stoop so low as to touch children, I'll personally place him in a hell of endless torture, and I'll personally make sure that he maintains sanity and reason for as long as he remains alive in that place. I cannot punish all those who commit such atrocities, but I'll never shy away from punishing one who was before me. The giant leader nodded, the same indifferent look on his face as if Damien's answer meant nothing to him at all. And now that they'd reached this point, he asked the final question. If the entire universe turned against you, including those you hold dear in your heart, would you still move with the same determination to save it? Chapter 859 Movements 1. If the entire universe turned against you, including those you hold dear in your heart, would you still move with the same determination to save it? Damien closed his eyes and thought over the question rather than answering instantly as he'd done before. He'd never given any thought to a hypothetical where Rose, Ruyue, and all of his closest people betrayed him, since he knew it was simply impossible. However, now that the question was set in front of him as a hypothetical, he finally gave it the time of day. In reality, this question went far deeper than morality. This question could define one's sense of self, opening pathways to explore several other facets of one's ego. Damien had 3 hearts outside of his body. The first was Earth, his roots, his origin. Even if Damien didn't have any particular feelings for Earth, he knew how important the world was to him as a celestial. The second was a Pyron, the location where he experienced rebirth. The Damien void who existed on a Pyron was a completely different being from the one who came from Earth. That was a Damien void qualified to grow stronger. And finally, the cloud plane, Damien's third external heart. The cloud plane was the world that allowed Damien to overcome his past and look towards his future, shedding his mental instability entirely. Each of these worlds held great meaning in Damien's heart, and coincidentally enough, each was the birth world of one of his wives. For everyone and everything he knew and loved to turn against him, these worlds would also do the same. The people residing on their surfaces would follow their will, becoming his eternal enemies, even if he returned to his roots. He'd only be met with jeers. No matter where he went, he'd either be shunned or attacked. There was no such thing as safety, no such thing as solace, at least, not within Grand Heaven's boundary. Damien didn't doubt that, if he truly decided to join them, the Nox would accept him. They valued power over quite literally everything, and with their strange connection to the void, they'd obviously want Damien on their side. However, would the betrayal of the universe push Damien to the enemy side? He tried to picture himself in that situation, where everyone he grew to love turned their backs on him one by one, betraying him and forcing him into a corner. It's painful. The first few times, it felt like his heart was being stabbed when he was met with their indifference, but as time went on, his heart became void. His emotions became numb as he only expected betrayal and never longed for love. He became colder, more indifferent, and less inclined to aid those in danger when he saw them. Rather, he moved completely independently. But would he abandon the universe? No, it was simple to realize once he put the situation into perspective, because even if everyone else betrayed him, the universe never would. It was an eternal ally with no way to voice its support. It was his true roots, and the flow to which he'd been connected for several years. Even if everyone in the universe died, as long as he saved its existence, its roots, it would still be able to regrow and rebirth itself. So what did it matter if everyone betrayed him, if they ever betrayed his expectations of them to such an extent? They simply weren't worth his emotions. They weren't worthy of being the cause of his abandonment. Damien looked up at the giant leader with flames in his eyes and gave his answer with utmost confidence. Yes. I would still save the universe even if everyone inside had to die first. Very well. The giant leader exclaimed. Since you have given the answers buried in your heart without a hint of intention to lie, we will return your sincerity with an absolutely truthful verdict. Boom. The giant leader lightly tapped his foot on the ground, causing a massive wall of limestone to raise from the earth and separate Damien from the giant elders. They're discussing whether or not they should help you now. Regardless of their answer, know that you have passed the trials splendidly. Granny Lou walked up to Damien and said, "HM? Granny Lou, you're still here? You didn't tell me you were a big shot." Damien responded in surprise, "TCH, what do you know? This old lady once sat in that central seat, you know." Damien's eyes widened in shock. There was no way this little old lady was trying to tell him that she was the previous leader of the cloud giant race, right? Granny, quit kidding with me. If you're really some big person, how do you think the council will vote? Granny Lou glanced at the limestone barrier with furrowed brows. Those brats. Well, it doesn't matter what they say. Either way, your request will be granted. Granted. Damien's eyes widened further. Why was Granny Lou so certain of the outcome? At this time, Damien failed to realize that he'd left one important fact out of consideration. The cloud giants were expelled to the wild continent because their ancestors supported the Nox. Even though they were direct descendants of the Titan bloodline, even they didn't have knowledge of why their ancestors chose betrayal. All they knew was that they'd been punished for an eternity for sins they didn't commit. There were many parties at fault for this. The Titans themselves, the forces that decided to exterminate them, and the Nox were all key reasons for the race's tragic fate. Of them, the Titans and ancient experts were dead and gone. If the legacies of these experts survived, they existed in the outside world that the cloud giants couldn't access. Now, intelligent life had returned to the wild continent in the form of outside adventurers, and half of those who came were Nox. Of the three groups that the cloud giants resented, there was only one that they could currently act against. And what if their contributions somehow allowed them to exit this forsaken land? Regardless, there were endless benefits for the cloud giants if they attacked the Nox. There was no reason for them to refuse. Nearly generations without leaving the turtle shell known as the Void Corridor had turned these once ferocious beings into great cowards. Currently, the giant leader was facing a split opinion. A majority of the elders wanted to remain in inaction. They didn't want to aggravate a situation they had no part in, as they had safety and security in their current state. However, was this safety and security really worth it? Was it not just a facade? Even if they were a smaller number, there were still several elders who firmly believed that now was the time for action. They had just cause in accepting the request of someone who aced their trials. They had a motive in slaughtering Nox, and they had more than enough power to spare. Damien's trial answers weren't brought up in the conversation one time, before he even started answering. He'd passed the trial in many of these elders' eyes, including those who currently opposed his request. His answers only led them to respect him and ponder his skewed yet curious mentality. It was a personal curiosity that these elders didn't enter into their discussion. Perhaps it was for this reason why the opinions were currently so split. At this point, the weight of responsibility fell on the giant leader's shoulders. His decision would be the cloud giant's decision. So would he succumb to pressure, or would he rise to the challenge? Even the giant leader himself didn't know which route he'd choose. Chapter 860 Movements 2. While Damien waited for the Council of Cloud Giants to come to a decision, the world didn't stay in stasis with him. Events in the outside world progressed at their usual pace without a single ounce of consideration for Damien's circumstances. The first thing that happened, on the same day Damien first entered the Cloud Giant's sanctuary, was the release of a bounty that subtly affected the tides of fate. It was a bounty on a mysterious man and his golden palace. Anyone who was able to bring this man in would receive a hefty reward of resources and money, enough to set them straight for several years on end. The strangeness of the bounty didn't come from the bounty itself, rather, it was the requesters. There were two, Lucas Stream of Azuran Gate and Sir Theon of the Nox army. Both sides offered copious rewards for that man's capture, forming the first instance where Nox and Universe denizens unintentionally cooperated, as the ceasefire between both sides was still ongoing until the heavenly material finally showed itself. The next few days became a widespread search for a single man rather than a war. When Nox and Universe denizens encountered each other, they actually avoided combat, something that had never happened before. Yet, despite several days passing, the man's traces couldn't be found anywhere. Somewhere in a forest on the wild continent, a party of 5 fought against several ferocious beasts at the extreme peak of 4th class. The beasts in the wild continent were all mindless regardless of strength level, making it far more difficult to deal with them. However, this team had great cohesion that allowed them to accomplish things that they absolutely couldn't do individually. Alexandra, now! A man suddenly shouted, "You got it, boss!" A woman shouted back as she jumped into the air and let loose a rain of rocky bullets onto the beast. Good. Tess, Brayden, get it while it's distracted. Got it, no need to tell me. The two people charged in from both sides, controlling the beast's movements and forcing it into a corner. The beast slowly accumulated injuries under the attacks of these 3 people until finally, the leader jumped into the air and sliced his sword powerfully, bisecting the beast into 2 even halves. Fuwa. That's so tiring. The woman named Tess exclaimed as she crumpled onto the ground. TCH, you just love to complain. We've dealt with so much worse back in the misty wildlands. What does a little beast mean to us? Brayden responded non-committally, all right, don't start arguing again, you two. The leader said with a sigh, Alice, can you heal us up? On it, boss. Alice clapped her hands together and prayed, causing white and gold manna to descend from the sky and wash through the bodies of these 5 people, healing all of their minor injuries and even partially healing most major injuries. As expected of Alice. You can't find a better healer anywhere else. Tess exclaimed in satisfaction. Hee, Alice giggled happily, her gaze turned to the horizon, a slight hint of worry surfacing in her eyes. It had been many days since they separated and that man disappeared. He wasn't dead, right? She truly hoped he could survive this ordeal. She personally saw his determination to fight against the enemy, and even though she was never too good at reading people, she thought he was a good man. He saved her sister, after all. Alexandra glanced over to find Alice sneaking a peek at her inside. Don't tell me she developed some positive feelings for that man in such a short period of time. Unlike Alice, Alexandra was far warier about the interaction they'd had with that strange man. Aside from the power of his artifact, just the fact that he was willing to offend so many people was dangerous in and of itself. Arcadia Guild had survived and grown into its current state because they'd been prudent as they rose, taking account of others' interests so as to not offend someone who couldn't be offended. The reckless and belligerent approach of that man wasn't something Alexandra could fathom. Regardless, he is still my savior. If he didn't provide me with the appropriate materials and his mysterious healing power, I wouldn't be able to use my body at all right now. Even if I can't understand him, I will at least protect his identity for as long as I can. In fact, Alexandra and Alice's return to the Grand Heavens Boundary Camp and reunion with the other members of Arcadia who'd come for the Void Corridor opening wasn't a coincidence. It was something Damien had requested of them. He didn't know how Heaven's army would move with Azuran Gate controlling them, and he didn't need any unknown factor interfering with his movements. Alexandra and Alice were currently acting as his eyes and ears in Heaven's army. He could contact them through an unknown mental skill and exchange information as needed, but he hadn't cast anything like a slave seal on them. It's a trust test. If we fail, we'll likely die. Alexandra realized it early, and acted accordingly. Though, since this man wasn't truly an enemy of the universe, she didn't mind helping him. If anything, he is doing far more to combat the Nox than Azuran Gate. That Lucas man is not a good character in the slightest. She hadn't heard much since she'd only been present for a few days, but it was clear that Lucas Stream was severely abusing his authority to oppress and control those beneath him. Atop that, he even established unofficial cooperation with the Nox to find a man who, by all logic, should have been a distinguished guest of Heaven's army. Public sentiment was heavily skewed against Azuran Gate, but what could these people do? They were too weak for their opinions to matter. Suddenly, a change of mentality took place in Heaven's army. If that mysterious man was leading them, would they be in a better situation? He was bold in action, yet prudent. He knew when to attack and retreat to deal the greatest damage to the Nox while suffering the least losses, and when he was placed side by side with Lucas Stream, he seemed like the defender of justice that all people wished would lead them. The situation is becoming chaotic. If the army continued to subtly split like this, the Nox will gain a heavy advantage over us. Now that the heavenly material is on the verge of blooming, it seems the only possible path forward is a full head-on confrontation, now that Damien had slaughtered a majority of the Nox's cannon fodder and ground troops. They would need to act fast and aggressively if they wanted to take victories against Heaven's army. The clash for the heavenly material would surely spiral out of control. It wasn't a matter of if, but a matter of when. I hope you can do something about this situation. If you can truly pull our people out of despair, well, then he might not be a bad leader at all. Heaven's army needed good people at the helm. If only he wasn't so reckless. Wouldn't that be great? Alexandra sighed and shook her head. For now, she should just stick to the task she was assigned. As for how events would pan out in the future, it was useless to try predicting something that man was planning to interfere in. Chapter 861 Movements 3. Several days passed since then. The Nox and Heaven's armies continued their endless search for the mysterious expert, and while they partook in the occasional scuffle, they waited patiently for the heavenly material to bloom. From the looks of it, it wouldn't take too much longer. The intense spiritual aura from that material had already permeated the entire wild continent, assuring those watching for its development that it wasn't far from being birthed. Have we found anything about the location of the heavenly material? Currently, Lucas Stream was meeting with his advisor to go over plans and information formulated and gained over the past few days. Milord, we have been able to triangulate the general location of the treasure. It will be birthed in a mountain valley 150,000 kilometers to the north. However, we did not dare to get too close lest we disturb the heavenly material's birth process, so this is as much as we have gained. The advisor responded while pushing a number of documents across the desk. Lucas picked them up and perused them. These documents outlined the movements of the opposing armies as well as details garnered and inferred about the treasure, essentially providing Lucas with all the information he needed at the moment. The Nox are still being cautious. It looks like that old bastard Theon got injured in the previous clash. Now is the perfect time to act. However, I must be patient. When the time comes, I shall eliminate Theon in front of everybody's eyes. Who will be able to doubt me then? His eyes burned with ambition as he looked through the rest of the documents. For the most part, there was nothing he didn't already know. However, what is this? Since when did the Arcadia Guild become so powerful? Azuran Gate wasn't located anywhere near the misty wildlands, but Lucas had still heard about the illustrious reputation of the Arcadia Guild. The number of extreme peak beasts they've slaughtered is already mind-numbing, yet they've been slaying all the Nox they come across as well. In these few days, they've accumulated over double the contributions of the next best team. If their guildmaster was present, their current achievements could be more easily explained. Yet, they were able to accomplish so much with only a 6th revolution master at their head. How? Lucas furrowed his brows in thought. He pulled up a holographic panel that showed the information of several people. Among them were the Arcadia members present in the Void Corridor. Overall, while they are an exceptional thing, there isn't anything uniquely special about them. Were they able to come across some sort of miraculous opportunity on the wild continent? If so, then they needed to be watched far closer. The Arcadia Guild might be powerful, but it isn't anywhere near our Azuran Gate. After I take their treasures, I should thoroughly enjoy Alexandra and Alice, these two sisters. I wonder how they taste. Lucas licked his lips, his eyes flashing red. Just as he went to consult his advisor for another matter, a massive aura fluctuation tore through the Azuran Gate base camp and traveled endlessly into the distance. Lucas immediately stood up and readied his weapon to defend against the force, but before he could, another fierce wave rushed past his body. Hong, this. Could this be, Hong? The third energy wave spread, accompanied by the ringing sound of an ancient bell. It's here. It's finally here. Lucas exclaimed, Xiaobai, gather our forces. We are marching to the heavenly material as soon as possible, rest assured, milord, the troops will be prepared for departure in half an hour. The advisor bowed and disappeared. Meanwhile, Lucas clenched his fists and tried to calm himself. This opportunity, I will not waste it. If that expert decides to disrupt my plans, then he can only die with the Nox. Lucas stood up from his desk and began putting on his armor. He grabbed a nearby spear and stood silent for a second. This was his big moment, his debut. He would definitely put on a show that thoroughly impressed the Bloodlock clan, then. He could finally start making his way up this universe's power ladder. His plan was foolproof, truly foolproof. The three waves of power didn't just sweep over the Azuran Gate base camp, but the entirety of the wild continent. As long as one wasn't an absolute dolt, it didn't take long to understand what was happening. The heavenly material was finally being birthed. Heaven's army began to congregate immediately. Due to their large numbers, they were forced to split into several different groups for ease of transportation. As for the Nox army, even though Damien was able to wipe out a large portion of their forces, they still had a great number of troops remaining. However, because of their strict hierarchical system, it didn't take them nearly as long to gather and set off. The Nox had an advantage when it came to reaching the heavenly material, but it was unknown whether or not they'd be able to keep it afterward. Nevertheless, both armies set off for the heavenly material's location the instant they felt the power fluctuations. It looked like the final battle of the wild continent would take place only a few days later. Currently, Alexandra and Alice were with the rest of the Arcadia Guild's people in a section of the army led by the ancient god clan. We've successfully entered this army since Xin Yue suggested it, so we should be relatively safe in comparison to others. However, the other task. Alexandra steeled herself and stopped thinking about it. Since it was her benefactor's request, it was naturally impossible to refuse. She just didn't know how her second benefactor would react to her actions. No matter. In the end, this will only benefit him, so he shouldn't get mad and kill me. Right? Alexandra didn't stay with that man long enough to have a good grasp on his personality, but he definitely didn't seem like a good person. But if Xin Yue can trust him, then I can too. Xin Yue didn't try to covertly send her off to complete tasks or anything of the sort. Rather, she was quite direct with her request, and even requested Alexandra's aid within the Golden Palace that man controlled. He likely already knew about what she was tasked to do. If he didn't warn her before letting her leave, but he could be testing me. Alexandra complained inwardly and constantly contemplated the disadvantages of her actions, but before she knew it, her feet had already taken her to the ancient god clan members. HM? A member of Arcadia? What have you come for? A man asked. I have a message to pass to your elders. Please allow me to pass. Alexandra responded. The man's eyes narrowed. I'm afraid I cannot grant your request. Our elders aren't people who can be seen so easily, Alexandra sighed. She expected this situation. Luckily, Xin Yue did too and prepared an out for her beforehand. Alexandra reached into her spatial ring and pulled out a small emblem no bigger than her palm. It was inscribed with a cross surrounded by a strange construct similar to a dimensional crack. When the man saw it, his eyes widened. This is. Where did you get this emblem? Where do you think I got it? Do you think I am capable of taking it by force? Alexandra replied without a change in tone. The man hesitated for a second before lowering his guard. I understand. I will inform the elders right away. However, whether or not they see you is not up to me. Thank you, Alexandra said with a smile. But before you go, please relay a message to them. Tell them I said Ancient Codex, Blue Grade violation. The man nodded his head in confusion and left to inform the elders of her visit, and not even a full minute later, Alexandra found the space around her twisting as she arrived in a new location. Chapter 862 Movements. 4. State your name and affiliation. An aged voice boomed the instant Alexandra regained her senses, almost directly bursting her eardrums. Ack! She exclaimed as she covered her ears. State your name and affiliation. The voice rang out again. Blood gushed through the cracks in Alexandra's fingers, spurting onto the floor around her. Thud, Alexandra collapsed to her knees. Her head was ringing, she couldn't form a coherent thought. the world around her was spinning uncontrollably. And it felt like any movement she made would kill her. She closed her eyes and clenched her teeth in an attempt to muffle her voice and endure the pain. Just as she did, the ancient voice rang out again. "Sta, stop." A second voice rang out instead, quelling the furious power of the first. Alexandra collapsed to the ground convulsing. "Look what you have done. How do you expect her to answer your questions in this state? How have you lived for so long and remained the same brainless man?" The second voice, that of a gentle woman, admonished the first as it grew closer to Alexandra. "Girl, forgive him for his actions. He is an impulsive idiot who doesn't know how to think properly. He only gained his elder seat through brute strength." A warm hand approached in the darkness. The woman placed her palm on the convulsing Alexandra's forehead and inserted a stream of gentle mana into her body. Alexandra's convulsions immediately stopped. Her body began to heal as well, even becoming stronger than it was before. She opened her eyes with a slight struggle and looked up, only to be faced with the most beautiful woman she'd ever seen, as senior. "Thank you for saving me," she immediately exclaimed. Bowing her head, the woman smiled. "No need for thanks. As that idiot third elder injured you, I have provided you with some compensation. Now, can you tell us who you are?" Alexandra immediately nodded, completely ignoring the third elder who'd brought her to the ground in the first place. "Senior, I am Alexandra from the Arcadia Guild. Today, I have come to deliver a message to the ancient god clan elders." "Oh? And the message is from a friend of mine named Xin Yue. From what I know, she is also the young master of your ancient god clan." The woman nodded. "Indeed she is. Is she the one who told you that code?" "Yes, senior, however, she did not tell me what it means." "I see," the woman said with a sigh. "Third elder, are you ashamed yet? What nonsense." The third elder harumphed, disinclined to interact further. The woman shrugged her shoulders and turned her attention back to Alexandra. "Was there anything else Xin Yue told you?" "Yes, Xin Yue had an additional message. She told me to tell you, enter the Golden Palace to find the answers we seek." "Golden Palace?" the woman muttered. "So that mysterious expert is the ancient codex violation? It seems Xin Yue has found something interesting. Miss Alexandra, you may leave now." The message had been received. Alexandra hesitated for a bit, but in the end, she retreated. However this matter proceeded, it had nothing to do with her anymore. This much was already far above her pay grade. Within the ancient god clan camp, the woman sat silently, a group of elders around her. "Madam, why did you let her go? We have no way to verify her intentions. It is not wise to let her loose." An elder said, "Indeed, madam. This is against how we usually conduct ourselves. Especially in the face of an ancient codex violation, we cannot act so lax." Another elder agreed. "Are you all of the same opinion?" The woman asked as she panned her gaze across the elders. Several of them avoided her gaze, making their tacit agreement known. The woman sighed. "Has our ancient god clan been raising fools all these years? You are only focusing on one part of Xin Yue's message while ignoring the rest. How can I trust you with the clan if you act so recklessly?" "Listen, Xin Yue specifically categorized the violation as blue grade. Along with that, she has told us to enter the Golden Palace ourselves. Does anyone here doubt Xin Yue's loyalty to the clan?" "Absolutely not. It is impossible for the young master to turn traitor," an elder exclaimed. His words were followed by numerous murmurs of agreement. The woman smiled seeing this. If Xin Yue is not a traitor, then why has she categorized our most supreme violation as a mere blue grade? The elders went silent. There were several codexes and scripts that the ancient god clan followed. Only the ancient codex encompassed those rules of the ancestors, mainly the harsh rules in place for the all-seeing eyes. If Xin Yue specifically stated an ancient codex violation, it meant that she'd found an outsider with all-seeing eyes. However, along with the several codexes, the ancient god clan had a different system to label the severity of a crime. Blue grade was second only to purple grads. Assigning a blue rating meant Xin Yue thought the outsider was extremely powerful and needed to be carefully confronted. However, it also meant she didn't think the problem was worthy of being purple grade. For ancient codex violations, purple grade was essentially guaranteed. When was the last time there was a change in the mist-piercing mirror? The woman suddenly asked. Immediately, every elder's eyes widened into saucers. Right, how could they forget the mist-piercing mirror that could be used to locate any trace of ancient god clan bloodline, and the all-seeing eyes in the universe hadn't budged in several thousand years. No member of the ancient god clan had violated their doctrine, and no existing threat remained in the universe. If so, then how did this person get their hands on the all-seeing eyes? This must be the question Xinhua hasn't been able to answer. By the fact that she was able to easily send a messenger to us, it is clear that the other party is not hostile. I suggest we peacefully confront him before resorting to more unscrupulous means. Does anyone have any objections? The woman's eyes panned over the elders once more, lingering on the few who tried to educate her a moment ago. There were no responses to her question. Good, then I will personally take a delegation with me to the Golden Palace after this heavenly material squabble ends. Until then, you are to regard the Golden Palace and its owner as distinguished guests of our ancient god clan. Any action against him will not be tolerated. Understood, understood. The elders responded in unison. The woman nodded and sent them out of her residence. Left alone, the woman sat in silence for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes curved into crescents, her body shuddered as if she was holding back something big. Is it you? Have I finally found you? She wondered inwardly. It had been so many years that she'd almost forgotten her identity and purpose. The current ancient god clan was nothing like its previous self. She had been numb to emotion for so long, trying to keep the clan surviving. But today, she felt a rush of emotion that almost capsized her. Her heart palpitated in curiosity and anticipation. Young master, have you finally come? Chapter 863 Birthed. 1. Is it around here somewhere? The damp cave walls dropped with unknown liquid, filling the entire cave system with a strange yet oddly calming scent. Damien walked through the cave system for several hours without end, almost to the point where his perception of time began to blur. At the moment, he was chasing something indescribable. I felt something strange during the trials, but that feeling came from deep within the wild continent. I wasn't sure if there would be tunnels connecting to such locations. But I should be able to get relatively close as long as I keep following this route. Even Damien didn't know exactly what he was looking for, only that it was important. After all, a long-forgotten ability of his eyes had activated, the same ability that allowed him to sense Kurt Galloway's subspace and even Zara back when he was in the first dungeon. This sense always warned him about extraordinary danger or opportunity. It had been dormant for a very long time. It was evident that this particular ability had extremely high standards for reacting. Hadn't it been the only reason Damien saved Zara back then? Who would have thought that she was a being with such mysterious origins? Knowing the past track record of this ability, Damien wasted no effort to try and find the source of that feeling, but as far as he'd been searching, he'd been unsuccessful. The only thing changing is this burning heat in my chest. The sensation has been incrementally growing fiercer with every second. It felt like the sun was blazing within his mana heart, yet, this sensation made Damien feel like he was continuously getting closer to the source of his troubles and curiosity. Rumble. Just as he stood up to continue searching, the earthen walls and ceiling enclosing the space began to shake chaotically. Hong, hong, hong. 3 ancient bell rings that sounded almost vibrant were accompanied by 3 shockwaves that threatened to collapse the cave system Damien was in. His attention was immediately drawn to the surface. His gaze pierced through reality, allowing him to see the slight gold hue that had permeated the wild continent's atmosphere. I see, so that heavenly treasure is finally blooming. The surface will become chaotic soon enough. Damien thought with a grin, if this thing turns out to be what I think it is, my plans will proceed far smoother than expected. Ha, just gather in peace and fight those fools from Majoran Gate for now. I'll make sure both of you exit this world together. Damien shook his head with a smile and began moving again. From the looks of it, there were still several days before he needed to act. In that time, he had a few specific goals he absolutely needed to accomplish, which means no more dawdling. His eyes sharpened. It was time for him to get serious. A few hundreds of thousands of kilometers wasn't a distance that meant anything to a high-level 4th-class expert, but when it came to moving as an army, even such a distance became taxing. Putting aside the weaker forces that held the army back, there were also several security matters, conformity rules, and other circumstances that made it difficult for Heaven's army to move at its full potential speed. Overall, it took almost an entire week to reach the mountain valley where the heavenly material was hatching. The groups of Heaven's army joined together 4 days in and passed the great mountain that blocked them from their location. It was a grueling journey for many, especially near the end, but most of them were able to make it through without dying. Lucas stepped over the horizon, his figure occupying one of the 2 great mountains bordering the valley. Behind him, several million troops stood uniformly, slightly separated by unit and squad. Damn, we're late. He thought with narrowed eyes. As he gazed across the valley, he could clearly see the repulsing form of Sir Theon and his elite troop standing at a spot nearly parallel to his own. Lucas furrowed his brows. As expected, his troop is far less numerous than it was previously. That mysterious expert really did leave a severe blow. It wasn't just the troops. Even Sir Theon himself had a slightly weaker aura than he did previously. Just how, Lucas couldn't wrap his head around it. Even he, someone who stood on par with Sir Theon, couldn't leave a lasting internal injury on the man. Just how powerful was the mysterious expert to do so and escape without his identity being known? In reality, Sir Theon was injured by the backlash of his own skill when the demon god summoning failed to consume its target, but that was perhaps even more embarrassing. What would Sir Theon and Lucas do when they realized the mysterious man they'd been fearing and respecting was actually a junior that they could kill with a single slap? Nevertheless, that was a story for another time. At the moment, these two men stood across from each other and, despite the distance, didn't break eye contact even once. Silence descended on the mountain valley. All eyes were drawn to a small golden light that appeared in the dirt. Nobody can stop me now, a voice suddenly rang out. A Nox being stood near the golden light, seemingly having snuck there while the two sides were busy standing off. The sound of necks snapping in his direction was almost palpable. Countless eyes went red with envy. How dare you take what's mine? Catch him first. We can compete later. You are all too weak for this treasure. From both Heaven's army and the Nox side, several weaker or less intelligent beings shot forward. The original Nox was cut down in an instant as several thousand others tried to take his place and steal the material before it bloomed. However, thunk, 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 bodies suddenly started dropping on the floor. Their vitality was sucked away and they were turned into lifeless husks in an instant. Numerous small vines receded into the ground after completely devouring the thousands who charged early. Their blood and vitality nurtured the half-birth secret treasure. The true golden light below the ground was tinged golden red. Rumble, those idiots caused changes in the heavenly material, but they also caused it to bloom faster. I can't say whether this is a blessing or a curse. Lucas thought to himself as he watched the ground split apart. He didn't stop those people, and neither did Sir Theon. It was for the sole purpose that their sacrifice, even if it changed the nature of the heavenly material, would definitely strengthen it. And finally, boom, the ground burst into countless fragments that flew into the surroundings and embedded themselves into any solid surface they could find, including the bodies of many unfortunate souls. From the cracked earth, a massive vine rose into the sky. Beautiful iridescent flowers bloomed on its surface with every few meters that it raised out of the ground, growing large enough that even a single flower could eclipse several dozen people. This is it! Lucas exclaimed. He didn't know the exact identity of the treasure, but the breath it exuded was extremely enticing. It felt like even a supreme like him could benefit from consuming this treasure. Realizing this, he didn't hesitate to make the call. Heaven's army, don't falter. Charge and take the treasure before those scum can. Chapter 864 Birthed. 2. Charge, we charge, onward. Calls for confrontation spread through the army as Lucas' command was passed down. The several million-strong army immediately split into several parts that operated autonomously but kept in contact with each other. Rumble, even more than it did when the heavenly material first surfaced. The ground rumbled under the combined footsteps of Heaven's army. On the other side, Sir Theon harumphed loudly. Humph. Look at those hypocrites go. If they win here, how can we ever show our faces in the future? Charge! Charge and kill everything. As both sides made their move, the vine finally stopped growing. Several thousand kilometers in the sky, the dual flowers at the very tip of the vine slowly bloomed, one gold and one silver, one hot and one cold. The two flowers created untold harmony with their existence. But more than them, in the center of those flowers, one could faintly make out a certain structure holding a large amount of liquid. That's the true heavenly material. Lucas and Sir Theon realized together, the entire vine was polluted with treasures galore, but the only one that truly mattered was the liquid at the top. Only that was worthy of being called a heavenly material. Two armies clashed in the valley below, experts clashed in the sky above, fighting for those flowers that bloomed on the vine's stem, and finally, on par with the clouds were two experts eyeing the same treasure. Now that they'd come face to face, it was time for them to settle old and new debts. Only one of them would be walking out of here alive. One breath. Two breaths. Alexandra's eyes remained focused. Her perception of time was anchored to the speed of her breathing. And the way she confronted her enemies seemed to portray her in a completely different light than before she'd entered the Golden Palace. At that time, she'd been instantly turned into a spirit and rid of most of her fighting capacity. Back then, she was nothing more than a pig on the chopping block. Now, however, her body had been reconstructed by Damien, who allowed her to possess far more potential than she originally had, and then strengthened a second time by the woman from the ancient god clan. Without even realizing it, Alexandra received a comprehensive increase in power that was only showing itself on this occasion, earthly hellstorm. She slammed her foot down on the ground, causing the earth to ripple and change properties. The ground below acted like a wave of water, sweeping through the enemies in front of Alexandra and clearing a path for her to get to the flower ahead. Boom! Just as she snatched the flower, a powerful shot of flaming mana narrowly missed her head. She turned around with bloodlust in her eyes, only to find an unexpected visitor, Clyde. She muttered through gritted teeth, "Alex, you recognized me. How sweet." The man named Clyde exclaimed with a perverse smile, "What is your intention? You are actually attacking your comrades at this juncture?" Alexandra yelled back. Clyde's grin fell slightly. So you're unaware? Well. Shio, Alexandra's senses jumped, forcing her to rapidly move her body at an impossible angle. She found herself looking up at where her head once was. There, a burning black hellflame was flickering without any intention of going out. In the next second, Clyde's face took up her vision. "There's no such thing as eternal allies or eternal enemies, my dear Alex," he proclaimed with a smile. "The only thing that matters in this world." Clyde raised his arm, his hand sharpening and transmuting into a blade. As benefits, Clyde swung down, aiming to decapitate Alexandra in one strike. However, she was no longer the same person he knew. Yellowish-brown mana coated the surface of her skin. Boom! Clyde's arm blade cut through Alexandra's body, but Clyde didn't show any satisfaction. That strike, crumble. Before he could even ponder it, Alexandra's body crumpled into hundreds of rock shards that fell powerlessly to the ground. "You have betrayed your homeland." Alexandra's voice came from further away. "You are an elder of Mystic Wind Pavilion. You are supposed to be a leader of Heaven's army, a person that all troops can look up to. You've betrayed the angel race, betrayed your sect, and betrayed the universe itself." A wave of power spread. A yellowish-brown hue coated the air for several kilometers, entrapping Clyde. "Your blood shall be a reminder for those of future generations. Our grand heaven's boundary is inviolable. Spirit of Earth, voice of the wild, answer my call," Alexandra chanted in her head while galvanizing her mana. While it felt like eternities in her mind, it took less than an instant for her call to be answered. Gua, an ancient groan rang out. Boom! The earth exploded. A titanic arm shot out from within and slammed down into the ground below, crushing Clyde in the process. Khshish. Clyde exhaled through gritted teeth as he tried to keep his blood in his mouth. He pushed against the massive hand with all his strength, but found that he could barely evenly match it. "What is this?" he roared. "Who are you?" "You are not Alex," hearing the screams from her delusional ex-stalker. Alexandra smirked. "That's right. I am not the Alex that you can pressure anymore. Starting today, bang, I am reborn." She slammed her hand down. The massive earthly hand followed her movement, slamming down and leaving no space between the ground and it. Clyde was flattened into meat paste and then flattened further into fine particulates that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. After his destroyed body transformed into ink and she destroyed him a second time, she paid no more mind. That flower must have some special properties if it's attached to the heavenly material stem. I must get to it before that man appears and starts ruining everything. Unlike everyone else who merely raced against each other, Alexandra also had to race against time. Even though she'd just achieved a piece of revenge that she'd been desiring for a very long time, she could even celebrate or revel in it. She moved instantly and with efficiency, even completely avoiding many opponents for the sake of speed. She was well aware at some point, this place would be showered in blood without mercy. The Nox, and maybe even a part of Heaven's army, would likely face calamity. Damn it. That man truly moves without any consideration for others, Alexandra complained inwardly while slicing through another enemy. She approached closer and closer until she finally landed on the massive flower. There were 19 others on the flower with her. As soon as she stepped onto its surface, the petals closed. The 20 people in the flower were isolated from the rest of the world, and at the same time, a portion of the flower opened up and revealed a beautiful golden honey-like substance there. It was evident what they were to do. The last one standing would win the treasure, while the rest would become nutrients for this plant. Fighting began immediately. But rather than joining them, Alexandra stood back and observed. There was Something strange going on here, and before she found out what it was, even the gods themselves wouldn't be able to move her. Chapter 865 Madness 1. The situation around the heavenly vine soon became chaotic. The Nox and Heaven's army forces clashed fiercely, laying waste to the surrounding environment. Bodies dropped constantly, and as the earth was stained in red, the golden red aura around the heavenly vine began to shift and become redder and redder. With so many millions of troops fighting fiercely, not everyone could stay around the heavenly vine. Several hundreds of thousands of kilometers had been transformed into a battlefield, this whole region becoming a bloody slaughter domain. Near the outskirts of this region, several third-class soldiers fought fiercely against the endless waves of mindless lesser Nox. They split into countless teams and formed a defensive line that absolutely couldn't be penetrated. And even among these teams, roles were properly distributed for peak efficiency. The first role was the tanks. This role also had the most people, as the tanks held the line and drew the aggression of these lesser Nox to allow their teammates to attack. The second role was the damage dealers. These people had highly destructive abilities and precise control, which allowed them to rapidly blitz the massive crowd of lesser Nox and lessen their numbers considerably. The third role was the cleaners. These troops mainly had wide area destruction skills, which they used to exterminate the ink remains of deceased Nox so they couldn't recombine with their comrades and form a greater threat. Within these three roles, there were several subsidiary positions, and even outside of these main roles, there were several other positions. Together, even with their third-class strength, they even had the ability to hold off a small number of fourth-class beings. Boom, a burst of Nox mana impacted a man's shield, KHH. He groaned as he absorbed the impact. Josh, now, on it, a man jumped over his head as soon as he made the call. The man's twin blades slashed through the air with absolute precision, followed by an almost invisible trail of green light. Shing, the cutting of air also symbolized the death of a group of several hundred Nox. The man named Josh immediately retracted his blades and retreated behind the shielded man the second he finished attacking. Boom, a burning ball of light appeared above the two men. It crashed down into the crowd that had formed to replace those Nox who died, spreading a wave of fire several hundred meters into the surrounding. A woman walked up behind the two men, a crystal ball floating next to her head. Josh, Elliot, we can't delay any longer. Let's join up with the main squad. We can't. We don't have any space to move. Elliot yelled back, then we'll make room. Otherwise, we can only die, TCH. Why do I have to do all the work again? Elliot clicked his tongue in unwillingness, but his steely gaze didn't falter in the slightest. Jess, the female witch, was right. They had been pushed almost an entire kilometer away from the main defense line. And with their current situation, only death awaited them. Fuck. Elliot roared. Mana blazed around his body and congregated on his shield. Flaming Bull Run. Voem. Elliot burst into a ball of flames as he charged forward. His every step caused the ground to shake, and the Nox in his path were turned to cinders upon contact. As he ran, Josh and Jess followed behind him, clearing the sides and making sure that the Nox couldn't interrupt Elliot's charge at all. With Josh's agility and Jess' great long-range power, they were able to successfully support Elliot as he carved a path through the Nox horde. Boom. 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 Boom, as the group of three approached closer to the defensive line. The sounds of battle became louder and far more prominent. At some point, the only sound filling the three's ears was that of blades clashing. However, blades clashing, the Nox didn't use weaponry. Boom, Elliot's charge came to an end. A burst of fire spread in all directions around him as he made the final push and returned to the defensive line. However, when the Nox blocking the defensive line from view were cleared, a horrific sight entered their eyes. What is this madness? Jess exclaimed. No matter which direction they looked in, Heaven's army had collapsed. Brothers were fighting each other madly, comrades stabbed each other while laughing indifferently. There was no semblance of order remaining in the ranks. Fuck! What are they doing? At this rate, the defensive line will break. Elliot roared furiously. Josh, go ahead first and try to knock some sense into them. We'll support you from behind until I recover. Elliot's eyes scanned the battlefield as he waited for Josh's affirmation. However, it never came. Josh? Elliot questioned, turning his gaze to his silent comrade. Josh, what's going on with you? Elliot walked up to his old friend and grabbed his shoulder, turning Josh to face him. Josh, spurt. Elliot's eyes widened. He looked down into his friend's eyes. The only thing he saw was madness. His body collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Josh, you. Jess exclaimed. However, she found a speedy blade slashing towards her neck before she could finish. What happened to Josh? She wondered inwardly, panicking. This was a critical juncture where teamwork was of the utmost importance. She didn't expect her comrade of so many years to turn against her here and kill her brother. Her emotions boiled. Josh, I can't believe you'd do this, she roared. She galvanized her mana and prepared a massive ball of fire to exterminate the traitor. What's that smell? Just before she let the attack loose, a strange scent entered her nose. It was an enticing scent of flowers mixed with the scent of blood. As soon as it entered her nose, Jess' eyes changed. Boom! Her fireball exploded in midair, turning into a rain of starfall that flew wantonly into the battlefield and caused a chain of explosions spanning several kilometers. Swish! A blade passed by her neck. Her eyes widened in concentration as she narrowly dodged to the left. Her arm shot out, her hand catching her attacker's wrist like a claw. Keek keek keek, a bout of maniacal laughter left her mouth as a powerful flame transferred from her arm to her attacker's body, burning him to a crisp. Josh's body fell to the floor not far from Elliot's, and as it did, Jess moved further into the defensive line to continue her killing spree. Elliot and Josh's lifeless bodies were left in her wake. Soon enveloped by the force of battle and consumed by the battlefield, however, their blood remained stained in the earth as if to immortalize them. That blood glowed with a slight hue of gold and red. It integrated deeper into the ground, dripping into something like a vein extending below the surface of the earth. If one could see a comprehensive view of the underground, they'd be able to see a massive network of these veins spanning the entirety of the slaughter domain that it formed with. The clash of these two massive forces, and that vein system's center, naturally, it was none other than the heavenly vine. Chapter 866 Madness 2, bang, a body cut through the air and slammed into a pure white wall. Despite the wall's seemingly soft appearance, the impact between it and the man's body was thick and absolutely one-sided. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body collapsed to the floor. Before he could regain his bearings, a lithe figure appeared behind him like a shadow and sliced through his neck, letting his head fly into the air like a firework. That man was the 16th to die. From the group who originally entered the flower space, only 4 remained. Of them, only one was familiar. Alexandra stood in a corner with solemn eyes. Surrounding her were 4 bodies. These bodies were a show of what would happen if one messed with her. As well as her temporary peacebringer, she'd been attacked 5 times so far. The first 4's fates were evident. After they died, nobody else dared to provoke Alexandra, at least, for the most part. The 5th time she was attacked, it was by the same lithe figure who killed that man. The figure was hidden by a cloak of shadows and remained both faceless and genderless. However, if one thing was certain, it was that person's strength. If it wasn't for her twice-tempered body, she would have died under the force of a single one of that person's punches. However, it was strange. After she survived the first attack, that person no longer paid attention to her, instead targeting the remaining experts in the flower space. Now, they'd killed 8 of the 16 who died. Alexandra was wary of this strange individual, but more than that, she was extremely wary of the flower space itself. Their bodies disappear when they die. They're likely being consumed as nutrients by this flower. Alexandra surmised, it wasn't a unique tactic. Most plant species and even several beast species used the same method of evolution to gain strength. It was just, the scale of this time is massive. If this plant is truly able to steal our essence, it will grow into something calamitous. Alexandra's eyes rapidly moved from side to side as she followed that strange person's battles with the remaining 2 experts. It was 1 against 2. But that person didn't seem to be at a loss at all. In fact, it was more accurate to say that they were dominating. The soldiers and Nox below late-stage 4th class are probably already being slaughtered and absorbed. We can't let any more extreme peak 4th class experts die and feed this thing. Stop! Alexandra shouted just as that person went for the kill. Their shadowy head turned towards her. However, the trajectory of their weapon didn't change. 2 heads flew into the air. 2 spots of blood showered the pure white flower space in red. Fuck! Alexandra shouted. Why don't people listen? Before she knew it, that person was in front of her face. They stood silently. Even without their face showing, Alexandra could clearly feel their eyes scanning her. You are not a dog of Azuran gate. The mysterious person muttered, Alexandra made a sound of confusion. Why ask stop? Alexandra furrowed her brows. The last time she heard this choppy speech pattern, she ended up without a body. Nevertheless, this person was a potential ally she couldn't lose at the moment. It's like this, Alexandra rapidly explained her reasoning to the mysterious person. She didn't leave out many details, as long as they didn't concern greater secrets. The rewards in these flower spaces are probably real, but there's probably corruptive mana hidden within. I don't doubt that those who consume these materials will become slaves to that vine. The mysterious person stood silently for a short moment. How fix? Alexandra shook her head. It's impossible for us. The only solution is to kill the heavenly vine so its mana loses effect. Our best path forward is to escape this flower prison and spread awareness, but it doesn't look like that's easy. It was as she said, the flower petals that enclosed the space were harder than most heavenly materials. Every piece of this heavenly vine was a treasure, though that didn't quite matter if they couldn't survive this situation. The mysterious person glanced at the petal walls and nodded. Will. Breakpoint 5 minutes. What? Are you sure you can do that? Wait, in the first place, who the hell are you? The mysterious person flinched at Alexandra's exclamation. They hesitated for a second with their back turned. Alexandra Arcadia Guild, that person muttered. They turned around, the shadows covering their bodies slowly vanishing. Long iridescent blue hair, the divine body of a goddess. This person's form looked far too perfect for it to remain hidden under a veil. However, her face, it was a mangled mess. Shadowy black energy pulsated through the exposed veins in the woman's face, only somewhat contributing to its gruesomely mutilated appearance, if it wasn't for the fact that it was attached to a body. It would have been hard to even call it a face at all. Alexandra's eyes widened. The disgust she felt for a split second was replaced by pity almost immediately. This person used to be really a Easter Haven Sanctuary Guild, one of the first-round entrants of the Void Corridor, and also the strongest of them. How did she end up like this? The battles on the ground and the battles in the flower spaces were all extremely fierce. The stench of death clouded the atmosphere and almost took physical presence due to the sheer amount of it in the area. However, these battles meant nothing compared to the one taking place in the clouds. A massive blast of mana enveloped the sky. Shaped like a dark phoenix, holding the properties of both fire and metal, this attack formed a blazing inferno of death that enveloped the enemy and melted them while corroding their insides. This dark phoenix slammed into a valiant man who stood across from it. A golden red light barrier formed around him and clashed against the phoenix, causing sparks to fly into the air. Sir Theon, you've become weaker. Lucas shouted jovially, let's see if you can still take my attacks. Lucas raised his weapon and pointed it. Swirls of mana covered its blade like will-o-wisps as he pushed it forward. Divine sword style, split sword enhanced style. Lucas' sword split into several thousand pieces. Each sword carrying a different concept from the Bluefin metal laws that Lucas studied. These swords were already powerful individually, having more than enough power to destroy cities. However, when they came together, the preceding explosion was heaven-shaking. Clouds of flame and metal fragments rushed to cloud the entire atmosphere around Sir Theon. The metal fragments were already extremely enhanced, but when they were combined with the force of the explosion and blood element, they became dangerous even for someone at Sir Theon's level. TCH. He clicked his tongue as he swerved through the air and dodged the rain of attacks. His murky black mana acted like a ribbon, trailing his hand and forming a flexible defense that reflected most of Lucas' attacks. Yet, Theon wasn't happy at all. If I was at my peak, dealing with this would have been no problem at all. However, I cannot exert myself to my full capacity due to that conspirator's tricks. The battle was fine right now, but if they prolonged the fight, Sir Theon would absolutely lose due to his existing injury. Theon knew this and Lucas did too. It was obvious what the latter's intentions were at this point. Sir Theon gritted his teeth in rage. Damn it. After I kill this fool, you will be next. Sir Theon immediately charged back into battle, exchanging several thousand attacks with Lucas every second. And as the two fought, they lost the ability to watch their stray mana. Below them, an almost unnoticeable suction force began emitting from the dual flowers at the vine's peak. The mana that these two experts left in the surroundings was slowly absorbed and turned into power by the heavenly vine below them. Chapter 867 Madness 3. Confusion was a dangerous weapon. On a small scale, it didn't mean much at all, but when infecting a crowd, it spread like wildfire. The mental confusion of Heaven's army and the Nox started at the very outer edge of the battlefield where the third classes fought. Out at that distance, the Nox were already mindless, so the effect of the confusion was far less pronounced. Universe denizens turned on each other for seemingly no reason at all, but with them fighting anything that was around them, the battlefield was turned into a fierce melee with no sides whatsoever. This melee was what spread to the inner portions of the battlefield. Within half an hour of the heavenly vines blooming, there wasn't a single sane person remaining on the ground. Everyone from the earliest stages of third class to the middle stages of fourth class turned crazed and clashed. Boom, the atmosphere exploded countless times under the fierce collisions taking place. Several fourth-class beings, both Denizen and Nox, rose into the sky and continued their fights away from the rest of the battlefield. Not because they didn't want to hurt others, but because they had more space to maneuver. These fourth classes used the height of their law comprehension to fight, holding nothing back at all. Little did they know that their presence in the sky only aided the spread of the infection. As the scent coming from their bodies permeated the air, it was absorbed by the heavenly vine and redistributed among the flower spaces on its stem. At that point, the situation saw a second change, not any better for either side. Boom, boom, boom. Originally, there were less than 100 enclosed flower spaces, each holding more than 20 people. However, suddenly, the vine seemed to bloom into something different. Sprouting several hundred flowers that were even larger than the original flowers were consumed by these larger variants, and the total number of peak existences trapped within the flowers drastically increased. Damn it! We just got out, now we're back in the same situation again. Alexandra exclaimed in defeat. How long had it taken Rilia to carve her way out of the original flower space? Just as they thought they could start helping their comrades, they found themselves trapped by an even larger and stronger flower space. Unite.here.kill.enemy. Rilia muttered. Alexandra nodded. You're right. Even if killing is feeding the vine's agenda, we have no choice when it comes to the Nox. It's best for us to unify our side's experts and counterattack faster than the vine can grow. In the current flower space, there were a few hundred extreme peak masters at the very least, and the split wasn't even. A majority of those present were enemies. To rally allies with their current odds and the already disjointed nature of Heaven's army would be difficult, but they had to try. Alexandra immediately put the plan in motion. She rushed to the Denizen experts and began explaining the situation to them slowly, allowing them to completely understand how they needed to move from there. At the same time, Rilia charged into the crowd of Nox and began a killing spree. Unfortunately, the strength of these Nox far exceeded the strength of her previous enemies. She wasn't able to rapidly kill them off like she'd done before. Still, she was an efficient killing machine unlike any other. Her body moved like a shadow. It was a blur in the light that even the greatest trained eye would barely be able to catch a glimpse of. It wasn't a teleportation skill, nor was it some kind of instant movement. Rather, it seemed Rilia had mastered some sort of movement skill that allowed her to move swiftly and elegantly, almost defying the laws of physics the way she ignored gravity. This speed was her main weapon. The massive sickles she used as weapons were truly envoys from the death god. Each time they sliced out, it felt like a soul was reaped. Even those who remained alive could feel their souls losing power under the oppression of those weapons. Though, there were several hundred Nox present, and it was absolutely impossible for Rilia to hold out alone. Bang! 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 She zigzagged through the air to avoid a terrifying array of spikes that threatened to swallow her. Just as she reached the end of her movement path, a mushroom cloud swallowed her whole. Boom! A nearby Nox swept his hand through the air, controlling the explosion to deal the greatest amount of damage possible. Rilia's form went flying through the air, black blood spurting from her lips and chest. Thud! She slammed against the flower wall and slid down to the floor. Tui, her eyes remained indifferent as she spat out the blood pooling in her mouth and stood up again. There might have been an injury, but she didn't feel pain. She was more than okay to keep fighting, and luckily, hey! Don't move so recklessly. An annoyed voice came from behind. Alexandra arrived next to Rilia in the next instant, followed by a crowd of Heaven's army experts. Rilia's eyes widened. Alexandra grinned. I couldn't convince all of them, but the majority are good people. Now that we're all on the same page, let's fight and kill the enemy so we can survive and save our people. Ha! The experts behind Alexandra all nodded solemnly and charged. A massive clash began, a clash that could easily rip a continent or maybe even an entire world into shreds. However, this conflict was contained within a single flower space. If one exited this flower and looked into the hundreds of mirrored spaces in the other flowers on the vine, they'd see similar scenes, however to different extents. There were some flower spaces where the experts realized what was happening and banded together to defeat the Nox and escape. Some where denizens and Nox actually worked together to escape their mutual destruction, and others where the experts simply fell prey to the vine's machinations. No matter which route they took, it remained an absolute truth that a massive number of experts was dying. A loss that neither side wanted to endure at all. The current forces in the Void Corridor weren't a joke. If taken back to Ion, they would make up roughly a fourth of the massive universal ring. If they took so many losses, wouldn't a massive hole be opened in the universe's defense? Unfortunately, The only people who could possibly care about this fact were either trapped in flower spaces or didn't care at all. As a matter of fact, the latter opinion was only held by a single person. The same person who was currently leading Heaven's army for the sake of his own personal gain. That man wasn't even thinking about the universe. His only thought was achieving merit to enter the eyes of his owners in the Bloodlock clan. But how could such a stupid person ever be accepted by the Bloodlock clan, to be so desperate for recognition, yet to not realize the repercussions of causing such severe losses to the army? Why would the Bloodlock clan accept this kind of narrow-minded fool? Of course, their clan was built on a foundation of narrow-minded fools, but that didn't need to be said out loud, right? Nevertheless, the current situation was one that devolved with every second it continued on. Something needed to change, as soon as possible. Chapter 868 Madness. For, if one thing could be considered miraculous, it was the structural integrity of the wild continent, even with a massive war of fourth-class beings who could single-handedly destroy continents and extreme peak masters who were even stronger than them taking place on its surface. Neither the continent itself nor its atmosphere experienced even the slightest collapse. Hell, the most atmospheric disturbance the wild continent had experienced since the opening of the Void Corridor was Damien's constant teleportation. However, no matter how strong an environment was, if it wasn't in the heavenly world, could it truly withstand the collision of forces just barely below divinity? This question was put to the test as Lucas' clash with Sir Theon intensified. Law fluctuations with untold profundity flew through the air like clouds, absolutely raising everything in their path. Lucas was the head of Azuran Gate, an organization under Blood Azura Holy Land, which meant his main specialty was in blood laws. Though his original affinity was for metal, Lucas incorporated this original affinity into his blood laws and created an art that could manipulate the iron in blood, whether it was his own, his enemies, or even blood mana created through mana. This concept somewhat limited his versatility, but his expertise in manipulation made him a deadly enemy. Bang! Sir Theon shot backward, his arms crossed in front of his chest. The armor that covered his forearms had been shattered by the previous attack. Sir Theon spit out a mouthful of blood and furrowed his brows as he charged back into battle, attacking continuously to prevent Lucas from having any opportunities. He already got me. If I give him even a single moment of respite, I will lose here. Sir Theon thought solemnly. As mentioned before, Lucas' ability was to control the metal and blood, even his opponents. The only caveat was that this ability had harsh activation requirements. In the current situation where Lucas had been continuously barraging Sir Theon with blood and metal attacks and injuring him, these conditions had been met. Every cut Sir Theon received, no matter how shallow they were, was corrupted by Lucas' mana. His mana had already formed a connection with Sir Theon's blood, almost nearing the point where Lucas could instantly control the Nox Supreme. At this point, it was far too late for Sir Theon to counteract the corruption. Instead, he could only kill its originator before he could make use of it. His mana raged into the surroundings, forming a human-sized projection behind him. Partial divinity. Sir Theon activated his demonic providence. The projection melded into his body, turning into an aura of divinity that encased him. When it came to demonic providence, Sir Theon's was likely the most literal. He gained the ability to borrow the divinities of demigods who allowed him to. Naturally, not many demigods would agree to such a thing. However, there were several exceptions, one of which was the Saint Emperor who Sir Theon served. Sir Theon felt a rush of power course through his body. He felt the unbridled freedom of a higher existence. The absolute gait by which a divinity carried themselves. His eyes sharpened. His muscles bulged. His attacks became exponentially fiercer and deadlier. Bang! 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 Terrifying bursts of black mana filled the atmosphere, taking on the properties of several elements as they did. Lucas suddenly found himself in an extremely disadvantageous position. His thoughts whirred as he tried to find a way out of his predicament. However, there was no way he could compete with true divine mana. His eyes hardened as a thought crossed his mind. Will I truly be forced to use that here? Within a certain flower space, a reeking smell permeated the air. Several blotches of black ink painted the ground below. Evidence of the hard-fought battle that had just come to an end. Of the several hundred Heaven's Army experts, only around 200 survived the fierce collision, and currently, they rested their bodies and healed their injuries. As soon as they broke out of this place, they would need to go back to battle again. It was best to cherish every moment of respite they could get. Apart from the main crowd, two people sat together. One was a beautiful woman, while the other was veiled in a cloak of shadows. They sat in silence for a very long time. There were many things that needed to be discussed, however, actually discussing them was a different matter. Finally, Alexandra couldn't take it anymore. "Rilia, just what happened to you?" she asked through mental transmission. Rilia glanced over at her and sighed. "My story to is not one worth listening to." Unlike the voice that came from her mouth, the voice that came from Rilia's mental transmission was both beautiful and articulate. Hearing it, Alexandra felt a pang in her heart. She shook her head in refusal. "You are my savior and my comrade. Now that we've been through multiple life or death battles together, I know your character. Whatever is troubling you, I want to help you with." Rilia sat silently for a while. She was a person of few words and even fewer expressions. However, Alexandra could clearly feel the desolate emotion that clouded Rilia's mind at the moment. "I was." Rilia started. "No, my story does not matter. The important matter now is to leave this place and placate the situation outside. This whole thing is a conspiracy." Rilia's heart suddenly spiked. Her mana flared unintentionally, slamming the unsuspecting Alexandra into a nearby wall. "Ah!" Rilia exclaimed in shock. "It's fine," Alexandra responded as she brushed off her clothes and returned to her original spot. "Continue. I want to hear what you have to say." Rilia nodded. "My experience in this secret realm has been a hell greater than hell itself. However, there is still one person I despise most in this world. It was him. It was he who orchestrated everything. The war in the blood-drenched wilderness. The defeat of our heaven's army. It was all within his predictions. However, this void corridor was unpredictable. It was something that no man could ever plan. It sucked us in, it foiled his grand scheme, but it gave way to something greater." Rilia's aura flared again. Her killing intent rose into the sky as they gritted her teeth and continued speaking. "For his own selfish desires, for his own goals, he is willing to sacrifice everyone and everything. Even if he didn't know this heavenly vine was carnivorous, he wouldn't act on it even if he knew." Alexandra's eyes became more solemn with every sentence. Even if she hadn't known Rilia for long, she'd heard the latter's reputation. She was an upright and logical woman, nothing like the behavior she was showing now, and despite the horrors that she seemed to have gone through, she was still sane. This much could be understood by her general demeanor and ability to judge the situation. "With all this in mind, just who could possibly make you so wary?" Alexandra asked. Rilia opened her mouth. She spoke with her true voice rather than mental transmission, as if to enunciate the importance of her words. "Lucas, stream. That is Trader. Chapter 869 Confrontation 1. Will I truly be forced to use that here?" Lucas Stream gritted his teeth as the thought flashed across his mind. There are too many people here. But Sir Theon was relentless. With the strengthening of his demonic providence, Lucas completely lost his original advantage. However, to truly use that meant to abandon almost everything he'd worked so long for. "My position will be in danger as long as anyone who sees me survives. If I leave alone, there will be additional suspicions that will lead to my being exposed. At the end of the day, I must use it to survive." Lucas' eyes hardened. It had been many years since he first converted, and ever since that fateful day when his destiny changed completely, he'd been meticulously planning his steps so he could gain the most benefits from any situation he found himself in. The war in the blood-drenched wilderness was one of these plans. In fact, the blood-drenched wilderness was only coincidentally drawn into his plan, due to the mysterious destruction of one of the Nox strongholds and the death of the Nox's heavenly demon candidate. A buzz of rumors began to spread about the area. Lucas capitalized on this buzz, nurturing it into a wildfire that eventually consumed the entire domain and descended it into chaos. Merely, Lucas never expected a void corridor to open, and he never expected a force greater than his own would also be meddling in the blood-drenched wilderness affairs. Nevertheless, the conditions inside the void corridor were extremely advantageous for him. With everyone dying left and right, wouldn't his plan continue without fail? Especially, his eyes landed on Sir Theon, who was rapidly approaching. This man was the goal of the blood-drenched wilderness plan. The entire operation was a front to lure out a supreme and put him in an unfavorable position. At that point, I can devour him and grow. I am just barely below the line of divinity now. If I can consume a few supremes, I will be able to take the final step. The Nox were a cannibalistic race. No matter how strong they got, the most effective method of evolution was to consume their own kind. Nox worshippers didn't obtain this ability, at least, not upon their initial corruption. However, Lucas Stream was different from the other Nox worshippers Damien had met. Lucas was a man who'd reached the 9th revolution of extreme peak 4th class as a Nox worshipper, and as a reward for his efforts, he also gained several of the Nox's qualities. Of these was the ability to consume the Nox to grow. as Lucas' blood was nearly completely corrupted by now. He was closer to Nox than Demon anyway, therefore, when the time came to make an impulsive decision, he didn't hesitate for long. VOM, an explosion of murky black mana surrounded Lucas. His bloody metal mana was corrupted by this color, turning into a dirty gray color as it swirled in the air. Lucas' form went through a massive change, becoming demonic to the extreme. Horns, wings, a tail, and even sleek reptilian skin covered Lucas' body, exponentially empowering him. Lucas let out a short shout as he charged forward and met Serthian head-on. A murky black aura collided with a partial divinity. The air exploded, space shivered and trembled, and an expansive line of spatial cracks opened up in the sky, polluting the air with chaos. So that's how it is. Serthian exclaimed immediately, "You selfish bastard. You actually dare to consume me." Serthian's emotions boiled. It was one thing for him to battle an expert of the universe, but now, this battle was an internal struggle. A greedy man wanted to bite off more than he could chew. Did he actually think Supremes were soft persimmons? How could Serthian not feel rage? Fool. Allow me to show you the power of a true Nox. He roared, his mana raged, covering his body in a terrifying black armor. Hellflames and black ice surrounded him on both sides, ignoring their differences and melding into a single attack that shot out with utmost ferocity. BBOM. The attack was shaped like a bullet of compressed energy, and its existence already ripped through the air before it even started moving. It approached Lucas at lightning speed and exploded into a rain of icy flames. Lucas' face hardened. His eyes darted from side to side as he judged the trajectory and danger of the attack. His body, now empowered by the release of his true form, moved like a loach as he dodged every single piece of mana that Serthian sent at him. Slowly but surely, he inched closer and closer to the enemy, and once he was less than a kilometer away, magnetic impact, he clenched his fist. The iron that he couldn't quite control because of his previous disadvantage came under his reign. Hack. Serthian exclaimed as his body jerked to a halt. He tried to move his arm, but it felt like it was weighed down by the weight of a planet. Lucas laughed maniacally. A true supreme. To actually try to consume a supreme was insane. Even Lucas was aware of that. The reason he had confidence was his special ability. Unlike others, he had a sort of inviolable control that allowed him to ignore strength differences as long as he could play his cards right. If he could gain control over an enemy's body before they blocked his interference, it was over for them. You are my pawn, Serthian. Your only purpose is to feed me. Serthian was just now learning about the seemingly absolute truth of this statement. He tried to move his body, but nothing he tried mattered at all. After all, his body itself was the chain holding him down. Meanwhile, Lucas circled him without a care in the world, caressing his body and slowly cutting into it as if savoring a delicacy. His mouth constantly moved, spewing an unending rain of nonsense into Serthian's ears. You pathetic being. Allow me to put you out of your misery. Lucas said, damn it. Serthian roared inwardly, unable to open his mouth. He glared at Lucas in hatred as he willed his entire body to move. His mana flared and roared, causing constant quakes in the atmosphere. At some point, Serthian felt a slight portion of his movement ability return, but at the same time, Lucas had already begun slicing into his arm, eating it whole without a care for his surroundings at all. He must have realized it. He must have realized that there wasn't a sane soul remaining in the Heavenly Vine's vicinity. He must have realized what the Heavenly Vine was doing. He simply didn't care. Why would he care about something that didn't affect him? There was a prime meal in front of his eyes, simply waiting to be devoured. The battle in the sky suddenly became strange. Rather than two opponents fighting for life and death, it was more of a standoff between predator and prey. Merely, the prey was still undecided. After all, Serthian was absolutely not going to allow himself to die like this. Chapter 870 Confrontation 2 Finally found you. A lone voice rang out deep underground, far away from anyone and anything existing on the wild continent, well, anything except one. Before the man whose hand slightly trembled as he gazed at it was a ball of light roughly the same size as a two-story house. It was dim and barely glowing, but had an untamed yellowish hue that made it look larger than life. From many days ago, Damien had been searching for this thing. It was the source of the fluctuation that led him so deep into the underground in what he believed was the greatest treasure of the hidden realm. It's similar to a world core, but not quite the same. It looks like this wild continent was part of the established universe at some point. Damien thought to himself, world cores were a product of universal law, so by all means, no secret realm or separated space should be able to birth them. This meant that before it was part of the void corridor, the wild continent actually existed in grand heaven's boundary. Then is this a different hidden realm than the one that opened during previous void corridor openings? Damien had the memories of experts, but he didn't have enough context to know whether they entered the wild continent through normal means or through void corridor. Never mind, the situation outside seems to have reached a tipping point. I shouldn't delay any longer. Damien walked up to the floating sphere and gently placed his hand on its surface. Unlike when he bound world cores, he was extremely careful with this one. After all, it was still a rudimentary world core that hadn't fully formed and materialized yet. The strength of Damien's celestial mana thread would likely cause this construct to collapse. Nevertheless, under Damien's gentle urging and gradual introduction of his own mana, the floating sphere began to expand and change in color. At the same time, Damien's senses expanded far past his body, growing until his perception encompassed the entire wild continent. Oh ho! Damien exclaimed, since it wasn't a complete world core, he didn't gain much world force by binding it, but he did gain a modicum of control over the wild continent. Until I can move this continent out of the void corridor, I won't be able to claim full ownership, but this is enough for now. Damien closed his eyes and focused on the scenes taking place directly above him. Actually, he didn't really need his expanded vision to understand the situation above. But it allowed him to gain a far more precise understanding, though. The massive roots that clawed their way into the subterranean world made the Heavenly Vine's location obvious. Even as Damien bound the underdeveloped world core, the roots fell deeper into the cavern space, growing longer to reach its target. A target that Damien had just stolen from it. He grinned when he realized, am I foiling plans on accident now? How fun! His vision suddenly turned to the stem of the Heavenly Vine. His gaze pierced physical reality and witnessed the happenings of the flower spaces, his eyes narrowing as he did. The extreme peak masters can't keep dying like this. I need to lessen this vine's atmospheric control. He raised his hand to do exactly as he said, but before he could, his eyes caught sight of what was happening above the Heavenly Vine. A surprised chuckle left his mouth. Is this a like father-like son situation? Who would have thought the subsidiary force of that corrupt clan would be corrupt as well? Utterly blasphemous, despite his thoughts, Damien was grinning widely. Another Nox Supreme, didn't that mean, it looks like you're getting a feast today, he spoke out loud, addressing the woman who stood silently behind him. In response, she lightly smiled, her eyes turning sharp with good. It's been a long time since I tasted blood. The crescent moon-shaped symbol between her eyebrows shone with her eyes. However, her time to enter the battlefield hadn't quite come yet. Before that, there was another team who wanted to show their strength, and who was Damien to reject them. Rumble. The battlefield shook, though nobody paid it any mind. There were barely any sane troops left in general, let alone those who had the time to pay attention to the rumbling that had already become white noise to these soldiers. However, unlike their assumptions, this rumbling wasn't the normal sound created by the collision of so many troops. No, something was approaching. A dust cloud approached the battlefield with untold speed, the rumbling caused by its existence becoming fiercer and fiercer with every second. By the time the dust cloud got close enough for its identity to be ascertained, the ground was already cracked and sundered, on the verge of collapsing entirety. Brothers, a booming voice resounded through the world. A man who stood an entire kilometer in height roared, his eyes piercing the battlefield. Eliminate the enemy. He didn't waste any words, and his exclamation was met only with vigor. R-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-H. The cloud giants let out a fierce war cry as they made their entrance into the battlefield. Not only was this war cry a domineering show of power to their enemies, it was an unexpected boost to their allies. The sheer momentum behind their combined roars cleared a portion of the atmosphere of the Heavenly Vine's madness spores. And the power of their roars shook people's internals and loosened the Heavenly Vine's control. For Heaven's army, a portion seemed to have regained a measure of sentience, allowing them to break away from the chaos and truly fight once more. However, the Nox didn't experience such benefits at all. Instead, Finally. Battle. The cloud giants were like berserk executioners. They slaughtered any Nox around them, the records of their past humiliation burning in their souls and empowering them. As they approached the inner battlefield, more and more cloud giants separated from the large crowd that they'd arrived in. Several hundred of them remained on the outskirts with the third classes. Tens remained with the remaining fourth classes, and the rest climbed the vine stem to reach the flower spaces that had been blocked off from them. The advent of the cloud giants onto the battlefield was truly a game changer. Not only did Heaven's army suddenly gain a method to regain their sanity, but they also gained a fighting force of elites that wasn't much worse than their selection of extreme peak masters. When these cloud giants finally made their way through the flower spaces and united with the universe's extreme peak masters, just what kind of show would they put on? It was definitely a question worth asking, but it wasn't a question Lucas or Sir Theon would allow answered at all. The gazes of the two supremes snapped down to the ground. They immediately separated, Sir Theon regrowing his arm. They glanced at each other in tacit understanding. They could fight against each other later. Now that an outside threat had come to stop them, it needed to be taken care of first. Two blurs of black light disappeared from above the flower, and at the same time, a platinum light intercepted them. Were you looking for an opponent? The owner of that light said. His kilometer-tall body was a natural roadblock that couldn't be surpassed simply. He grinned as he faced the two beings in front of him. Come, I shall entertain you for today. Chapter 871 Confrontation 3. Come, I shall entertain you for today. A booming voice rang out, and was immediately followed by a collision. Boom. Two extreme peak masters attacked as one, slamming into the giant leader's body with their full force. However, what were giants known for if not physical power? Ha! I am Galantis, king of the cloud giants. You two Nox scum should be grateful to have a chance to injure my body. Galantis roared and laughed heartily like an old sailor, a completely different demeanor than he demonstrated during more managerial duties, and hearing his ecstatic response, two faces crumpled as one. Receive my strike. Boom. 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 Galantis threw his fist forward without a care in the world, but this single strike was enough to cause countless booming explosions to blanket the sky as the air exploded. Cack, ha! Two groans of pain rang out as Lucas and Sir Theon were pushed back, their blood rolling in their bodies. They looked at each other solemnly. It seemed that the current enemy wasn't something they could defeat if they held back at all. After that single strike, they were already aware of the difference in power between them. After all, even after fighting each other for so long, they both needed to use countless tricks to injure each other. Meanwhile, this giant only needed a single punch. Have you forgotten my existence? A booming voice was followed by a terrifying storm. Punches rang out in bulk with no semblance of physics. Galantis' body moved with the speed of a cheetah despite having the size of an element, and as if his defying acts were recognized by the universe, space continuously threatened to tear open and swallow him as his attacks grew fiercer. Damn it! Lucas yelled in frustration. If he could just get past this damn giant's skin, he would be able to gain an absolute advantage, but it was impossible. Every time he punched out, every time his mana came in contact with that skin, it was repelled as if there was a force field covering Galantis. However, there was nothing of the sort. This was the result of pure physical prowess that matched the elemental prowess of most people's ninth revolution. Sir Theon's eyes narrowed. He could feel the effects of his demonic providence fading away with every second. He still had internal injuries remaining from the mysterious expert's attack, and he was already corrupted with Lucas mana shards. He was by far in the worst position among the three. Even if Lucas is on my side now, I have no doubt he will sacrifice me to save himself if the situation arises. Sir Theon thought to himself, regardless of which side he was on, he'd lose. It was an incredibly vexing feeling, but at the current juncture, Sir Theon had no time to think over it. He could only keep it in mind and plan for the event so he could be prepared when it occurred. Bang! 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 Spurt! Sir Theon flew backwards with blood spraying out of his mouth. Even Lucas was thrown away, unable to bear the momentum of Galantis' attacks. Ha ha ha! Galantis' laugh echoed through the surroundings, inadvertently freeing many people from their confused states. As the battle in the sky progressed, the battles on the ground began to change as well. As more Heaven's Army soldiers regained their sanity, the tides began to turn in their favor. The only problem they had to deal with was the Nox's numbers, but with their current advantage. The Nox's advantage only evened the playing field. Unlike Lucas, who was fully focused on the fight, Sir Theon had been taking in all of these sights. He could feel the tides of this war changing, and he clearly understood who would win in the end, even if the victory was Pyrrhic. He glanced at Lucas as he avoided Galantis' punches. His body swerved through the air, not hindering the battle but not necessarily helping either. Lucas glared at him hatefully, but how could he find time to complain? He didn't even have the freedom to control Sir Theon through the mana shards in his body at the moment. The only thing he could do was dodge, dodge, dodge. I refused to be beaten so one-sidedly. He roared in anger. His aura suddenly flared with the scent of blood, making it evident that he was burning his blood vitality. Sir Theon's eyes widened. He didn't know why Lucas was so determined, but it was all the better for him. He quietly awaited his chance as the other two fought. Galantis didn't care about Sir Theon at all. He could see the latter's injuries clearer than water, and considering the expression currently decorating the Nox Supreme's face, Galantis could guess that something interesting would happen if he let that man go. Nevertheless, Galantis lost the ability to check on Sir Theon soon after. With his blood vitality as the foundation, Lucas' strength skyrocketed. It wasn't just his physical body, but the power of his laws as well. Boom, two fists collided, one natural and the other covered in bloody light. A gargantuan red explosive force spread from the impact and enveloped them. However, neither of them chose to retreat, their fists connected again. At the same time, Lucas maneuvered his mana skillfully to create several metallic constructs enhanced by blood mana. These constructs were vessels for several different law concepts, any of which would be deadly to practitioners under the extreme peak level. Shio. 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 Shio, bang. Bang. Bang, Galantis' eyes narrowed. He could feel microscopic cuts forming on the surface of his skin, while these cuts didn't mean anything in the short term. He had seen a portion of Lucas and Sir Theon's previous battle and understood how this Nox worshipper's abilities worked. It looks like I'll have to get serious. Galantis kicked his foot forward like a Spartan, striking Lucas in the chest and pushing him back. His body suddenly flared with light, beams shooting from his orifices as his aura solidified into something greater. You. Lucas tried to exclaim, however, the fist in front of his face had already struck him by the time the first word came out. Lucas shot backward with the same speed as a comet. He could feel his organs rumbling. There were several internal injuries already in his body, but they'd all become exponentially worse. If this goes on, I'll lose no matter what. Lucas thought to himself. However, the solution immediately appeared in his mind. His mana concentrated in his body as he took control over the mana shards he'd left in his target. He sensed his target's location and prepared to throw him into Galantis to distract him. However, the target is, Shik, a blade pierced through Lucas' chest. Behind me, Lucas' eyes widened in shock. He was too absorbed in the battle and failed to consider Sir Theon's actions. After all, logic said that the duo should attack the Cloud Giant first, since the latter wasn't affiliated with the Nox. Unfortunately, Lucas forgot for a second who he was dealing with. He was irrational, but he was still born a demon. He still understood the prudence that universe denizens learned as they grew. The Nox had no such concept. They would act on whichever benefit would serve them best in the short term. In this case, Lucas' death was that act. Cough, Lucas suddenly coughed. Chunks of organs sprayed from his mouth, mixed with the blood that was already leaking from it. His body started to liquefy. However, it wasn't allowed to complete that process at all. Chapter 872 Confrontation. Hang in there, we're almost out. An exclamation of drive rang through a flower space as those within clashed with the flower's petals in a bid to escape. They'd already been attacking the flower barrier for several minutes, but they hadn't seen any sort of change. Even the spirited shout that spurred them on was one of false hope. It seemed like the only way to escape the flower space was to kill each other and claim the treasure. However, none of those currently alive were stupid enough to even consider this. They'd seen the flower's evolution for themselves. They'd seen how the heavenly vine absorbed the dead to grow. After that, how could they still believe that its treasures were safe? Still, their mentalities meant nothing in the face of the flower space's defensive power. Alexandra sighed to herself as she attacked the wall. She didn't even know how to feel at the moment. How was one supposed to feel when they learned that one of the universe's leaders was a traitor? Was one supposed to doubt everyone and everything from that point forth? Alexandra couldn't bring herself to do that, and while she of course held the desire to do something, she didn't have the power to act on it. I have to find a way to tell him. She thought back to the strange man she'd met for barely any time at all. If it was him, maybe ridding the universe of a great betrayer would be a possibility, but how was she supposed to warn him? Rumble. At this time, the flower space suddenly shook. Muffled impacts sounded all across the barrier as if a rain of hail was battering it. Alexandra's eyes widened. Someone's helping from the outside. Push harder, the others noticed around the same time as her, and their efforts were maximized instantly. Crack. Crack, the barrier began to crack slowly. As the petals were being attacked from multiple angles, the spreading cracks eventually met each other and became more pronounced, and just as the petals began to shatter, rumble, the earth itself rumbled. The heavenly vine glowed with intense golden red light. Rilia appeared beside Alexandra in an instant. Must not leave. She grabbed Alexandra by the arm and rapidly shot into the air. Wait. The bar, Alexandra started to warn Rilia, but her worries were unfounded. Before the duo reached the top of the flower space, the barrier shattered entirely. Alexandra and Rilia shot into the air of the outside world and rapidly retreated away from the heavenly vine, leaving its sphere of influence entirely. Time. Reckoning, Rilia muttered, pointing at the heavenly vine's peak. There, Alexandra saw a sight she'd never once expected. A massive giant stood facing Lucas Stream, who was currently impaled by the Nox Supreme's blade. The heavenly vine squirmed. Below them, the petals of the twin flowers at its peak curling and releasing as if to express excitement. This is just what happened? Alexandra exclaimed. It wasn't just about the cloud giants who suddenly appeared, but the battlefield as a whole. Where did all the troops go? Unless they couldn't have died in the relatively short amount of time that passed, right? Then again, thinking about the sheer number of extreme peak masters who died within that same span of time, Alexandra stopped doubting what she saw. Rumble. The earth shook again, sending vibrations even to where Rilia and Alexandra stood several 100,000 kilometers away. The heavenly vine is moving, Alexandra muttered, before her eyes, the vine squirmed to life. Two massive vines like tentacles shot from the main vine surface, flying into the air and wrapping around Lucas' body. In the air above the vine, Serthian's expression changed instantly. Boom! The air exploded as he pushed away from Lucas as fast as he could, and at the same pace he moved, he clearly witnessed Lucas' body freezing over and being sucked into the vine's mouth, almost as if it was being stored for later. I must flee. The thought was instantly changed into action. Without any care for face or mission, he turned tail and ran away at his fastest speed. In the first place, this kind of conflict wasn't in his pay grade. He was sent to kill a weak kid not even at the extreme peak of 4th class. Why should he entangle with these forces that'd definitely cause his death? And he wasn't the only one thinking so. Galantis pulled away even before Serthian, completely avoiding the vine. In the first place, he was hired help. There was no need to risk his life where it wasn't necessary. The mana shards in my body have become ownerless now that Lucas has been taken by the vine. If I can find a place to sit down and refine them, I should be able to heal back to my peak. Serthian ruminated inwardly. With his power limited, Serthian could fight evenly against Lucas and even escape the heavenly vine. What would his full strength look like, though? Serthian's fantasies remained fantasies. Escape. Maybe if it was a few minutes ago before Galantis arrived, escape was still an option, but now, the heavenly vine's growth was accelerated exponentially after it absorbed the mana of 3 Supremes. And in its current state, bang, it was no different from a Supreme itself. The ground below exploded. A vine as thick as a tree trunk flew into the air, aiming to tangle around Serthian and bring him down. He narrowly dodged in the air, but was met by a second, third, and fourth vine as he moved like a fly, buzzing around without a particular destination. Once the 99th vine exited the ground, the group of vines began to sway in formation. A magic circle appeared around them, increasing their girth and length, as well as imbuing them with certain powers. They now shot out with the power of the earth itself at their disposal. More than that, it even seemed like the vine had certain elemental affinities, likely gained after devouring so many experts. After all, it wasn't impossible to gain an unnatural affinity, merely extremely rare. The prospect of escape, which was barely possible before, became completely impossible. When one entered 4th class, their every attack would be imbued with laws. The form of the attack stopped mattering as much as the substance became more defined. This meant that most people opted to drop their fancier techniques for simpler, more useful skills that could be utilized with speed in a normal battle, and this also meant that the current heavenly vine, even though it was only swinging tentacles around wantonly, was throwing deadly force with every attack. It was especially annoying since the heavenly vine didn't quite know how to control its strength, and Serthian was incredibly unresigned since his internal injuries were the only reason he was so miserable right now. But the reason didn't change the fact that he was miserable. With the vines filled with terrifying law fluctuations attacking him relentlessly, a thought crossed Serthian's mind. Did I offend someone insanely powerful in my past life? There was truly no other explanation for his misfortune. Chapter 873 Confrontation 5 Partial Divinity. Once again, a call was made, however, its strength was nowhere near its predecessor. Under the heavenly vine's suppression, Serthian had no choice but to forcefully activate his demonic providence again. He couldn't summon the Saint Emperor's strength a second time, but he had long made contracts with several Lord-level demigods that he could use in case of emergency. Blade Lord's intent. Serthian's aura strengthened to a new level and sharpened incredibly. His entire body became like a sword, and the blade in his hand started to swing even without his prompting. It was like an extension of his body, something he could control on an instinctive level. Shing, his blade slashed through the air in a mysterious pattern. Sirthian's body weaved through the 99 vines that attacked him, easily dodging and parrying their attacks before counterattacking fiercely. Vines dropped like flies. It was like their previous forcing Sirthian into a corner was a complete lie. As long as the demonic providence is active, I can move while ignoring my internal injuries. However, when it ends, previously, Sirthian used the Saint Emperor's divinity because he was in a critical situation where he needed the greatest power output he could get. However, for his body, bearing a lord's divinity was far less taxing. His efficiency would be maximized at the cost of raw power. At this moment, Sirthian's opponent was a vine that hadn't fully grown into its strength yet. Its sentience was limited, so its control over its laws wasn't refined at all. As long as he could capitalize on his temporary advantage and destroy that vine, he'd end up with benefits that far exceeded the consequences he'd suffer from overexerting his power. I have 5 minutes. I must not falter. His head snapped in the direction of the heavenly vine, his body following not long after. By the time his thought ended, he was already halfway to the heavenly vine's main body. But how could it allow its greatest threat to return? Boom. 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 Vines blasted the ground open with every inch that Sirthian moved. The number grew from tens to hundreds and even until the thousands, endlessly approaching Sirthian and attempting to confine him. Unfortunately for the vine, Sirthian wasn't in his same weakened state anymore. With the Blade Lord's divinity, he truly became a master of the blade. His every strike was filled with profundity and meaning, and his every movement caused the winds to whip in reverence. Slash, he slashed out forcefully, throwing a massive crescent of blade aura into the horde of vines. Shick. Shick. Shick, a strange sound rang out as the vines were slashed into pieces. As they landed on the ground, Sirthian suddenly noticed that they were absorbed into the earth like the corpses of the dead. At this rate, the vine will regenerate endlessly. It's already delayed me too much. 2 minutes passed. Even if it wasn't much time, it meant everything to Sirthian. He wasn't even 1,000 kilometers closer to the heavenly vine yet. And he had several thousand to cross. If every 1,000 kilometers took an entire 2 minutes to penetrate, I'll never make it. Sirthian's eyes hardened. His face turned dignified. It seems I won't be able to escape death today, he realized. But would this realization shake his resolve? Never. Even if he was fated to die, he'd take his enemy along with him. If he didn't try until the end, the possibility of survival would truly become zero. Burn Ivoam. Sirthian's eyes burned brightly, his body suddenly covered in bulging veins. His blood boiled and burned, empowering his aura with its vitality. Damned vine, I will conquer you today. Sirthian's body arched, his head turning to the sky. Raya, he let out a fierce roar. His aura flared several hundred kilometers into the surroundings, letting loose a storm of blade aura that obliterated any and everything in that range. Boom, Sirthian's body shot forward like a comet. By the time his 3rd minute ended, he only had a few hundred kilometers to travel before reaching the vine's main body. At that time, the situation evolved again. The heavenly vine wasn't remaining in stasis while Sirthian attacked it. Its every action to delay him had a single purpose: to buy enough time for it to acclimate. And while that time wasn't completely bought, a massive fluctuation escaped the ground below Sirthian and blasted him into the air. A vine shot through the exploded ground as the rest had. However, this one was inherently different. The flower blooming at its tip was clearly emanating fluctuations of sword aura, likely collected from the dead. Blade aura and sword aura are rivals in the same vein. It chose to fight fire with fire until it can understand proper countermeasures. Sirthian gritted his teeth in frustration. In all his years of life, he'd never been this suppressed by an opponent at the same level. I won't allow today to be the day I suffer such humiliation. Sirthian slammed his feet against the air as if it was solid and shot towards the vine with ferocity, slashing in a specific pattern that was difficult to perceive with the naked eye. Blade Lord's inherited art, 10,000 consecutive slashes. Shuring, his blade aura reached a great level and created 10,000 interconnecting lines that acted as an inescapable net of death. In response, the vine shot out several fierce blasts of sword aura, utterly brutish yet far more damaging than Sirthian's strikes. Boom, the two forces collided in the air in a terrifying flash of light. The air was cut into tens of thousands of pieces, and even the wild continent's sturdy atmosphere slightly cracked under the pressure. Sirthian shot several thousand kilometers in the distance, blood spraying from his body, yet his face was decorated with a grin. Foolish vine, he might have been injured. But the direction he was flying, Sirthian suddenly turned his body and slashed his blade diagonally. Blade Lord's inherited art, absolute dominance. The edge of his blade made contact with something solid. Blade aura overshadowed the heavens. Sirthian put everything he had into this attack. He used the momentum of the explosion to shoot himself towards the heavenly vine and use his final minute to gather every last bit of power that he could. The absolute dominance strike was the full force of a supreme, a force that caused the wild continent's atmosphere to crack into several different pieces. His blade penetrated the heavenly vine's thick exterior layer. Sir Theon roared, his muscles bulging monstrously as he pushed the blade deeper into the vine's trunk. It went deeper and deeper. With every second, another piece of the heavenly vine was obliterated, returned to nothingness by Sir Theon's blade until finally, the final minute of partial divinity was exhausted. Sir Theon's progress, roughly halfway through the vine, his strength faltered, his expression crumpled. "I still not failed," he muttered. The thick trunk of the vine separated into countless strands that wrapped around Sir Theon and dragged him into its body. And in the same moment, "It's time," a voice rang out in the void. Chapter 874 Confrontation 6. While the heavenly vine was dealing with Sir Theon, it didn't stop its attempts to grow stronger. The ferocious vines that were attacking the Supreme rained hell on the main battlefield as well, and unlike Sir Theon that had the ability to fight against them, not many on the ground were the same. Countless people were torn to shreds and absorbed within a single instant, but luckily, the cloud giants had also finished freeing the extreme peak experts trapped in the flower spaces. A fierce battle followed. The extreme peak experts banded together to hold back the vines and destroy them, but facing their endless regeneration, even their power wasn't enough to stop tens of thousands from dying as collateral damage. Alexandra and Rilia were also part of the crowd facing the vines. They swerved together, acting as one and combining their power to create a solid attack and defense that couldn't be penetrated. Unfortunately, the duo had expended a great deal of strength trying to escape the flower space earlier and they hadn't been given much time to rest at all. But bang, crack, a group of vines slammed into Alexandra's earthly defense and shattered the impenetrable wall. Alexandra clutched her chest and calmed her rolling blood as she retreated. At the same time, Rilia moved forward and held the vines back with her strength. Black shadows and liquid swirled through the air as Rilia moved, acting as the only proof of her presence. With her speed, dodging the vines wasn't a problem. But destroying them was another matter altogether. It was fine when she had time behind Alexandra's defense, but in a head-on fight, she was powerless in the short run. Rilia darted around and slashed the vines, but they slammed back at her with the same intensity. In this fierce back and forth, Rilia gradually left a myriad of cuts on several vines, and when she felt that the number was enough, she sliced her weapon, letting a black line fly through the air, directly shattering the vine she'd been targeting. Ha! Rilia caught her breath and moved again, but at that time, a vine appeared behind her, absolutely unannounced. Her eyes widened. She tried to move her body, but the best she could do was offset the impact so she didn't get any fatal injuries. However, in the current atmosphere, any major injury was fatal. Shio, a projectile whizzed past Rilia's face as she slightly moved her head. The cut on her cheek was mild in comparison to what happened to the vine that almost killed her. Crackle, a strangely brittle sound resounded. The vine directly froze within a second and shattered into multiple pieces. Shio! The first projectile was followed by a storm of countless more, causing every vine in the vicinity to shatter. When Rilia and Alexandra looked up, they caught sight of the figure who helped them. Alexandra's eyes widened. Shinue glanced over and nodded before dashing over to a separate group of vines and continuing her attack. Alexandra sighed to herself and took several medicines to heal herself. It looked like a great change would be taking place soon. Just as she had that thought, it was like the entire battlefield froze. The heavenly vine and everything connected to it froze as if paused in time. The Heaven's Army soldiers affected by the vine's control were completely freed in an instant. It was almost like a miracle. "It's time!" The heavenly vine froze as a voice rang out in the void, unheard by all but one. Damien stood below the earth, unmoving from his original position with his hands on the underdeveloped world core. However, his command forced that horrifying heavenly vine to freeze. Why was that? The answer was simple. Damien was now the owner of the wild continent. Even if this didn't give him control over the beings who inhabited it, it definitely gave him control over the flora. Regardless of how heavenly the vine was, it was still a plant that required the earth to survive, at least for now. Damien realized immediately that he could capitalize on this. While he couldn't take complete control over the vine, he could somewhat govern its actions. The vine originally held the desire to devour Lucas and Sir Theon, but it was Damien's influence that caused it to target Sir Theon to such an extent and first entrap Lucas before anything else. "Although I couldn't do anything before, this vine is really unlucky," The root system the vine established to absorb the blood of the dead and attack with its subordinate vines was the very reason Damien was finally able to establish full control over the vine's movements. Damien's gaze pierced the earth and viewed the situation above. Galantis, now. I can only hold it for 3 minutes, he said. His voice traveled through space and entered the giant leader's ear, causing him to grin. Good. I have been wanting to destroy this thing since I first saw it. In fact, Galantis wasn't nearly as powerless as Lucas and Sir Theon. Even if the vine was at full power, he'd be able to defeat it in single combat. The problem was that their fight would span countless kilometers and cause unrestrained destruction. As Damien wanted to save Heaven's army, he couldn't allow Galantis to run wild, thus, the current plan. After he restrained the vine, Galantis would be able to use his full force without repercussions, and if the vine couldn't dodge or block, the collateral damage caused by this strength would be lessened greatly. The Damien and Galantis duo ignored the strange atmosphere on the battlefield and enacted their plan without a single deviation. Galantis's body became a peak weapon as he let loose a flurry of punches and kicks laced with terrifying mana fluctuations. Boom! 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 Rendered unable to react, the vine was forced to endure the attacks. Chunks of its body flew into the air and exploded, its flowers withered, and it eventually began to die. Standing underground, Damien felt that the whole scene was quite anticlimactic. After all the trouble it caused, the heavenly vine was just going to die so easily. It almost felt wrong. However, there was nothing strange about it. This was the result of taking control of every variable and waiting for the perfect opportunity to reverse the situation. Nearly, was Damien ever the person to do this? He finally got to experience what it felt like to be the person controlling things from behind the scenes. No danger, only benefits. Damien cracked a wry smile. It's a bit disgusting. He shook his head and turned around. Let's go up. Staying away from the battlefield is irking me, he said. Plus, it's time for you to eat. The woman standing behind him nodded with a smile. Finally. Waiting like this was so tiring, you're telling me? Damien exclaimed. It's so suffocating that I honestly wish the scale of this battle was a bit smaller so I could participate, but it is what it is. He shrugged his shoulders and held out his hand out. Either way, we benefit most in the end. Zara's smile widened as she took it. As expected of us, the duo vanished, reappearing above ground. Only then did they notice the strangeness of the battlefield. It was normal for the area to be blanketed in emotion. However, this emotion was usually something desolate or fiery. Was it normal for the atmosphere of a battlefield to be awkward? Chapter 875 Rewards. 1. The sudden end of the apocalyptic situation that had overtaken the wild continent left all those who were able to witness it in shock, other than the third classes, who were still too busy taking care of the mindless lesser knocks to notice the changes in the battlefield. All others were simply staring at the motionless heavenly vine as it was beaten into non-existence. Damien and Zara appeared in this very atmosphere, acting oblivious as they met Galantis at the heavenly vine. Young master, Galantis greeted when he noticed their approach. Damien nodded. How's it going? Any benefits? Galantis shook his head with a sigh. None. It seems that the treasures of this vine have all been coalesced into 2 different cores. The first is at the peak of the vine, and the second is at the very center of its body. The first is easy to reach, however, the second. Galantis trailed off and let his words become vague, but Damien understood his intent. Just as there were some tasks that needed to be left to brute force, some tasks required immense precision. Galantis could absolutely claw out the second core, but if he did so, just how much raw material would go to waste? There was no need to even think about it when there was a spatial expert present. Then I guess it's time for me to do some work, Damien said with a smile. He closed his eyes and let his awareness penetrate the dead vine surface. Instantly, he was met with an incredibly interwoven set of structures, so complicated that a headache struck his mind for merely trying to navigate it. Damien furrowed his brows and focused his awareness. This vine, he shook his head and saved his thoughts for when the task was over. Slowly but surely, he unraveled the vine's complex structure, following the traces of aura inlaid within to locate the second core. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief as the crimson red and gold core came into view. And unexpectedly, there was a second surprise next to it. This guy really had bad luck until the end. Damien used his spatial mana to wrap around the 2 objects buried in the center of the vine and carefully displace them, bringing them into the outside world without a single trace of damage. Zara's eyes immediately lit up. Can I go right ahead? Damien responded easily. What else is he good for? He tossed Sirthian's dead body to Zara, who changed into her beast form and began feasting in a way that reminded everyone that she was born a beast. Damien smiled wryly. Zara had come out of her small seclusion while he was binding the false world core. Awakened by the strong breath of Nox mana she felt through her connection with him. And naturally, she woke up hungry. Damien shook his head and let her be. In the end, this was no different from his own devour ability, so he couldn't really comment at all. Instead, he collected the Heavenly Vine's second core, a clear pouch filled with unknown viscous liquid, and investigated the two treasures in his hands. The thought he had earlier cemented itself in that moment: this Heavenly Vine is a taboo existence. Even in the memories he'd taken from the various ancient emperors of the wild continent, Damien had never seen such an anomalous existence. The vine wasn't just able to regenerate from nothing, it was able to absorb people's abilities from their corpses. Such an ability simply isn't possible in the universe's power system. Damien knew well what it meant to be an anomalous existence, as there were none as anomalous as him. In fact, even this ability of the Heavenly Vine was similar to his own void abilities, so it truly comes back to that. The fact that this was a void corridor, a place outside of the universe's jurisdiction, meant that the restrictions and structure of the universal system didn't exist outside. Damien's void abilities, the Heavenly Vine's abilities, and even the Nox's demonic providence were all proof that the Abyss was a place more lawless than any other, but it also meant that the Abyss was a place of endless opportunity. A place where one could obtain reality-altering power if they could survive. The internal core contains all the blood vitality that the Heavenly Vine collected, which isn't very helpful to me. As for the external core, this liquid seems to be the vine's lifeline. If I devour it, I should be able to enhance my samsara intent to a new level. Damien grinned. This time's expedition was really fortuitous. It was likely the least amount of work he'd put in thus far in comparison to what he gained. Nevertheless, there was still one problem. How long has it been? At first, Damien thought the time dilation was constant at the strange rate he'd heard from Alexandra, but after binding the false world core, he realized this wasn't true at all. Rather, the time dilation was always randomly changing at such a subtle and intrinsic level that even Damien couldn't detect it with his current abilities. Such smooth transitions in dilation that didn't even alert those within was absolutely an ability at the peak of time laws. Well, I just hope it hasn't been a month. Damien looked into the sky. Until the void corridor spit them out, they were stuck here. Now that the greatest trouble had been taken care of, the only thing left to do was Heaven's Army. He roared, his voice amplified by mana so it boomed all across the battlefield. Countless beings snapped to attention, staring into the sky at the man flanked by the same giant who killed the Heavenly Vine. Seeing their eyes on him, Damien opened his mouth to speak. Lucas Stream was a traitor. His opening sentence cut through the silence, causing countless people's hearts to skip a beat. Azurine Gate has betrayed the universe. However, we soldiers of heaven are not scum of the same feather. Today, we have an opportunity to achieve a great victory and wipe out the Nox forces of several sectors of Ion. If we win this battle, you will all be heroes talked about for many generations to come. Damien's continued words caused their blood to boil. Flames of vengeance and determination alit in the eyes of those soldiers on the ground and even the extreme peak masters among them. Today, we have defeated the greatest threats. The Heavenly Vine is destroyed, and the Nox Supreme has become nothing more than dog food. Damien directed their attention to Zara absolutely devouring Sirthian's body. Fight. Fight and kill all of our enemies, so we can return to the universe with glory. Damien's final roar shook heaven and earth. The Nox, who just found out that their Supreme was truly no better than dog food, lost their opportunity to take initiative, and as if a rolling tide, the roars of valor spread and infected all Heaven's Army troops present. The war began once more. However, this time, it was nothing more than a one-sided slaughter. The Nox who lost their leader felt their morality drop by several leagues. And without a central power to guide them, their structure fell apart entirely, and dealing with a disorganized crowd, it was truly no different from slaughtering pigs and chickens. Chapter 876 Rewards. 2. Sunlight. It was something taken for granted by those who experienced it, something judged as a natural part of the universal system that would always be present. However, in a time of war, in a time where dark clouds covered everything as far as the eye could see, not naturally but through the effects of countless mana emissions coagulating and polluting the world, sunlight took on a new meaning, as the bright rays of the sun parted the clouds of the wild continent. Showering the cracked and sundered earth with an aura of vitality and power, the dark and bloody battlefield found its resting place. Several million soldiers stood together, kneeled to the ground, cried their hearts out, and celebrated the fact that they were alive. After all, it was truly a miracle. When the number of soldiers was decreased from the tens of millions to the single-digit millions, it became clear just how harrowing the previous battle was. It was difficult to identify it when the battle was viewed through the eyes of the powerful, but in the eyes of these common soldiers, they'd just been through purgatory. Several thousands of healers made their way through the crowds, restoring limbs and healing those who needed it. Some soldiers with immaculate cooking skills began to barbecue, using the meat of beasts they'd caught earlier to create a feast for their comrades. With so many priests and healers around, one didn't even need to worry about the mutation factor that these beasts carried. Nevertheless, as these soldiers shared stories of their heroic battles this time, a few points seemed to maintain prominence, whether between crowds of third classes or extreme peak masters. The first was that incomprehensible heavenly vine. How could they not talk about the entity that almost massacred them all? The second was the cloud giants. If it wasn't for their timely aid, all of the extreme peak masters and a majority of those under them would have died under the combined assault of the vine and Nox. And the final point was the mysterious man who spurred them into action once everything was over. It didn't take long for a connection to be drawn between him and the mysterious expert who originally left Sir Theon with his internal injury. However, they had no way to confirm their suspicions. After all, just as mysteriously as he'd appeared, he'd disappeared into the wind, completely untraceable by all methods. It made some people wonder, was he truly a member of the current society? Or was he a phantom of an ancient emperor who couldn't bear to see his descendants slaughtered? Unfortunately, this train of thought only led to more questions. When these people learned that the man they revered wasn't even at the extreme peak of fourth class yet, how would they feel? Perhaps some of them would directly cough blood and die. That was just too unfair. Indeed, Damien had vanished from the perception of others, but he wasn't necessarily trying to hide. Merely, after the battle ended, he and Zara returned to the Cloud Giant settlement with Galantis. Currently, they stood before the Giant Council once again. However, the air between them wasn't nearly as tense as it was the first time. Old Giant, this time several hundred of your people died helping me. I must thank you from the bottom of my heart. Damien declared, bowing his head slightly. Galantis smiled. No need for thanks. They died honorably in battle, not disappointing our people. I'm sure their souls are content in the afterlife. He said. The Cloud Giants did mourn their dead, but with their past, they didn't attach the same meaning to death as humans did. Still, Damien couldn't accept it. Galantis and his people's help was imperative for his plan's success, and he was never the type of person who didn't know how to reward his people. Regardless, take this bloodstone as a sign of my sincerity. If you use it yourself, it should enhance your strength somewhat, but I'd suggest letting a younger generation refine it, as it will comprehensively boost their physical body and talent to a new level. Perhaps they can even revive your race. Damien took the red and gold bloodstone out of his spatial storage and tossed it to Galantis. Allowing it to fly through the sky until the giant leader caught it in his hands, he looked at it with widened eyes, but eventually smiled. Good. Elder Lu was never wrong in her choice of people, and it seems she's kept her streak today. Damien Void, you will forever be a friend of my Cloud Giant race. As long as it isn't too severe, we will accept any request from you. Any request? Damien asked. Anything that isn't too severe, Galantis responded, emphasizing the latter half of his words after seeing the look on Damien's face. Damien shook his head in wonder. It's funny you mention that, actually. I have an offer that you won't be able to refuse. So there's this place called the Sanctuary. Damien put on his best old fox smile and gave his spiel. The wild continent was his already, so all that he had left to do was convince its residents to become his as well. Nevertheless, it was a long and boring talk that nobody would want to go through if they didn't have to be compared to it. There were far more interesting conversations taking place elsewhere. Heaven's army retreated from the battlefield after a day and returned to their original base camp to live until the void corridor opened. There were still several opportunities and inheritances present, so it wasn't as if these soldiers ran out of things to do after the war ended. Within a certain tent, a group of elders sat with a young lady. Currently in the middle of a fierce discussion. Young master, you aren't lying, right? No matter how many times I hear it, it is simply impossible to believe. A man exclaimed, rubbing his forehead as he tried to make sense of the information he'd just heard. The young lady among the crowd shook her head. No, everything I have said is the truth. If it is necessary, the elders may use soul-searching techniques on me. We wouldn't dare. Several elders exclaimed at once. Ha! Punish her? What a joke, these elders, despite their powerful strength, didn't even have the status to kiss the young master's feet. Shinue glanced at these elders and nodded. Very well. Be prepared to send an envoy to meet with him soon. We must invite him back to the clan. Young master, why should we take such methods for a mere brat? We can just force him to come. An elder suddenly said. Shinue accidentally scoffed, something that surprised these elders who'd never seen her change her expression before. Panning her gaze over them, she smirked slightly. If you wish to bring him by force, you may try. However, do not blame me when you die an early death. He. A giggle rang out at the edge of the tent as Shinue's words came to an end. Master Elise, Shinue greeted respectfully. The woman named Elise nodded in recognition before spreading the fan before her face, her eyes unreadable. Young master. I will personally act as the envoy this time. Do not worry, for I will bring that man back to the clan without fail. Shinue's eyes widened slightly. She didn't know anything that could make this woman move on her own accord, but if she truly did, then it was guaranteed that the task at hand would be completed. Shinue nodded at Elise as she dismissed the rest of the elders. Very well, then we shall leave right now. I will take you to see him. Elise smiled happily, only a modicum of the euphoria she was experiencing internally. After all, she'd confirmed it when she saw him last. It was truly him. He'd finally come. Now that she had the opportunity to meet him, how could she reject it? Chapter 877 Discussion 1. Shinue and Elise arrived in the area where the cloud giants resided soon enough. However, once they arrived there, Shinue paused, unknowing of where to move next. After all, Damien didn't bring Shinue with him to meet the cloud giants, so her only real marker in this territory was the golden palace that seemed to have disappeared. Just as she furrowed her brows, a light fluctuation spread in front of her, giving way to a small section of malleable space, it seems. We've been invited in, Elise said with a smile. Shinue nodded, leading her through the spatial portal and arriving within the Golden Palace's familiar domineering halls once more. The duo traversed the palace until they made it to the throne room, giving Shinue an all too familiar feeling. Just as she pushed open the door, expecting to see a non-committal man uncaringly eating spiritual fruits like last time, a powerful pressure descended. Thud. Shinue was immediately forced to the floor while Elise struggled to keep her balance. Confusion set in instantly. Why was Damien suddenly attacking his allies? But when Shinue finally managed to raise her head and look at him, the questions in her mind vanished. Despite the fact that he was weaker than her, she absolutely couldn't put up any resistance at the moment. Whether that was because of the Golden Palace's suppression or Damien's own icy murderous aura was unknown. Currently, Damien didn't resemble his usually carefree self at all. He sat upon his throne, radiating the dignity and authority of an emperor. His cold and deadly gaze was trained on Elise alone, never even acknowledging Shinue's presence. Who are you? He asked without a change of expression. Shinue struggled to lift herself off the ground and answer, but a hand on her shoulder stopped her from doing so. Thud. Instead, a second knee hit the ground. Without hesitation, Elise kneeled on the ground, lowering her body even further into a full kowtow. Shinue's eyes widened in shock, Damien's brow raised in curiosity. Elise's mouth opened as she introduced herself. Elise handler greets young master. Oh? But isn't Shinue your young master? Damien questioned rhetorically. Elise slightly lifted her gaze so she could see him. Young master, please accept this subordinate. Damien's eyes sharpened. Of all things Damien expected Shinue to bring here, this definitely wasn't one of them. However, his current emotion wasn't something he could explain with words. After all, the feeling he got from Elise was something he'd only felt twice before, and although this feeling was far less defined than the previous two, Damien would never forget the feeling of this specific type of connection. It was a connection of blood. Tell me who you are. You should understand the consequences of lying or hiding the truth, he stated. Elise hesitated for a second. Young master, there are many things that you cannot know. However, I will answer you to the best of my ability. Damien nodded. Then first, what is your relationship with Void Palace and how did you end up in the ancient god clan? He got straight to the point. His words cut through the atmosphere, particularly striking Shinue deeply. Void Palace, it was a force she'd never heard of, but considering Elise's current attitude, wasn't she an outsider who infiltrated the ancient god clan? How was that possible? Naturally, Damien had his own considerations about the matter. There was a reason he didn't send Shinue out before speaking to Elise. Despite knowing clearly what the topic of their conversation would be, and as Elise began to answer his question, he found that his assumptions were mostly correct. Young master, my ancestor is a direct blood descendant of Void Palace. I was raised in this lower universe by my mother, but I have been instilled with countless memories of the past, allowing me to know my purpose for existing here in this place. As for the matter of the ancient god clan, Elias glanced over at Shinue and hesitated for a moment. Speak, Damien ordered. Elias sighed in resignation. The ancient god clan is a force cultivated by my ancestors for the sake of aiding the young master when he finally appears. Shinue felt her heart stop for a moment, even Damien's eyes widened with some surprise. Oh? Expand on that, Elias nodded and continued. The ancient god clan was originally an indigenous tribe of evolved humans living on the boundary of Ion. When my ancestor arrived in this realm, he saved them from certain destruction and began to care for them on a whim. However, unbeknownst to him, the people he saved were far more special than he gave them credit for. Over the years, they evolved and became stronger until their gene pool concentrated to the point of birthing a trait, which later became termed the all-seeing eyes, a reflection of reality itself that pierces through all things. The ancient god clan wasn't originally supposed to exist, and even the ancestor was planning to leave them on their own after they developed to a certain extent. Yet, before he could leave, he was visited by the wanderers of the clan. Wanderers? Damien asked. Yes. The Wanderers are a group of clan members who traverse the upper and lower universes reading the flow of fate and karma. I see, Damien nodded in understanding. From here, he could pretty much understand how events panned out. The Wanderers likely read his future existence in the flow of fate, and after Eliza's ancestor learned of it, he remained behind to cultivate the ancient god clan into a force that could truly aid him. It seems the rest of the clan has been putting in more effort than that damn dad of mine. He scoffed inwardly. Dante was in prison and couldn't move for obvious reasons, but Damien was still allowed to insult him, right? Nevertheless, Eliza's slight bloodline connection with him and the ancient god clan's existence were explained quite easily since Damien already had enough information to guess most of the things Eliza told him. There were probably several secrets hidden within the stories that Eliza could tell, but Damien wasn't interested in them. He already got the answers to the questions he wanted answers to. The matters of Void Palace weren't his to worry about. What was more surprising was the coincidence that led to their meeting. If he hadn't obtained the all-seeing eyes from a random spider in the first dungeon, would he have ever made it to this point? Damien closed his eyes for a second and organized his thoughts. Afterward, he turned to Shinue. She was the young master of the ancient god clan. Learning these things from Eliza likely struck her far harder than anyone else, but she was smart enough to not blatantly deny something that could very well be the truth. Shinue, what do you think about this? He asked curiously. Shinue raised her gaze to meet his own, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. I am not convinced, for simple words, for words of defiance. Her prideful clan was going to subordinate itself to another power so easily. Unacceptable. Chapter 878 Discussion 2. I am not convinced. Shinue's bold words rang through the halls of the Golden Palace without care. Damien smiled in response. It wasn't as if this wasn't what he expected from her. What are you not convinced by? You've seen my strength, you've understood my status. Is there still something that needs to be proved before I can inherit what's rightfully mine? He asked. Shinue gritted her teeth. This method of speaking about the ancient god clan like it was an object. I cannot accept someone like you as the owner of our ancient god clan. She yelled, defiantly staring into his eyes. Damien flashed, appearing not even a few inches away from Shinue, allowing their breaths to mingle. Then, what would it take for you to accept me? Shinue pushed away from him and hardened her eyes. From what she understood about Damien's personality, he wasn't this type of disrespecting and lecherous person. For him to be acting this way, is he testing me? Of course, it wasn't some sort of extremely important test, but it was a test nonetheless. Rather than testing Shinue, he was more testing the ancient god clan's attitude, something which Shinue could represent easily with her status. And from Shinue's reaction, it became clear that subordinating themselves to someone wasn't the problem. The problem was who they subordinated themselves to. In that case, tell me, is there some kind of trial or something? From your reaction, it seems you only want worthy people to control your clan. It shouldn't be too hard to take that position, don't you think? Shinue furrowed her brows. He wasn't wrong. The ancient god clan did have their own trial land that would usually be used in situations like this. In fact, there were several people who tried to control the ancient god clan in the past who failed the trials and died. However, if the ancient god clan was truly created by Void Palace members, didn't that mean the trial land wouldn't pose any problems for Damien, after all? The entire clan was made for him to inherit. Honestly, the fact that several hundreds of thousands of years of effort had been put in for this single purpose was still unfathomable to her. Then again, I have yet to read the clan's ancient records. The ancient records could only be read by those approved by the clan head. A portion of the highest elders were the only ones who received this honor aside from the clan head herself. Shinua was supposed to be granted this authority if she performed well in the Void Corridor, but currently, she didn't know whether she'd still be able to. Nevertheless, she couldn't decide on such a matter, and in the end, she wasn't the one in control of the ancient god clan. When the Void Corridor opens, come with me to meet my mother. Your goal of conquering our clan will depend on her decision. Shinua said indifferently. Damien sighed lightly. It seems you despise me now. Shinua shook her head in denial. No, I'm merely overwhelmed by the things that I've learned. It is natural considering that my entire lifeblood has been reduced to a tool that was created for others. Damien cracked a wry smile, not knowing how to respond. After all, wasn't this sprung on him out of nowhere as well? It was just that, after the conversation he had with Dante, this level of news couldn't surprise him anymore. Void Palace had always existed behind the scenes of Grand Heaven's boundary, even though the Force itself was located in the heavenly world. Damien was smart enough to understand that a good portion of his development was likely influenced by Void Palace's guiding hand. Now that he'd grown, this guiding hand showed itself before him, allowing him to decide how to use it. Very well, he said, I will accompany you to the ancient god clan once we leave the Void Corridor. Until then, do as you please. The resources in the palace are free to use. With those words, Damien vanished, entering the sanctuary to train by himself. The atmosphere between Elise and Shinua froze the instant he left, making it evident that some extremely emotional conversations were about to take place, but that was between the two of them. Damien had no interest in what the ancient god clan felt about the truth of their existence. In the end, he had nothing to do with them before he met Shinua, which also meant that their problems were unrelated to him, at least, until they accepted him as their ruler. When that day came, they'd received the same treatment as his subordinates, but before that, he didn't deign to waste time on them. There were more important things to be done. Mainly, increasing strength. Regardless of how long it's been, the Bloodlock clan's pursuit will begin soon. I need to be prepared to face a few extreme peak masters at the very least. In the worst-case scenario, I need to have countermeasures against a supreme. Damien sat in his own personal training area with the Heavenly Vine's life sac in his grasp. He lightly cut open the top, using space to maintain the sac's shape and disallow the liquid from spilling. Immediately, a strong aura of life and death blasted the atmosphere. Damien inhaled this breath with his eyes closed. It's more life aura than death, however, the duality of the two concepts is still reflected here. Unlike my previous life and death comprehension, however, the concept he felt within the Heavenly Vine's lifeblood was intrinsically tied to the concept of siphoning. The life laws taught one how to siphon other people's life force for oneself or even share their own life force with others. This concept was similar to heal, however, heal was a far more refined version. Heal was able to siphon life aura from the universe itself for healing purposes, which was why it was so surefire. Nevertheless, just as it could siphon and control life, the Vine also learned to emulate these effects with death. It's like a curse. The concept is just like the life bullets I used to kill the Nox at the first few strongholds, but before today, I wasn't able to perfectly define these laws. Damien had been using a rudimentary form of this ability without knowing how to grow it. The addition of the Heavenly Vine's comprehension into his own would be a massive boon, more than he ever expected to receive from this life sac. Devour. His mana enveloped and consumed the entirety of the liquid and even the pouch it came in. Furious waves of power tumbled through Damien's body as he accepted and acclimated to the Heavenly Vine's power. Damien quietly incorporated this new strength alone in the void, and as he remained unaware of time, it passed faster than ever before. It was unknown how many days passed before he opened his eyes, but when he did, he was immediately met with several urgent messages requesting his presence. According to those desperately contacting Damien from the outside world, the Void Corridor was finally opening again. Chapter 879 Vengeance 1. The Void Corridor Experience. None could truly pinpoint how to describe it. Of the first batch of entrants, the only ones seen alive thus far were Damien and Rilia. However, there were more survivors than just them. 2 years passed before they met outsiders again. Unlike Damien, who was constantly hunting inheritances, and Rilia, who was trapped in an inheritance site for that time, the others were forced to acclimate to the wild continent's ecosystem and ingrain themselves into it. This was the method Ezio chose to keep his people safe. He and the Roaring Dragon Cavalry took it upon themselves to unite all the survivors they could find and establish a base camp to the far south of the continent, far away from any of the action that had taken place. Thus far, of course, they were still attacked by plenty of Nox beings, but with their position
The beings who found them were never strong enough to become a threat. Currently, the survivor group had just undergone a mass migration. They left their camp behind for the first time in 2 years and made their way to a specified point. When they arrived, they were met with a large, swirling black portal. It's finally time to go, Ezio thought to himself. After these few years, he'd become used to the wild continent, and it'd be a lie to say he wouldn't miss it. Several people had sacrificed their lives here, allowing the majority to survive. Even a new member of their roaring dragon cavalry ended up missing, never heard from again after leaving them on the battlefield. I can only hope that boy is okay, he sighed to himself and took his first step, prepared to leave the wild continent once and for all. But at that moment, a change occurred. A terrifying pressure descended, not aimed at those on the ground, but merely passing by them. A large structure flew through the air. It was a golden chariot that emanated the same energy as a starship despite its regular size, a chariot that barely came into view before it disappeared into the void corridor along with the massive aura that accompanied it. Ezio and the others only got a brief glimpse of the personages who could occupy such a vehicle before they were gone. However, was there something wrong with his eyes? Ezio could have sworn that he saw a familiar face among them. What a joke! How could such a thing happen? He truly must have been getting old. The fresh air of the blood-drenched wilderness, though it carried a heavy scent of blood and an inexplicable feeling of death, was like holy water to those who exited the wild continent. Although their time within wasn't anything special, not even lasting more than 2 months, they'd experienced so much that they wished they could immediately retire for the rest of their lives. However, even compared to the joys and emotions of those who survived the void corridor, the emotions of those waiting for them on the outside were far greater. In the records of the past, not even a few thousand people would survive until the end of the void corridor openings. When hundreds of thousands or even 1 million Heaven's Army troops piled out of the entrance, how could their hearts remain stable? When they heard about what happened inside and saw that not a single Nox made its way out of the corridor, their joy turned into utter ecstasy. What a victory! In that final battle and the days that preceded it, Heaven's Army was able to eradicate the Nox forces of several territories spanning almost half of Ion's distance. The fall of Azurin Gate, the appearance of the heavenly vine and mysterious expert, the cloud giants, everything about the void corridor became a mythical story that was documented for the history books to be included as one of the very few void corridor openings to ever take place. The effects of the void corridor were slow to spread through Ion due to its sheer size, but it was certain that Heaven's Army, at least in Ion, would gain a definitive advantage over the Nox, all thanks to the machinations of just a few people. Though, the name Damien Void didn't resound through the heavens and strike fear in people's hearts. Rather, the name Damien Void wasn't mentioned at all. The only people who knew of his existence apart from Shin-Yue were two, and he was certain that neither of them had the guts to oppose him for no reason at all. The fact that he was both the main contributor to Heaven's Army's victory and the person who put in the least effort would remain known only to him. Currently, Damien was already several million miles away from Ion. He, along with the Ancient God Clan, was on their way to the Ancient God Clan's hidden world for the sake of continuing their previous discussion. However, even as they moved, Damien's sharp gaze remained in the sky. He read the time flow. It had been roughly a month since he fell into the wild continent, therefore, a grin spread on his face. Things will get interesting soon. Far away from Ion, in the Divine Realm, there was a certain world isolated from the rest. The chaotic space that surrounded it allowed it to maintain a natural defense that even blocked demigods, and the reputation that this world itself had helped it block any threats that the barrier couldn't. This place was none other than Death Emperor Star, an inheritance ground, a death zone, and the home of the universe's most prestigious academy. At this moment, a swirling iridescent blue light was blanketing the institute. With every second that passed, a new figure would materialize on the ground and become physical. Finally, the celestial realm opening, the progress examination, was over. 3 months had passed both swiftly and extremely arduously, but now that they were over, it was a lie to say these geniuses weren't left with a sense of loss. Nevertheless, as more and more people exited the realm, word began to spread and rumors began to circulate. Rumors of the celestial realm's mystical environment or treasures were prevalent. But even more than them, the Heavenly King, this title began to spread like wildfire, and unbeknownst to these geniuses, many fates attached to this title started to interweave in that moment. It began with the escape of a single strand of mana from the celestial realm. A memory that had been trapped for several months finally made its way to its destination, traveling across millions upon millions of kilometers in a few instances and reaching a collection of worlds located in their own section of the divine realm. The strand of mana flew through the several mystical structures of these worlds until it arrived at a specific reddish-black castle near the summit of the largest world.
Kacha, without interference, it entered between the eyebrows of the man who populated that castle. Boom, killing intent immediately flared, tearing down the castle walls. The man's aura roared and raged into the heavens, growing so titanous that it almost eclipsed the entirety of the world he resided on. His eyes burned with fury as he watched the scenes that the Manistrand offered him. Hey, hey.my name.camera.shy.seeing each other. Ta. The words of the man who turned his son into an abomination were choppy as if the signal had been interfered with before he finished talking, but with the man's comprehension ability, understanding a portion of what was said wasn't a problem. It was humiliation, open provocation, and what was worse, his son wasn't even left with a body. He could clearly feel that his son's existence was erased from the universe entirely, an act that would even prevent him from reincarnating through the wheel of samsara like all others. Damien. The man roared, his voice boomed through the world, sending cracks through its foundation. However, he clearly didn't have any plans to calm down. His aura flared further as he roared with all his might. Mark my words. I, Arthur Bloodlock, will avenge my son. Boom, the world collapsed under the weight of his aura, and the universe took note of his determination. At this very moment, Damien earned the unquenchable hatred of a supreme. Yet again, Chapter 880 Vengeance 2. By the time he calmed down, Arthur was already within Blood Azura Holy Land's main world. This world was located in the center of the galaxy cluster that the Holy Land presided over, and when it came to size, even a few calyptos could be stuffed within before it was full. It was truly a wondrous sight to see constructs the size of mountains, a society that grew far past the limit of the world's holding capacity. But this overpopulation and the industrial development that followed was really caused by the selfishness of one man, a man who created a palace the size of a world as a symbol of his status as this galaxy cluster's master. Arthur stormed through the halls of this unnaturally sized residence and sought an audience with the demigod who built it, a request that was granted soon enough. Arthur walked through the halls and arrived in a secluded room. It was small and slightly musty, completely unlike what one would expect from a demigod like immortal Blood Azura. Especially when considering his whims while creating the palace itself. Holy Master, Arthur greeted respectfully, bowing a full 90 degrees. For what purpose have you come? A response came from the robust old man who sat silently in the middle of the room. He didn't open his eyes, nor did he change his meditative posture, but the breath he radiated inherently made Arthur feel reverence. This wasn't the reverence between parent and child, but between God and servant. In immortal Blood Azura's eyes, blood relationships were weaker than dust. After all, if he truly wanted to, he could forge his blood to match anyone, technically relating him to all beings in the universe. Arthur bowed before this man he never once considered his father and begged for permission like a son. Holy Master, my son has been mercilessly tortured and slaughtered. Please allow me to seek revenge. Who is your son? Immortal Blood Azura asked non-committally, responding to Holy Master, my son's name is Revis Bloodlock. Immortal Blood Azura sat without speaking for a moment, but soon responded, very well. Do as you please. However, do not involve the sect in your troubles. Arthur's eyes lit up. Thank you, Holy Master, he proclaimed. After another deep bow, he immediately left the room. Immortal Blood Azura wasn't someone who approved intrusions, and the way he projected himself to others was as an overbearing tyrant, so nobody dared to stay past their welcome. Left alone, Immortal Blood Azura let out a small sigh, sweeping the dust in the room into the air. His languid eyes seemed like they'd seen everything there was to see and had grown numb, but at the moment, there was a twinge of something else hidden inside. Rage? Curiosity. The origin of this emotion was unknown, as it wasn't something he was used to feeling. In fact, it was strange for him to feel anything at all. Was it because one of his grandsons died? Impossible. He had several thousand grandsons, and most of them were incompetent. He didn't care about the death of a grandson whose name he couldn't even be bothered to remember. Then, was it because one of his sons, a direct descendant, one with enormous talent at that, was aggrieved by this loss? That was even less likely. For those Immortal Blood Azura approved of, he was a devil greater than any other. If they couldn't survive the trials that life beset on them, they weren't worthy of his approval. Then, just what was causing this strange feeling? Immortal Blood Azura muttered. He realized where this feeling came from. An ant dared to smack his Blood Azura Holy Land across the face so openly. Some random fly in the universe dared to do something that even other peak influences would have to hesitate before doing. Wasn't it interesting? No, to be more accurate, it was comedic. It was utterly laughable that someone so idiotic existed in the world. Hakaka. A strange sound came out of the mouth of the man who hadn't laughed in hundreds of thousands of years. As he tried to remember the feeling, it was almost a shame that he'd already reached his current impossible boundary, for he couldn't go crush this ant himself, however, since one of his progeny was already on the job. There was nothing to worry about. Blood is sure a holy land's sturdy foundation, just who could shake it? That person simply hadn't been born into this universe yet. The first destination was naturally hidden Death Valley. After gaining immortal Blood Azura's permission, Arthur immediately boarded his spirit ship and rushed to the academy at his fastest speed. When he arrived on Aroth, he immediately galvanized his aura and made his presence known. After all, even he had to be cautious. Around the rulers of hidden Death Valley, the portal on the satellite world activated within seconds of Arthur's aura eclipsing the world. A gentle force pervaded the air and offset the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the world's residents. "Arthur, we haven't seen each other in hundreds of years, and this is how you greet me." A sagely old man stepped out of the gate, revealing himself as the hidden Death Valley director. "Alucard, you must already be aware of the purpose of my visit. Do not try to stop me from entering your institute," Arthur proclaimed coldly, referring to the director by a name that only a handful of existences in the entire universe had the privilege of knowing. Alucard, the director, glanced sideways at Arthur. He could clearly feel the latter's deep-seated killing intent and hatred. However, there was nothing for him to do here. He shrugged and responded casually, "I'm aware that some kind of accident has taken place. You may go in and investigate, however, if you cause trouble, you are aware of what will happen." Arthur didn't respond, instead directly walking through the portal and entering Death Emperor Star. Looking back at his receding figure, Alucard cracked a small, imperceptible smile. "Was this your purpose all along?" He wondered, thinking of a certain genius he had the pleasure of meeting. "I've seen countless insane geniuses throughout the years, but I've never met one who purposefully provokes impossible enemies to kill him. Damien Void, will you be able to escape this self-created catastrophe? Or will you fall to your own ego? I'm quite interested to find out." Either way, there were no traces of Damien left in hidden Death Valley. Without at least this much mystery, the chase wouldn't be any fun. Therefore, while Alucard erased Damien's existence from the academy, when it came to those who attended it, well, it was simpler to say that it wouldn't be impossible for Arthur to find his son's killer's identity. "I definitely can't miss that moment of realization. Should I capture the image and give it to that boy later? I still haven't rewarded him for his efforts in Calypto." Alucard walked through the gate and re-entered the academy. As he finished his thoughts, he was really glad that such a genius had been born, because as long as he was active in the universe, fun things were guaranteed to happen. He was truly a lucky star. Chapter 881 Quest 1. A golden chariot landed in a world painted in platinum. This was none other than the ancient god clan's hidden world. Located within the folds of space roughly 30 million kilometers away from Ion, this world had remained undiscovered for over 100,000 years. No matter what kind of illustrious existence passed through the area, the world was similar to the concept of Elysium. It was a truly beautiful sight, filled with brilliant color and various strange structures Damien had never seen before, but when it came to architecture, he was a bit jaded. At this point, after visiting so many worlds and experiencing their cultures, he'd come to a realization. Regardless, it all served the same purpose, didn't it? Architecture was a large part of culture, but all cultures were rooted in other cultures. When it came to the universal scale, even hidden clans like the ancient god clan could be influenced by others, particularly if they'd been raised by an outside force from the beginning. Even though there's a lot of unnecessary nonsense added, these structures basically mimic Earth. However, when the ancient god clan was formed, humans didn't even exist on Earth yet. "Well, it's probably that old bastard's doing." Damien waved off the thought, instead activating his eyes and peering into the folds of reality, clearly following the countless intricate linear patterns that interweaved in the air and created the grand formation that concealed this world. This kind of workmanship, is it even possible for a demigod? He wondered. Powerful demigods could easily create phenomena on a world scale, but this type of grand formation was different. The amount of effort and skill that went into this creation was far more impressive than its scale or power. As Damien continued to observe the formation, Chinuet and Elise led him through the clan, headed for the main building situated in the southeastern hemisphere of the world. The trio was flanked by the remaining elders who entered the void corridor. However, each and every one of them was silent at the moment. After all, of them, not a single one approved Damien's continued existence. It was merely due to Elise and Chinuet's order that they stayed their hand. This group eventually made their way through the shining metallic world and entered the main building. traversing the halls until they came upon a humble dining room, in which a table was already set for them. Please take your seats.
The Lord will be with you in a moment,
a nearby maid stated, flicking her fingers and causing all the seats at the table to pull out. The invited guests took their seats, with Damien at the foot of the table. Xingyue and Elise separated from him, taking their seats nearest to the head of the table. Just as they finished arranging themselves, a beautiful woman appeared in the room. With her beautiful snow-white hair and skin and her piercing light blue eyes, she was almost like a version of Xingyue that had already reached her prime and sat stably there. Mother, clan head. The ancient god clan members stood up and bowed with respect as she entered. Damien watched them in amusement, not bothering to follow their example. The woman glanced at him for a second before waving her hand, ordering the elders and Xingyue to take their seats. Xingyue, you seem to have brought something interesting, she commented after taking her seat at the head of the table. Damien glanced at her, but chose not to speak. As he was in someone else's territory at the moment, he at least had to give them a chance before he responded in kind. Still, what an attitude to have towards a guest. Damien thought sarcastically as he watched Xingyue explain his existence to her mother. As the story progressed, the white-haired woman's expression crumpled further and further, and when it finally got to the point where Elise got involved, all of the other elders were immediately dismissed from the room. Damien sat and watched her try to rationalize his existence in real time. Her expression changed at least 16 times within a single second as she decided how to deal with him, and the number of times her killing intent spiked was roughly half of that. It doesn't look like I'm as welcome as Xingyue and Elise expected. Then again, this woman could also be the problem. Damien stopped paying attention to them and spread his awareness, blanketing the entire world in his perception. From what he understood about the ancient god clan, it wasn't an inherently matriarchal or patriarchal clan. Instead, they had two clan heads, one from each gender, who ruled together. This woman was one of them, and though she wasn't Xingyue's birth mother, she was being called mother all the same. Damien was looking for her father. He wanted to have a conversation with the ancient god clan, and that didn't seem like something he could achieve with this woman. After all, despite his continued presence in the room, she had yet to acknowledge him besides her small provocation when she first entered. Ha, stuck-up people exist everywhere. I'm too old to be dealing with this shit, especially when it's coming from a demigod who should be old enough to know better. Damien knew that searching for a demigod with his awareness was futile, but he still did so in hopes that the second demigod of the clan would notice his intentions, and as he wished, within a single second, a strange fluctuation decorated the corner of his perception. He glanced sideways at Xingyue and her mother, and seeing as how that woman was still trying to find ways to show her superiority, he gave up on it. He didn't even bother to listen to the details of their conversation. He simply left. You, an exclamation followed his disappearing figure as the woman shot to her feet and flared her aura. But just as she did, Katja, a second aura fluctuation broke her pressure. Her eyes sharpened. She gritted her teeth in frustration, but she didn't move, glaring daggers into Damien's soul as he disappeared. When he materialized again, Damien found himself at the edge of what seemed like a forest that was made entirely of a platinum metallic substance. A man stood within. His figure wasn't robust and was instead more feminine, especially when it came to his facial features, but his beauty couldn't be denied. This man was the type of person who could make people fall in love with him by merely walking down the street. So you are the successor prophesied by future generations? The man asked. Moving his perception along Damien's body, Damien shrugged in response. That's what it looks like. I also only learned of this a bit ago, so it's not like I can give you answers you don't already have. The man nodded with a slight smile. However, isn't this quite a strange way to carry yourself in this situation? I am either a hostile demigod or a subordinate, and you are currently treating me like neither. Then, what do you want me to act like? Damien asked. The man paused and shook his head wryly. It is not important. I have observed your bloodline, and I can say with confidence that you are the one prophesied by the ancestors. Such a unique bloodline identity is not something a regular genius can possess. The man turned around to face Damien, closing the fan in his hand matter-of-factly. I am D, the primary head of this ancient god clan. Today, I shall decide whether you are worthy of the mantle you have been gifted. Chapter 882 Quest 2. I am D, the primary head of this ancient god clan. Today, I shall decide whether you are worthy of the mantle you have been gifted. Damien furrowed his brows upon hearing those words. Quite a dreadful feeling filled his body. Clan head D, since you're treating me with sincerity, I'll do the same with you. He began. Currently, my time is extremely limited. I do not have the luxury to take 300 different trials to gain the acceptance of the ancient god clan and its people. He continued, looking directly into Dee's eyes. I will not complain about the treatment I've received here, nor will I complain about the main trial you give me. However, I will not go through any trial for anyone who doubts my strength or potential. Frankly speaking, I really don't care about the ancient god clan enough to put that much effort into you guys. Damien finished his words on such a note, unwavering and steady. He wasn't lying at all, ever since he came to the divine realm. Damien had been facing trial after trial, all arranged by people who wanted to see his potential and help him because of it. There wasn't inherently a problem with this, but Damien was tired of it. He couldn't stand constantly moving at the whims of other people to prove himself. After all, he knew his strength better than anyone else. Even before he entered the Void Corridor, he was able to fight against late-stage 4th-class enemies without much trouble. At that time, his ability was capped here because the 9 revolutions of extreme peak 4th class each produce a great level of power that anyone under that level would be hard-pressed to compete with. Now that he'd digested all of the boons he received in the Void Corridor, including the Heavenly Vine's lifeblood, now he was sitting comfortably at level 399, just barely reaching the cusp of the extreme peak level. He wasn't quite there yet, but he didn't doubt that anyone in their first or second revolution would have a difficult time dealing with him. He had just hit 30. On the universal scale, there were barely any geniuses who could match his current achievements. When it was taken into account that he hadn't even been leveling for 15 years yet, that number became 0. Needless to say, Damien understood his current worth, and he was no longer prone to act along with the wills of others if he didn't have to. Besides, when it came to new forces, Damien smiled slightly. Hadn't he just received a semi-large force for himself? He had to wonder what the empty inside of the Void Corridor looked like. Nevertheless, Dee looked at Damien quietly as he finished his words. Even though he didn't show any hostility, the strength of his gaze made Damien feel like his soul was being sucked out. He stood his ground and endured for an entire 5 minutes before Dee retracted his gaze. Very well, Dee said. It is normal for supreme geniuses to have their own pride. Boy, let me tell you this. The current ancient god clan has no interest in being controlled by you, just as you have no interest in controlling it. However, as we are bound by fate, this is not an outcome that can be avoided. Our clan was built on the foundation of that promise we made to the founder. If we renege it now due to our pride, won't our clan suffer the consequences? Dee sighed and put his hand on Damien's shoulder. This clan already belongs to you. In truth, regardless of what tricks we use, the fact that you've stepped into this world means you've already claimed ownership of our clan. He waved his hand, removing the facades of the world for Damien. Reality didn't change at all. But for someone with all-seeing eyes, the veil of reality meant nothing, so that's how it is. Damien muttered as he observed what Dee showed him. The Grand Formation isn't just a concealment formation, but a sort of ethereal prison that houses the ancient god clan. It wasn't a physical prison, but rather, a prison of soul. The souls of the ancient god clan members were intrinsically connected to the Grand Formation, and they were entrapped by its laws. If someone gained control over this formation, controlling the life and death of the ancient god clan became possible with a single thought, even if the one that needed to die was a demigod. Damien flicked his finger in the air and watched the force of his mana resonate through the Grand Formation. This, he muttered under his breath, belongs to you. Dee finished his words. The moment you stepped into this world, the Grand Formation transferred control of its mechanisms to you. Ran likely sensed this as well, which is why she chose to antagonize you previously. A little stupid to antagonize someone who controls your life, Damien scoffed. Then again, he knew clearly that Dee wasn't lying. After Dee removed the veil covering his eyes, he could feel the instinctive control he held over the formation. In the end, he sighed to himself, even if I can't obtain their approval, they'll be forced to follow me, but that will negatively impact the performance they display on the battlefield. Regardless, I have to do something to earn the trust of the clan, not a menial task to gain Dee or Rant's approval, but a true quest that could grant him the submission of any and all ancient god clan members in existence. He shared his thoughts with Dee, who quirked his brow in surprise. Are you certain? He asked. I am, Damien responded. Dee nodded. Then I shall give you a task. However, the reason for this task's difficulty is a bit strange. He said slowly. Dee pulled up several holographic projections displaying a portion of the universe that Damien had never seen before. The ancient god clan has 3 ancient artifacts that double as the lifeblood of our clan. He began. The first is the mist-piercing mirror, the heavenly artifact that allows us to control the spread of our bloodline and prevent outsiders from tainting our clan's lineage. As we've learned in recent days, it doesn't seem to work on those that the mirror approves of. Dee finished with a smile. The second treasure is the Ultran Star Cruiser, a Star Destroyer-class battleship that was gifted to us several tens of thousands of years ago. Unfortunately, the Ultran Star Cruiser was destroyed in war 10,000 years ago, the final treasure. D said while flipping the holograms in the air, his voice turning far more solemn than before. The image of a strange nondescript bead appeared on the screen. The final treasure is the Genesis bead, our clan's true lifeblood and the origin of our all-seeing eyes trait. As Damien looked through the various images he was provided, he got the gist of what he had to do. To say he wasn't excited by the prospect wasn't a lie. See, this was the type of trial he didn't mind taking at all. The Genesis bead is currently on Beast Emperor Star in the hands of the Golden Dragon God Beast clan. Your task is to go to the Beast domain and retrieve the Genesis bead using whatever means necessary. D glanced at Damien with an imperceptible smile. What do you think?
Can you do it? Damien grinned. It was just as he expected, a new place he'd never been, new treasures for him to plunder, and new enemies to boost his progress. There was only one word that needed to come out of his mouth at this time, and he spoke it with absolute confidence. Absolutely. Chapter 883 Undercurrents. 1. Absolutely. Damien's direct and bold response made D smile. It was clear that the young genius had no scruples about taking on such a dangerous task, despite the seeming impossibility. If anything, he could definitely respect Damien's courage and mentality. This jade slip contains all the information you'll need for this mission, including the general structure of the Beast domain and the kind of forces and phenomena you should expect there. D continued, passing a jade slip to Damien. This task will be difficult, and you will likely fail. However, if you can make it to Beast Emperor Star and negotiate with the Golden Dragon clan, even if the negotiations fail, I will accept it as a success. Damien raised his brow curiously. Isn't that a bit counterintuitive? He asked. He didn't understand why he'd been given a mission objective that wasn't even required to complete the mission, especially on a mission with the significance of this one. D didn't let him stay curious for too long. This time, you will have a strict time limit to complete this task. If it cannot be done in 3 months, it is meaningless either way. Far more important events will begin at that time, making us lose our final opportunity to regain our treasure for many years to come. Damien looked at D with a look that told him to continue, disinclined to beg for more information. D shook his head with a smile seeing Damien's strange behavior but indulged the young genius anyway. In 3 months, an event called the Grand Assembly will begin. This is a pivotal point for the Great War, therefore it is something everyone with some prominence in the universe must attend. Even you, Damien Void, as a peak genius of the universe, are required to show your face there. Bang, an explosion went off in Damien's head. Grand Assembly, weren't those the 2 words he'd been trying to hear for so long now? The event where the human domain would join the rest of the universe in planning a final counterattack to end the war completely, the event that acted as Damien's greatest connection to the human domain, the place where he'd be able to reunite with all those he left behind all those years ago. Finally, his eyes lit up in excitement, thinking of his wives, his friends, his master, and his other comrades from the human domain. He truly fell into a bout of reminiscence. Ever since he arrived in the divine realm, he'd been too focused on moving forward at his fastest speeds to consider meeting them again, but with the prospect in front of him so blatantly, his anticipation for the event 3 months later shot through the roof. I can't allow my current issues to interfere with the reunion I've been waiting so long for. Before the Grand Assembly, I at least need to make sure the Bloodlock clan is suppressed to an extent. Damien didn't know who would be sent after him, but there was no doubt that someone was already following his trail and aiming to kill him. That person needed to die, and anyone closely associated with them needed to die as well. In the worst-case scenario, Immortal Blood Azura himself would become Damien's enemy rather than those below him, but since he was also bound by the restrictions on demigods, this was likely a better scenario than Damien being constantly pursued by Gravel. Damien's eyes sharpened, flaring with determination. This time, I'll cut off any manageable loose ends. Anything or anyone that stands in my way out will die. A spark he felt like he'd lost some time ago revitalized, and as night fell, Damien left the ancient god clan's hidden world without alerting anyone. Only 3 people noticed his departure. D smiled to himself, reminiscing on the past. The similarities Damien showed to that person were uncanny, to the point where D almost believed he was a direct reincarnation. As for Ran, even she couldn't deny this fact. Complicated emotions swirled through her eyes, her thoughts unknown to anyone but her. Besides these 2, only she knew it was somewhat a peer of Damien's departure, even though she couldn't directly sense it. She stared into the night sky with complicated emotions that differed from Rance, the ancient god clan. Would it really bow its head before a young genius like Damien? In the end, only time would tell. The Beast domain was a vast sector with combat power ranking in the top 4 of all sectors.
The beast domain's nature was feral, and even the ambient mana carried some of these wild tendencies. In the eyes of more ruthless experts, the beast domain was the perfect training ground for both young and old geniuses, as it was a place where one could slaughter without remorse. The beast domains, a place synonymous with killing to the point where those residing within termed it the slaughter domain instead. The beast domain was populated by several tens of thousands of smaller worlds, with minor influences in populations, but there were only around 12 that had any significance. On one of these 12 worlds, in a nondescript inn somewhere in the largest city, a cloaked figure sat quietly behind a mug of spirit lager. Their ears were perked as they listened to the surrounding conversations and gathered information. This inn was particularly known to be a gathering place for informants, so the amount and quality of news one received were both questionable. Did you hear? The royal family is holding a marriage tournament for their youngest lady. The strongest competitor will get to marry the slaughter domain's little princess. A man said, "Huh? Little princess? Don't joke with me. Everyone knows that the little princess is a demon beyond all others. There's a reason the emperor decided to marry her off so easily despite her status." Someone responded. The man shrank down as many judgmental gazes landed on him, but soon recovered. "Humph. Do you think I don't know that? Actually, even the emperor is aware of how difficult his daughter is, so for this tournament, he put out the best rewards possible." At the mention of rewards, the atmosphere in the inn slightly shifted. Even though nobody moved, it was clear that the number of ears on the man had severely increased. He puffed his chest in pride, raising his voice as he gained the confidence to speak. Even the 10th place winner can gain several resources and direct leveling fruits to aid their practice. The 2nd and 3rd place winners get to pick a treasure from the royal treasury along with their resources, and for 1st place, the man paused for emphasis. Feeling several auras heighten in anticipation from the words he'd already spoken, with a smug smile, he yelled, "The 1st place winner will be given official status and power in the royal family, and as a token of sincerity, they will receive a legendary treasure, the Genesis bead, to help them in their future endeavors." Bang! Several tables collapsed into dust. Several people stood up in shock. The fact that the Genesis bead was mentioned here, what were the chances? How sure are you of this information? If you lie to us, your end will not be peaceful. A burly man with an intimidating aura said, standing up and grabbing the handle of his axe. However, the original speaker was unfazed. He reached into his shirt pocket and grabbed an emblem, thrusting it into the air for all to see. "Actually, I have been hired by the royal family themselves to spread this news." The credibility absolutely cannot be doubted. As the crowd's gazes went to the emblem, a few shocked gasps rang out. Indeed, the man was holding an official emblem of the royal family, making it clear that his words were backed by theirs, and within seconds of him proving the validity of his words, the inn erupted in chaos. Chapter 884 Undercurrents, 2. As hundreds of people swarmed out of the inn with the intent of reaching Beast Emperor Star as fast as possible, and almost imperceptible shadow made its way through their ranks, leaving the inn and eventually making its way to a nearby forest. After walking for a bit, the figure came across a sleek air bike that was parked not far away. They inserted their mana and took off, submerging into their thoughts. The Genesis bead is a peak treasure of life. I must attain it at all costs. There were several rumors about the Genesis bead, with some more outrageous ones even claiming it was related to the origin of the universe. Its effects were actually unknown. But if one thing was certain, it was the fact that the Genesis bead was a treasure not many could match. What could provoke them to put out such a heavenly treasure for a competition as simple and lawless as this? It will undoubtedly cause chaos. There was no possible scenario where the competition was allowed to occur without interruptions. In fact, there was a higher chance of the ceremony getting ruined than the little princess getting married, but I must still attend. The Genesis bead is too important. As the figure flashed through the air, their cloak fluttered in the wind, revealing hints of the woman underneath. She was a beauty that could be described in no way other than divine. No matter which part of her body one focused on, any word that wasn't perfection would feel blasphemous. This woman was beautiful to the point where she could genuinely provoke reverence from those weaker beings who witnessed her. Yet, even with such an appearance, her hands were filled with calluses from endless battle. Her ocean blue eyes were burning with a fearsome determination that not many in the universe could match. "The Genesis bead will be mine," she declared inwardly as she left the world's atmosphere. Even if all else was vague, she would achieve her goals. Of this, she could swear on her pride as a Valkyrie. On the other side of the universe, hidden Death Valley was in a frenzy. A storm had just left the premises. After all, Arthur Bloodlock was truly a merciless and cruel individual. The second he stepped into the institute, he flared his aura as a supreme and immediately suppressed all those that couldn't resist him. He tore through the academy in search of clues about his son, but he found nothing. After all, Revis Bloodlock wasn't a good person at all. The number of people he'd offended was vast, and the number of people who hated him but couldn't retaliate due to status was even greater. Were there students willing to help with the investigation? Even though most of them knew nothing at all, they refused to cooperate all the same. Under the Academy's protection, they didn't have to be afraid of the Bloodlock clan's influence, not unless there was a Bloodlock genius attending the Academy. But now that Revis was dead, why did they need to care? As they expected, Alucard thoroughly suppressed Arthur whenever he tried to cross the line, guaranteeing the safety of his students. However, this didn't mean the search was unsuccessful. Relating the Heavenly King to the murderer named Damien wasn't difficult considering the former's deeds in the Celestial Realm. At that point, Arthur narrowed his investigation to only those emperors and paragons at the peak of the Academy. However, how could these prideful geniuses with backing no weaker than Blood Azura Holy Land submit easily? With Arthur's forceful methods, they were more inclined to ignore him regardless. Arthur was almost consumed by his rage at that point. To have so many ants disrespecting him like this wasn't something he'd ever accept. Nearly, Hidden Death Valley was one of the rare few influences in the universe that the Bloodlock clan couldn't match up to. Luckily, the Academy was still an academy. There was no such thing as unity between sect members, at least not at a definite level. While Revis Bloodlock had been killed, there were still forces aligned with the Bloodlock clan in the Institute, specifically, those Wellspring family geniuses who were too weak to ever compete with those at the Paragon level. From them, Arthur was able to easily get the information he wanted about the man who ruthlessly crippled the Wellspring family heir, killed several Bloodlock clan and Wellspring family members, and tortured Revis to death. Arthur finally got a clue: Damien Void. He roared inwardly as he left the academy. "I will slaughter you." The man's crimes were far worse than he expected. He'd repeatedly slapped Blood Azura Holy Land across the face without care, sullying their reputation with his existence. This was a man who absolutely had to die. With this thought in mind, Arthur shot through the universe, using several cross-sector teleportation arrays to reach Ion in the shortest amount of time possible. If there was a place best suited for hiding from one's enemies, it was Ion. With its vastness and culture, nobody would care who one offended until that trouble came back to bite them. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Arthur raged inwardly. Despite being in Ion for several days, he couldn't find a single clue about the man named Damien Void. It's like he didn't exist at all. Rather than him, it seemed everyone wanted to tell him about some Golden Palace master who shook the world a few days ago, but this didn't matter at all to Arthur. Has he left Ion? He wondered, if Damien was strong enough to kill Revis so one-sidedly, there was no way he'd be in Ion as a regular foot soldier. If he wasn't here, I'm sure we have a subsidiary force here. I shall visit them for information. What would Arthur's reaction be like when he found out that Azuran Gate was destroyed thoroughly after evidence of their collusion with the Nox leaked from the Void Corridor expedition? Well, it wasn't pretty at all. The already ruined headquarters of Azuran Gate was reduced to dust by Arthur's rage. It was infuriating. It was truly infuriating. How could it be that a weakling not even at the extreme peak of 4th class could lead him on so pathetically? From Ion, there was absolutely no trail of Damien's next location. Even those who knew him when he was on Ion assumed he died in the Void Corridor due to his rapid and silent exit. In that final moment, Arthur was once again presented with a final strand of hope in the form of a cloaked figure surrounded by ominous black mana. Damien Void, I can tell you his location, the figure proclaimed indifferently, letting loose a bit of their aura and making it clear to Arthur that he couldn't match them at all. This person was already on the cusp of divinity. Arthur's eyes sharpened. He could feel the breath of the Nox on this person's body even though it wasn't inherently mixed into their mana. A traitor. He realized instantly, however, he didn't push this person away. In this world, there was no such thing as eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. If this man could truly provide the information he wanted, Arthur didn't even mind sheltering him and giving him an identity in the universe. Nevertheless, he held out his hand as a sign of cooperation. Tell me everything you know about that man, and you will be rewarded handsomely. The shadowy figure seemed to grin maliciously, though it might have been an illusion created by their aura. They reached out a wrinkled hand and shook Arthur's. Cooperation is a simple task. That Damien Void is our enemy as well. If you wish to know his precise location and information about his skill set,
all you need to do is. A conversation began from there. It was a conversation that could possibly sentence the entirety of Blood Azura Holy Land to purgatory. However, it was being carried out regardless, all for the sake of the death of a single man. Chapter 885 Undercurrents 3. From Soul World, where Damien was originally situated, the Beast Domain was a considerable distance. It was adjacent to Eden, however. Actually reaching the Beast Domain took far more effort than just traveling through Eden. After all, the border was filled with ferocious wild energy, a cosmic phenomenon that acted as a natural defense line on the border of the Beast Domain. This defense line was the main reason the Nox hadn't immediately taken care of the Beast Domain's forces and instead chose to focus their efforts on Soul World after the destruction of Eden. While it wouldn't have been too much of a problem for Damien to brute force his way through this defense with the breath of nothingness, he was currently prioritizing efficiency. For others, making their way halfway around the universe to enter the Beast Domain was far too taxing. However, to Damien, it was light work, with the help of cross-sector teleportation arrays and his own spatial abilities. The journey that should have originally taken several months was completed in a matter of days. Currently, Damien stood in line at a cross-sector teleportation array at the edge of the Divine Realm, the final one he needed to take before he reached his destination. Lines are the worst, he thought with a sigh. Even with the exorbitant price that long-distance travel begat, the number of people willing to use these formations, especially in the current circumstance, was high. It wasn't uncommon for a family to use every penny of their accumulated wealth for the sake of a new life in the Divine Realm, even if that life was brutal. After all, war was encompassing every border domain recently. As Damien traveled, he realized that the other territories of Ion were facing extreme pressure, far beyond what he was capable of aiding them with. If anything, his work in the Void Corridor had bought a few months of respite, but with the Grand Assembly fast approaching, it wasn't certain that the Nox would continue following their current slow-conquering strategy. Nevertheless, for the common people, it looked like the outer domains were dying. Nobody wanted to remain in these sectors after hearing about what happened to Eden and the Elven domain. This caused the beginning of a mass migration that had been rising to prominence in the past few years. With the current trajectory, it seemed like the outer sectors would all be abandoned within a decade, even if the war ended before then. Whatever, it's not my problem. For now, the Divine Realm is indeed the safest option for these people, so it isn't my place to tell them otherwise. Besides, Damien was too irked with other matters at the moment to care about other people. Status, Damien Void, male age 30, level 399, Voidbringer, Celestial, experience value, 1-500/1000000. Titles: Bearer of the Void Physique, Evolver, Affinities, Spacetime, Samsara, Physique, Void Physique, Magic Power, 500000, STR, 10,000. AGI, 10,000, Def, 10,000, Int, 10,000, Dex, 10,000. Skills: Dimensional Magic level 9, Transcendent Regeneration level max, Void Art level 6, Devour level 8, Dragon Transformation, Demon Transformation, Awareness, Celestial Authority, Reality Shift level 1, See God's Descendant, Void, Spacetime Intent, Samsara Intent, Traits, All-Seeing Eyes level 8, Dragon's Breath, Ananta Matrix, Storm, Void Essence, Void Flames, Heal. It was annoying. He had already jumped over 150 levels in the years he spent in the Celestial Realm, Ion, and the Wild Continent, but other than that number jumping, nothing special happened to the rest. His manic capacity value was by far the most useless. The 500,000 units displayed were the limit of what he could house in his body. But with the Ananta Matrix and Void Physique, the concept of manic capacity simply never existed for Damien. Aside from that, stats comprehensively increased to 10,000, a marking that he was on the cusp of his first revolution. But raising it by even one more point was more difficult than ascending the heavens. At least, for normal people, Damien's physical stats had always been a mess. The system stopped being able to calculate his true power level back in the first dungeon before he'd even reached second class and had been playing a game of catch-up ever since, an unsuccessful one at that. At this point, the system was merely showing him values for the sake of showing him values. In reality, he was well aware that his strength already surpassed a normal first or second revolution master. Damien was far too used to his bugged status for its values alone to bother him, but this time it was different. Now that I'm at this level, I can feel it. The existence of legends, that is his League and Legend, two words that the system loved to use when Damien was still an ant. The first one was merely one's state of existence. As one grew in power, the league of their soul and body would improve until they eventually shed the mortal coil and ascended to divinity. However, legends were far more incomprehensible. Even for Damien, who had devoured the memories of several masters.
the existence of this esoteric remained vague, until now. It wasn't that he gained something, rather, the continued elevation of his league allowed him to perceive things that simply couldn't be perceived by the senses of someone who hadn't reached this point yet. There was no doubt Damien could have digested the information properly long ago, but in the end, he wasn't quite free from the universe's influence yet. One's legend.is the foundation of divinity. He muttered to himself, in some inexplicable way, legends were the foundation of everything the system showed him. Damien could only vaguely sense it at the moment, but if he had to put the feeling into words, he could only put it one way. Legends define one's existence. If League merely describes the level of one's existence, legends are the building blocks of that level. Other than this, Damien truly couldn't comprehend more. It's not a matter of my own skill, but a matter of universal law. I need to further my comprehension of the void so I can be free of such restrictions in the future. It irked Damien that he couldn't properly view his progress through the system or utilize its only function properly, but he also knew that this was likely a benefit for him, as it forced him to define himself without aid, something that led to far greater returns even though the process was grueling. What Damien didn't know, however, was that even this thought process of his was boosting him subconsciously. He finally arrived at the cross-sector teleportation array and paid his fare. His body soon disappeared along with all those heading to the beast domain as well, none the wiser to the strange changes taking place within him, that strange space where his elements were personified. No, Damien's soul was experiencing growth, his league was morphing into something different. After all, he was slowly reaching that tipping point, to fully understand the concept of legends. This was the requirement for one to truly begin the 9 revolutions of extreme peak 4th class. Chapter 886 Undercurrents, 4, Few, finally here. Damien thought to himself as he stepped through the other side of the teleportation array. Even within the reception building, one could clearly feel the turbid air of the beast domain on their skin. Beast Emperor Star is this sector's central star and the home of its royal family. I can't just approach Beast Emperor Star from the start and try for the Genesis bead. I don't know anything about the beast domain. In normal times, Damien could spend some time gathering information before making a move so he didn't encounter any harrowing unknown variables like in Calypto, but with a 3-month deadline on his tail, such action was naturally impossible. Still, rapidly gaining information was something Damien had several convenient abilities for. After leaving the peripheral world where the teleportation array was located, Damien teleported until he found the nearest large world, entering its atmosphere and setting down in its biggest city, a place called Greenwood. It should be there's one. Damien's awareness caught sight of the specific building he was looking for, and before anyone could even notice his presence, he disappeared. And arrived in front of it. This place was none other than the local information guild. In terms of money, I pretty much have an endless supply at this point. The number of currency cards in those void corridor inheritances was even greater than the number of techniques. So even if I wanted to retire and live as a world emperor for the rest of my life, I'd be set. But, just because he had money didn't mean he wanted to spend it on useless things. If there ever came a need to use a large amount of money, it was smart to have as much as possible. Even aside from the worst-case scenario, there was also the possibility that he'd need to kickstart the sanctuary's economy with his own fortune, something impossible unless his personal wealth was unholy. Nevertheless, with this thought in mind, Damien made a simple request at the Information Guild. After learning from them who the most evil and strongest practitioner in the area was, Damien left directly. The so-called evil witch doctor was an expert at the late-stage 4th class, one of the strongest beings in the current world that had no extreme peak masters. However, by the time tomorrow came, the evil witch doctor would be no more. Within a few hours of receiving the information, Damien had already killed and devoured the human-formed beast. Just like that, information on the beast domain filled his head. This witch doctor was a truly evil guy, but it seems he had connections to a greater influence on Beast Emperor Star. This is good. If it wasn't for that connection, his knowledge would be way too shallow to be useful. Damien sifted through the witch doctor's memories, internalizing all the important events that had been taking place in the beast domain recently. The Black Dragon Clan seems to fiercely oppose the ruling Golden Dragon Clan at every step. This witch doctor was also someone serving them. It seems like they're the main contenders of the royal family, and also the main oppressor of most forces in this sector. From what he could tell, a large portion of the major events and catastrophes that had taken place in the beast domain were related to the Black Dragon Clan. For the sake of his mission, it was looking like he'd also be forced to oppose said clan. The little princess marriage ceremony. Looks like I'll have to crash that event. Well, it doesn't look like she wants to get married either, so it should be fine, right?
It wasn't like he wanted to make enemies with the Golden Dragon clan, but he also didn't want to enter another fake marriage for the sake of his goals. He already felt guilty for how he left Leona with such a vague rejection. Either way, I guess I should head to the vicinity of Beast Emperor Star for now. Damien now had a general grasp on the situation, and now that such an important step was completed, he directly left the large world and traveled towards the center of the Beast Domain. This place is way more exciting than the other sectors. Even when I'm just traveling normally like this, it's hard to go a full 10,000 kilometers without witnessing a battle. The main difference between the Beast Domain and its counterparts was the ratio of practitioners to common people. A difference that became obvious as Damien traveled. It wasn't once or twice that he was almost dragged into a battle for no reason, though he managed to avoid most of them. Even now, he could feel the fluctuations of battle not far in front of him. 2 streaks of light shot through the starry sky, followed by a horde of fourth-class beings radiating heavy killing intent. Damien's brow raised as he watched the proceedings. He didn't know who was in that first light ray, but they were definitely someone important. Coming to me, he suddenly noticed that the direction those light rays were fleeing was directly in line with his own. He smiled to himself. Then, let's see what your intentions are. He stood still without acknowledging the approaching chaos until it arrived before him. 2 light rays suddenly materialized into people, 1 boy and 1 girl. Sir, please help us. The girl said, her eyes filled with panic. What are you doing? If you stop now, they'll catch us. The boy shouted, grabbing the girl's arm and trying to drag her away. However, it was far too late. Within an instant, several black shadows surrounded the trio and blocked their every escape route. The boy's eyes hardened. He gritted his teeth as if making a decision. Meanwhile, the girl didn't seem to lose faith in the strange man they just run into. Sir, please help us solve this trouble. If you do, I promise we will reward you handsomely. She pleaded, practically kneeling before him. Damien looked down at her indifferently. However, inwardly, he was practically cheesing. As he observed this girl, he noticed some similarities to a certain portrait in the memories he'd just recently devoured. Really, he couldn't believe his luck. After all, wasn't this girl none other than the Golden Dragon clan's little princess? Damien didn't think such a coincidence could exist in reality, but as someone who studied the flow of the universe, he could somewhat understand what led this specific event to take place. Glancing between the princess and her pursuers, Damien made an easy decision. Well, it's not much trouble to stomp out some gravel, but I hope your compensation can satisfy me, he said lightly. Ha! The boy suddenly exclaimed, snapping his head towards Damien. We're all about to die and you're still in the mood to brag? Useless people like you should just shut up and not interfere with matters that don't concern. The boy's words slurred as a crisp slap made contact with his face, flinging a few of his teeth out of his mouth. You! He exclaimed, you shut up and watch, idiot. Damien finished. He was already 30 years old. He deigned to argue with children. He truly, okay, fuck that, that's a lie. After I'm done with these idiots, I'll take care of that prick and teach him a lesson in place of his parents. Damien grinned. He was really such a righteous person. Setting people on the right path was his duty in life, and even if he had to use not so happy means to help them, it was fine. After all, he was a benevolent and magnanimous soul who could never do any wrong. That right? Chapter 887 Golden Dragon 1. You. How dare you hit me? I am the foe, the boy pointed at Damien and yelled without a care for the current situation, holding his reddened face. However, before he could finish, he was promptly shut up by the girl by his side. Sir, please don't mind him. Here is a spatial ring with some resources as a sign of our faith. If you can solve our problem, I promise I will give you several times these rewards. She said quickly. Damien accepted the spatial ring with ease, putting up an invisible shield that blocked the pursuers from coming closer. Make sure to keep your word, he said lightly. He flared his mana imperceptibly, subtly taking control of the surrounding space. At the level of his opponents, they couldn't even sense his interference. For a second, he had a thought, should I play it weak and struggle a bit to reap more rewards? But he didn't give this thought any consideration. If he was weaker and in need of resources, this method would definitely be best for him. However, in Damien's current state, connections were more important than power. To make the greatest impact on this so-called demonic little princess, he needed to show an appropriate amount of strength. If I can meet her father through this method, it'll expedite my plans a great deal. Unfortunately, the Genesis bead was in a complicated position right now. If he simply took it through the usual method, he'd become the enemy of the entire beast domain, and the number of pests that would come to bother him was far more than he bothered to care about. He needed to find a way to get not just the Golden Dragon clan's backing, but their full and absolute support.
becoming their son-in-law absolutely wasn't possible, so the only option was to prove his worth. Let's get this over with. It had only been a minute since his first contact with the little princess and her boy toy. But 1 minute was a great deal of time for experts in battle. The entire time, those pursuers had been attacking Damien's invisible barrier, but since their attacks were being swallowed and banished to non-existence, and because Damien had isolated sound within the barrier so his conversation wouldn't get interrupted, it almost looked like they were simply standing around and duck for a second. Damien grabbed the little princess and boy's heads and pushed them down to their knees without waiting for their answers. Space-time severance. Ding, a pulse spread from Damien's body, imperceptible and profound. There was no heaven-shaking phenomenon or beautiful destruction of universal law. Merely a single ding as if a bell rang. Damien released the two kids soon after. Who do you think you are? The boy exclaimed once more. In his life, he'd never been treated so roughly. If it wasn't for the little princess clearly disallowing him from taking action, he absolutely would have fought this man. How old could he be? From his looks and aura, he wasn't even above 40 years of age. Keep pretending. We'll see what happens after you're tortured by this group. He thought maliciously, but before he could even properly enjoy the gory scene in his head, he noticed something strange. They aren't moving. The pursuers were all stationary as if they'd been frozen in time. A sigh resounded. Shick, a strange sound followed it. All at once, the bodies of the pursuers split into two without a single exception. There. Now, for my reward. Damien turned to the two with a smile on his face. I hope you can properly compensate me for my efforts. Who are you? What's your name? Where are you from? You're so strong. What level are you? Hello? Why don't you answer me? Hey! Mister? An endless stream of questions. This was what Damien was met with after the ordeal ended. He started to realize why this little girl was known as a devil emperor among the common folk. She was truly a little fox demon with endless curiosity and energy. Annoying any and everyone she came in contact with to death, the mischievous glint in her eyes is bugging me. She reminds me of She Who Shall Not Be Named. The devil princess demeanor was extremely similar to a certain maid, but Damien knew that if he thought about her in the slightest, she'd somehow find out. Therefore, he could only sigh and keep his thoughts to himself, quietly enduring the princess' existence as he led her back to Beast Emperor Star. As he'd found out in the past few hours, the little princess's name was Astoria Golden, and the man next to her wasn't her boy toy, but rather her brother, the fourth prince of the Golden Dragon clan, Titus Golden. Damien originally thought this Titus character would try to cause trouble, but it seemed that the previous demonstration was enough to shut his mouth. Still, he has a flame in his eyes. If I didn't need the Golden Dragon clan's cooperation right now, nevertheless, killing him would have to wait until there was a proper opportunity. The group of three moved swiftly with Astoria's navigation and Damien's teleportation. Within a few days, they'd arrived in the vicinity of Beast Emperor Star. Wow! Damien exclaimed inwardly. He'd seen countless mystical worlds, but every adventure seemed to bring him a new surprise. In terms of size, Beast Emperor Star and Calypto were roughly the same. However, Beast Emperor Star was far more special than the original Calypto. Golden clouds swam across its surface, painting the world in an auspicious air. This auspicious air didn't just stop at the world's atmosphere, but extended into the periphery for several thousand kilometers, manifesting as a beautiful cosmic phenomenon that even Damien was forced to be impressed by. The Golden Dragon clan is interesting. It's said that angels are the closest beings to fate in the universe, but this world far outstrips any angel I've met to this day. The concept of fate and the flow of the universe weren't quite the same, but they were concepts in the same vein. Since Damien was comprehending universal flow, he could also somewhat peer into the density of fate around him. This ability wasn't very useful if he didn't want to use it as a treasure finder, but it still allowed Damien to gain a deeper understanding of the universe. As he entertained his thoughts, Astoria and Titus led him through the auspicious clouds. These clouds are rumored to have been formed by our progenitor ancestor, the Golden Dragon god Beast. Because of these clouds, Beast Emperor Star and the entire beast domain it represents have been able to remain standing through countless trying times, Astoria explained as they landed on the ground. It is said that anyone who passes through the clouds gains positive luck for several weeks afterward, but that's just a rumor, she continued as she began waking in a certain direction. While he isn't quite at the level of the ancestor yet, my father is also a proper god beast. What do you think? Don't you want to meet him? She finished with a sly smile. She looked up at Damien's face in anticipation of the type of expression he'd make. Unfortunately, she was only met with a flick to the forehead. In the first place, I came here to talk to your father.
Come on and lead me to him already, Damien said indifferently. Astoria's expression crumpled, but her determination flared. It looked like she'd have to try far harder to get her new target to act now she wanted him to, but that was fine. After all, she lived for the chase.
Wait, she suddenly spoke in realization.
You knew who I was this whole time. With the way Damien had been acting, she thought he was some newcomer in the beast domain who'd never heard of or seen her, but that didn't seem to be true at all. I mean, I've only heard the reputation of the Devil Princess and seen a portrait of you. If that makes you feel any better, Damien responded. It doesn't. Too bad then. Humph. Alright, stop harumphing and lead me to your father already.
I won't. Astoria suddenly exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips defiantly. Is there a reason why, or is this just a Devil Princess thing? Damien asked with a frown. Both. Astoria replied, sticking her tongue out cutely. Understood, Damien responded. Then, 2 especially fierce sacks of rice went over Damien's shoulders. I'll find the palace myself. I'm sure you won't get off easily when your father finds out what happened.
You want to try and escape punishment in front of me?
Don't make me laugh, Damien scoffed sarcastically, ignoring Astoria's pounding on his back. Now then, he spread his awareness to find the Golden Dragon clan's main palace, covering over 100,000 miles with his awareness. Unfortunately, he seemed to be on the wrong side of the planet, evidently Astoria's arrangement, so he needed to teleport a good few times before the beautiful golden scenery of the clan estate revealed itself to his eyes.
So this is the Golden Dragon clan,
What a pretentious group, Damien muttered. The sheer amount of gold that went into building the several 100,000-kilometer large estate ground was blinding. It was enough gold to make someone never want to see the color gold again in their lives. Of course, most of the buildings in Flora were untainted, but the entire estate ground was connected through a series of golden roads and trails, almost looking like the veins of a. That's exactly what it is. Damien realized, the fearsome and domineering dragon aura that clouded the air and even stimulated Damien's draconic bloodline didn't originate from any treasure, but from the strange road itself. Damien was almost certain that the road was created using the remains of a true dragon, likely at the god-beast level. The main palace is. Damien teleported to the air above the main palace and flared his aura, making his presence known. Package delivery.
Did anyone here order a package?
He yelled, his voice booming into the surroundings. Backed by mana, the following processes happened so rapidly that they were hardly worth mentioning. Golden Dragon clan guards surrounded Damien and pointed their weapons at him, only to immediately lower them when they saw who he was carrying with him. Eventually, an imperious voice came from within the palace, inviting him in. Let him through. Those 3 simple words, with no sign of emotional fluctuation at all, carried heavy power, not just in a literal sense. Damien's gaze narrowed somewhat. From this alone, it was clear that the Golden Dragon clan's emperor was a shrewd person. Only, was it shrewdness or indifference? Damien teleported into the palace with the intention of finding out, following the aura traces until he made his way to the throne room. Here, he was met by a congregation. Several tens of Golden Dragon clan members, presumably people of the royal family, stood lined in rows on both sides of the hall, watching Damien as he walked through the door. However, his eyes didn't leave the man seated on the throne. That's it. That's the real deal right there. Long midnight black hair, sharp and divine golden eyes, a chiseled face, a robust body that was covered in an incredibly arrogant golden armor. Everything about the man screamed domineering. This is what that brat Longchin could have been if he followed my suggestions and became a cultivator in real life. I didn't think I'd ever get to see it in my lifetime. Damien exclaimed inwardly, his spirit shedding tears of joy. Truly, the differences between this man and Longchen, whether in appearance or aura, were not many at all. What is your purpose for coming here? The man said, cutting straight to the chase. Damien shrugged with a smile. I found your stuff scattered in the starry sky, so as a good Samaritan, I came to return it. Satisfied, thump, thump, 2 dull sounds rang out as Astoria and Titus were dropped on their butts. Whoosh, they disappeared instantly, whisked away by a random clan member and kept far, far away from Damien. However, this action didn't symbolize hostility, merely wariness. Since you've acted so straightforwardly, I will not be needlessly hostile to you. Tell me what you desire and I will make sure you can get it, the man said afterward. Even if he acted like this, the past few days had been utter chaos for him. He set up the marriage tournament for his daughter's hand in the Genesis bead to draw out the forces hiding in the dark. But it seemed Astoria herself was far too against the concept of getting married to even consider this kind of plan. How she managed to sneak away under a demigod's nose? Even the Golden Dragon Emperor himself didn't know. Ever since she was young, Storia seemed especially gifted at slipping away from situations where it should have been impossible for her to do so. With the Black Dragon clan's recent signs of aggressiveness, Storia absolutely couldn't be allowed to roam as freely as she used to. Therefore, the Golden Dragon Emperor truly was grateful to Damien for bringing her back. Unfortunately, I don't believe it'll be so easy for me to get what I want from you, Damien finally responded. However, hold on, give me a second. Damien halted his words and teleported away, appearing several tens of meters away at the entrance to the throne hall. He swept his hand through the air like a crazy person. However, when his arm finished its arc, Astoria, how multiple exclamations rang out when the people in the room saw what Damien had caught. The little princess that had been on the completely opposite side of the throne room a mere minute ago was now in Damien's grasp. Let me go. Why did you catch me? Astoria complained as she tried to escape from Damien's clutches. You think you can escape? As long as I'm here, you're not leaving this place until you tell your father what happened. I don't want to. Let me go. I want to play later. This is more important. Nothing is more important than playing. Oh? Okay, let's play then. I'll play with you the same way I played with your brother. Astoria's face suddenly paled. Her eyes robotically creaked as her gaze moved to her brother. Despite being in the palace now, he still remained standing, not because he wanted to, but because sitting down would probably bust his ass into a million pieces. Storia absolutely didn't want to experience that. Fine. Put me down. I'll stay, will you? I will. You definitely won't. Damien ignored her pleas and brought her back to the front of the room, keeping her in his grasp so she couldn't escape. Now, properly explain to your father before you go anywhere, Damien commanded. However, inwardly, his thoughts were elsewhere entirely. The way this little girl was trying to escape, Damien didn't think such a coincidence existed. Somehow, in this place, he'd found a genius with spatial talent that was almost on the same level as his own. Chapter 889 Golden Dragon 3. Soon enough, the Golden Dragon Emperor was made aware of what truly happened in the starry sky. As he guessed, Astoria ran away from home after hearing about the marriage tournament. However, unexpectedly for both of them, there were already several groups waiting in ambush for her. If she hadn't been luckily saved by the fourth prince who was returning home from an excursion, she would have died before even leaving Beast Emperor Star. Unfortunately for the duo, they were soon forced into the starry sky by several other groups and chased for thousands of kilometers on end, taking them through a domestic teleportation array and eventually landing them in the same territory of the beast domain that Damien was in. This is absolutely the work of the Black Dragon clan. Father Emperor, we must take action. The fourth prince exclaimed as the story came to an end. The Golden Dragon Emperor nodded without a change of expression and said, I will take proper measures to solve this problem. Anyone who dares to bully my family can only die. He turned his attention to Damien next. Clear the room. I'd like to have a talk with this young man alone. As the Golden Dragon clan members left the throne room, they cast strange glances in Damien's direction, unknowing of how to feel about him. After all, he was an outsider, but he was the prince's savior, and considering the relationship they'd shown so far, he had absolutely no ill intentions towards the princess. It was still unknown whether they could trust him or not, but since the emperor invited him for a private conversation, it at least meant that he had some importance. Brother, don't be too scared. My father is actually a really nice person. He's just too shy to show it. Astoria whispered in Damien's ear as she passed by. His eyes darted over to the emperor just in time to see the slight twitch of the latter's eyelids, almost making him break out into laughter. Thankfully, he was able to hold it until everyone left the room. Is something funny? The emperor asked. Nothing at all, Damien responded. The emperor furrowed his brows and scanned Damien's body with his eyes as if trying to extract all of his secrets. You have an interesting composition. I get that often. Do you? Well, no, but if you think about it, I really should. The emperor almost rolled his eyes from the sheer amount of sarcasm dripping in that statement, but chose to ignore it for the sake of furthering their conversation. If I am not mistaken, you have come here for the Genesis bead. Instead of fighting in the tournament, why have you chosen such a method to come in contact with me? The emperor questioned. Damien shrugged lightly. It just ended up like that. Your daughter ran up to me while I was minding my own business and paid me to deal with her pursuers. If you want to know why maybe your daughter sensed something. At first, Damien was also questioning why Astoria suddenly ran up to him. It was clear that she'd run a great distance, and he definitely wasn't the first expert she saw. But he was the one she chose. However, he somewhat understood now. After all, didn't the same thing happen to him? Back in the first dungeon, when his spatial power was first reaching saturation, he also met a similar situation where he was pushed into a corner. At that time, his spatial affinity was what led him to Kurt's subspace and allowed him to survive. Wasn't Astoria experiencing the same thing? Since she was a golden dragon, her physique and bloodline were far different from his own, which led to their affinities manifesting differently, while Damien had to slowly build his body and acclimate himself to the spatial layers due to his human nature. Astoria had a naturally powerful body and the same powerful connection to space, which allowed her to unconsciously and imperceptibly travel through the spatial layers while avoiding the detection of even demigods. In some sense, Astoria's talent was even greater than Damien's. It was just that their area of expertise was clearly different. When Damien explained this to the Golden Dragon Emperor, even he couldn't help but be surprised. After all, even rarer than those in the entire universe, spatial experts among the beast races were 1 in 100 trillion. You have no notion of marrying my daughter, correct? The Golden Dragon Emperor asked, almost rhetorically. Correct, Damien answered anyway. However, despite your grace in relationship with my daughter, I cannot simply give you the Genesis bead. Now, it has become the central force driving the current plan. The Golden Dragon Emperor continued. The undercurrents of our beast domain have been roaring and raging in recent days. While we are able to hold off the knocks with our natural defenses and the accumulation of fate, this doesn't stop internal struggles from taking place. The Black Dragon Clan was originally a brother to our Golden Dragon Clan, but something changed 30 years ago, completely reversing the clan's attitude and identity. Since then, they have been secretly building connections and growing influence in the beast domain with the intent of usurping our throne and plundering our fate. As the Golden Dragon Emperor's words came to an end, Damien sighed. It was obvious what was about to happen. The Golden Dragon Emperor looked at Damien as he finished his words. The Genesis bead and the marriage tournament as a whole are both lures to bring those hidden forces to the light. Through the Genesis bead, the Black Dragon Clan gains an artifact that can be used as the lifeblood of their influence, and through Astoria, they gain access to the fate of the Golden Dragon Clan. When these two factors are put in one place, it is absolutely impossible for them to stay hidden. The meaning was clear: enter the tournament and win properly if you want it, and don't interrupt my plans while you get it. It was a stance that disregarded Damien entirely, but he didn't let it provoke him. The Golden Dragon Emperor definitely wasn't such a brick-like man. Considering how Damien had yet to be kicked out of the palace, it seemed there was still room for negotiation. Damien sighed and cracked his fingers. All right, negotiation it is. Just know, I'm not some soft persimmon you can bully as you please. Negotiation always began with money, and in line with this belief, Damien first presented the wide array of funds he'd acquired in recent years. Honestly speaking, Damien didn't even remember how currency cards were divided anymore. With such a massive heap of them that he rarely ever used, knowing was pointless. Besides, wouldn't people tell him how much they wanted him to pay? If anyone tried to scam him, they'd simply die. There was no need to worry. Nevertheless, while Damien didn't know the exact amount, he was sure that he as a single entity definitely had more money than some larger influences. Yet, with such a sum presented before him, the Golden Dragon Emperor merely shook his head. Our beast races don't value currency the same way the rest of you do. This scrap metal has no meaning for us. It was a bullshit response. How would they even maintain an economy without money? The Golden Dragon Emperor was definitely just trying to make things hard for Damien, but that was still fine. Resources, artifacts, technique manuals, he had an abundance of them all. Eventually, one of them had to succeed. Right, Chapter 890 Golden Dragon, 4. Wrong, Damien practically emptied his entire inventory, but the Golden Dragon Emperor remained unimpressed throughout the entire showing. It didn't matter even if Damien pulled out a rare demigod inheritance that had been unseen for 100,000 years. In the Emperor's eyes, it was trash. It became clear that material trade was going nowhere. Damien needed to provide something far more substantial than just resources. A thought came to mind. What if I become Astoria's tutor? He suddenly said. The Golden Dragon Emperor finally showed a change of expression, raising his brow in curiosity. Oh? Go on. He proclaimed with interest. Actually, Damien was rationalizing it at the same time as the Emperor. So all he did was voice his thought process. I won't call myself the best spatial expert until I kill the ancestral sovereign, but I'm definitely up there near that peak. I specialize in spatial destruction, but I have experience with the other facets of space, so I won't be constrained to teaching her by my own path. There were several more positives and negatives, but in the end, it came down to one thing. When it comes to talent, she's the only person I've seen who could genuinely match me, and I don't want to see that talent go to waste. It had happened too many times. Every spatial expert he'd met so far besides Tian Yang and perhaps Leona had wasted their talent due to the universe's skewed belief on how spatial experts should be. This was something Damien wanted to see change, but even on a small scale, his existence hadn't been able to tip people's perception of spatial experts, at least, in his own experience. Unbeknownst to him, his presence was indeed subtly changing the stigma around spatial practitioners. For one, in the human domain as a whole, spatial experts had become incredibly respected and cherished. But that was a story for another time. If you leave your daughter in my hands, I can guarantee that she won't continue wasting her affinity like she's been doing so far. I'll turn her into an expert you're proud of, and maybe fix her temperament a bit while I'm at it, Damien proclaimed confidently. The Golden Dragon Emperor's eyes narrowed as he fell into thought. Astoria was already a fourth-class expert who rose through her baptism using the techniques and skills of the Golden Dragon clan that could subtly manipulate fate and mainly relied on the physical body. However, now that he knew she had such a talent, could he really allow it to go unrefined? It irked him that, as a god beast, he wasn't able to sense her affinity at all. It made him suspicious that this man could do it while he couldn't, but there were several explanations that could rationalize this, including the fact that the Emperor had never done a comprehensive scan of Astoria's affinities, or that the affinity was only recently awakened in its truest form. Can I trust this man? For the first time in a long time, the Golden Dragon Emperor was facing a genius too great for him to control. These kinds of existences could either massively boost the fate of an influence or collapse it entirely. It was an incredible gamble. However, I accept. Astoria was the Golden Dragon Emperor's most cherished and doted on child. She was also the child with the most potential among her 8 siblings. Merely, with Astoria's temperament, she was never fit to be a ruler. The Emperor couldn't correct her. It was too late for him to start being strict. She absolutely wouldn't take him seriously, but in Damien's presence, that unruly princess had been completely suppressed. Maybe this is the kind of influence she needs in her life. This was the thought process that led to his decision. He didn't even care if Damien could properly teach Astoria, as long as he didn't ruin her achievements. His influence and presence would definitely cause a positive change in her character by filling a hole in her heart that her blood brothers couldn't fill. After all, they were too embroiled in competition for the throne to have time to care about Astoria, who didn't matter to this battle at all. I wish for you to be Astoria's live-in tutor for the coming months. If your performance is satisfactory, I will grant you the Genesis bead. The Emperor said. Damien sighed. Hidden behind that proclamation was a very serious bit of fine print. As a live-in tutor, wouldn't Damien be considered part of the Golden Dragon Emperor's camp? He would definitely be asked to help solve the clan's current problem. Luckily for him, he never expected things to be easy from the start. If at least one world wasn't blown up by the time he left his sector, he simply wasn't Damien Void. Plus, I've always wanted a dragon. This Black Dragon clan seems to have some interesting picks. Good, he said, responding to the Emperor. However, I have conditions. Speak. First, if it ever looks like my life is in danger, I will escape. If I can take Astoria with me, I will. But if I can't, you aren't to blame me. Damien started. The Emperor glared at him for a moment, but conceded to his request. In the end, he couldn't expect Damien to sacrifice himself for people he barely knew. Secondly, I'm not doing this for free. The Genesis bead is originally the ancient god clan's treasure, and I have no interest in stealing it from them. I want to visit your treasury and pick a few things for myself. You are working for the ancient god clan? The Emperor asked. They're my subordinates, Damien responded. The Emperor muttered disbelievingly. However, for now, he would let it slide. Boasting was only a crime when it was found false, after all. How many items do you wish to take from the treasury? 5, 1, 3. 3 is fine. 3 it is. However, you must first swear a mana oath that the Genesis bead will be left to the ancient god clan. That's easy. Damien and the Emperor both nodded in satisfaction at the ease of their current negotiation. Since neither of them was trying to play tricks on the other, it was able to proceed without hiccups. I have one final request, Damien continued a few moments later, somewhat hesitating. What is it? At this point, is there a need to hesitate? The Emperor questioned. Damien firmed his eyes and nodded. The last thing I wish for is the unconditional support of the Golden Dragon clan after this matter ends. The Emperor's eyes turned cold in an instant. Are you aware of what you are asking for? He asked icily. I do, Damien responded with the same firmness. Giving you the unconditional support of our clan is the same as putting my clan's fate in your hands.
Do you think this is a privilege that can be given to just anyone? I don't. And you still dare to request it? I do, Damien responded calmly. I'm aware that it's an outrageous request, so don't answer for now. Wait and see my potential for yourself. When this conflict comes to an end, I'm sure you'll make the decision that best benefits your people. The Golden Dragon Emperor's expression slowly returned to its neutral state as he nodded and continued the conversation. From that point on, both Damien and the Emperor acted like the final demand was never stated. They discussed the Black Dragon and Golden Dragon clans, the history of the Beast Domain, the Nox invasion, and many more topics before the conversation finally came to an end and Damien was escorted to his living quarters. However, unknown to Damien, the Emperor's opinion on his final demand wasn't as firm as he made it seem. He'd seen it for himself. A number of resources that could build a major influence just below the level of a Holy Land in an instant. Representing the personal wealth of a single man, and considering that they were strangers, there was definitely plenty more Damien was hiding. Not only that, he was confidently displaying his wealth before me without worrying about me oppressing him and stealing from him. He is clearly not naive, so his confidence must have some origin. Indeed, as Damien had said, it was best to observe him and judge his potential personally before coming to a decision. Someone whose fate I cannot read. I look forward to seeing what kind of influence he can have on Astoria. With that, the Emperor concluded his thoughts on the matter. Now, he needed to continue preparations. A beautiful ceremony of blood was going to take place soon enough, and absolutely nothing could go wrong when it did. Chapter 891 Golden Dragon 5. As the night passed, the time for Damien to complete likely the most difficult task of his current mission arrived. That was, convincing Astoria to willingly become his disciple. Of course, he had talked it over with her father the day prior, but that agreement only went so far. With Astoria's personality, she would absolutely abhor learning from a master assigned to her by others. If Damien even wanted the chance to teach this talent, he needed her to want to be taught, but that didn't matter to him. Regardless, he only wanted to teach someone willing to learn from him. After all, Astoria would be his first disciple in this life. He didn't quite know how to approach the subject. But in the end, he decided to stop thinking about it and confront the problem head-on like he always did. As such, he arrived in front of Astoria's quarters early the next morning, fully unprepared for what was to come. He was led into her courtyard surprisingly easily, making it obvious that his new status had already been passed along to the palace's staff. Once he arrived in the courtyard, Damien went to a nearby stone table and sat down, enjoying the peaceful ambience of this devil princess abode. There was a small creek running its length, bordered by an intricately patterned rock garden including several beautiful miniature waterfalls that heightened the peaceful feeling coming from the stream. The entire central area of the courtyard was an open garden that was clearly well maintained. It was surrounded on all sides by the living area, in which the devil princess currently was. I can't really barge into her room. Am I supposed to just sit here? He thought to himself as he wondered who took care of these plants. However, he didn't have to do anything troublesome as he feared. Instead, Astoria soon entered the central courtyard, her eyes widening in shock when she saw him. Brother? She exclaimed, "Who's your brother?" Damien quipped back, "Eh? You didn't even tell me your name, so what else can I call you?" Damien muttered, as Astoria approached and sat down at the table. Damien wondered how to breach the subject he'd originally come for. "Did my father tell you to come?" Astoria suddenly asked. Damien raised his brow in interest. "Indeed, he did." "How did you guess? If it wasn't for father, would the guards have let you in the courtyard in the first place? There are only 2 people allowed in this courtyard, and you clearly aren't one of them." She said matter-of-factly, "Fair enough." "Then, why do you think your father sent me?" Damien asked. Astoria quirked her head curiously before her eyes lit up with excitement. "Did he hire you as my personal bodyguard?" Tack. The karate chop that landed on her forehead was a clear enough rejection, however. Damien found that this little girl had given him the perfect segue. Incorrect. "Your father doesn't have enough money to hire me as a bodyguard. However, I have been hired for something else," he said after some thought. He looked into Astoria's eyes and continued with utmost seriousness, deciding to be utterly blunt. "Astoria, you have a genius spatial talent that can hardly be matched by any existence in the universe. Last night, I convinced your father to let me stay here because I wish to take you under my wing and properly bloom it. However, I do not wish to force you into learning from me." Astoria's eyes widened at the clear meaning of Damien's words. He wanted to be her master? She couldn't believe someone who didn't look even a fraction of her father's age dared to claim they could be her tutor,
but she didn't immediately reject his proposition. After all, didn't the Emperor already agree? Aside from that, wouldn't this be fun? As she listened to Damien give a quick summary of spatial abilities and concepts, of the battle usage and practical benefits of the spatial element, and of his own personal abilities, Astoria began to realize just how great her talent could become. It wasn't a matter of battle power. Of course, she wanted to protect herself better, but this wasn't the reason Damien's words tempted her. Rather, if she mastered space, couldn't she live unhindered as she'd always wished? Couldn't she live on her own terms, roaming the universe in search of excitement without being worried about another deadly situation taking place? Perhaps she was over-exaggerating the power of space in her mind, especially since the person telling her these things had no concept of mana capacity, but hearing that she had a supreme talent in space made her feel incredibly proud. Your talent is more suited for the supportive elements of space than the destructive ones, but since you are already skilled in the arts of your golden dragon lineage, combat power isn't your main deficit. Does that mean I won't get stronger? Astoria interrupted. Ha! Damien scoffed unintentionally. You think you won't get stronger? Damien said with a teasing smile. He brought his fingers in front of Astoria's face and lightly pinched the air. Immediately, space solidified, making it impossible for her to move. Go ahead, try anything, Damien proclaimed with confidence. Astoria's eyes burned with competitive spirit. Her immediate thought was to escape the way she usually did, but as soon as she tried to sense that feeling that she always followed to escape, she found that it was being blocked by a mysterious force. Ha, spatial abilities won't work in front of me, little lass. Try something more substantial, oomph. Don't underestimate me. Astoria exclaimed. A bright golden light burst out of her body. The phantom of a golden dragon backing her. Her fists became heavier and heavier until they weighed tens of thousands of pounds. With this amount of force in her grasp, she punched out, exploding all that power into the atmosphere. Unfortunately, she was currently caught in Damien's trap. Even if you're talented, you're still at least 100 levels below me. Your strength won't have any effect here, Damien said with pseudo-mockery, glancing down at Astoria's waist. Why don't you try using that? You don't have any other options. After all, Astoria's eyes hardened. Don't think I'm finished yet, she exclaimed fiercely. Her power immediately doubled. She attacked not with brute force, but using the techniques of the Golden Dragon clan. Golden Dragon Fist Aura. A massive golden dragon materialized around her body as she struck continuously in a mysterious pattern. Once it reached saturation, the dragon flew out with extreme speed and struck against the solidified space. Bang! A muffled bang was all that rang out when the furious golden dragon impacted the empty air before Astoria. Just as Damien said, the difference in level was impossible for her to overcome. She hadn't attacked many times, but she'd seen enough battle to at least understand when an enemy was too much for her to handle. As a last resort, she did as Damien suggested and ripped the talisman on her waist, alerting her shadow guards of the danger she was facing. BZZT, the signal shot out from the talisman and dispersed immediately. It simply couldn't withstand the pressure of the solidified dimensional cage in which Damien had trapped Astoria. He looked at the young genius with a smug smile. What do you think? Do you still believe you won't get stronger by learning from me? The dimensional cage began to disperse, and Astoria, her eyes glowed with intrigue. Damien grinned in satisfaction. The fish had bitten the hook. Chapter 892 Golden Dragon 6. Teach me, Astoria immediately exclaimed, jumping up to Damien and tugging on his sleeve. Calm down, Damien urged as he shook her off. I'm not just planning to teach you, I'm going to accept you as a proper disciple. Do you understand what that means? My status in your life will be no less than your father's, and my words and ideals will be reflected in you in the future. You are still young and have plenty of time to decide on your path, so do not rashly make a decision because of my demonstration. Despite his eagerness to teach her, he needed her to know what it meant to accept him as a master. He wasn't going to say something like she could never have another master in this life, as such practices were extremely outdated, but during their time together, he definitely wouldn't take it easy. He wouldn't treat her as a little sister, but as a disciple. Astoria nodded her head in understanding. There's no problem with this. If you were someone not worth following, would you be so considerate about my decision? I've thought it over already, and I want to learn. Damien smiled lightly. Then, who are you calling you? Master, Astoria exclaimed with a smile. TCH, most masters get tea ceremonies or kowtows when they accept disciples, but all I get is a clingy brat. So sad. Damien sighed in faux disappointment. Astoria looked away sheepishly. She definitely didn't know how to do the tea ceremony, and even Damien had to admit that accepting a kowtow from someone without a great difference in seniority felt strange.
Whatever, let's just use a mana oath as a master-disciple contract of sorts.
Damien sighed. Astoria smiled and put her hand over her heart, activating her mana. I, Astoria Golden, hereby takes her Damien Void as my master for life. If I ever betray his trust, the universe may strip me of my mana and leave me crippled for eternity. It was a firm and direct oath without any loopholes. Damien couldn't help but smile in return. Then, from this point forth, I, Damien Void, accept Astoria Golden as my disciple for life. Should I ever betray her trust, may the universe cripple me for life and strike my soul from reincarnation. Mana coalesced between them in the form of an illusory contract before tearing into two and entering their bodies. Unknown to the duo themselves, this would be the start of another legend in the known universe for generations to come, the legend of the Void Princess who ruled the concept of space, a true supreme god-beast without rival. After establishing the master-disciple relationship with Astoria far easier than he expected, Damien directly left her quarters for the day. He'd begin teaching her tomorrow, but for now, with him having officially accepted her, it was time for him to claim his first reward. Your Majesty, I hope you don't renege on our agreement, Damien said as he faced the Emperor, who was currently eyeing him strangely. Worry not, for I am not such a heartless person. I am merely surprised that you were able to tame Astoria in such a short period of time.
The Emperor exclaimed in genuine amazement. How many years did he spend tirelessly trying to convince Astoria to do this and that?
How was Damien able to accomplish a task as significant as becoming her master so simply? What he didn't know was that, while the current Damien was a man with a youthful mouth and a mature mind, he didn't used to be that way. He used to be even worse than Astoria, genuinely thinking of himself as the heavens and even viewing the war with the Nox as a mere playground. Coming from such a past, Damien knew exactly how to tame young and overexcited geniuses like Astoria. He simply needed to give her a reason to learn. He needed to keep her entertained in the truest sense, and when it came to elements, there weren't many as entertaining to learn as space, especially if one could grow to appreciate the true vastness of the concept. Nevertheless, those things were reserved for a later date. For now, Damien had used the prospect of such things to entice Astoria into accepting their master-disciple relationship. It's just a little show of skill.
What do you think, Emperor? Aren't I a great choice of tutor?
Damien teased with a smile. It has only been 2 days yet you seem to have no thoughts of respecting my status as an emperor and a demigod.
Very well, take your treasures and leave. Don't let me see your face unless I need to.
The Emperor sighed exasperatedly. Damien smiled and winked casually.
Don't worry, Your Majesty.
Once you start seeing the results of my efforts, I'm afraid you won't be willing to let me go. After giving final goodbye, Damien followed a nearby group of guards who escorted him to the royal treasury. It wasn't a long walk, rather, it was a direct teleportation that landed them in front of a pair of towering golden doors with intricate draconic patterns etched on them. From it, the true majesty of dragons could be felt.
It was a suppressive aura that even made Damien's mutated bloodline feel a bit of reverence.
Filling him with endless surprise, my dragon bloodline is no longer necessarily a dragon bloodline. It is my 3 bloodlines merged into one and fused into the samsara blood flowing through my veins. For such a deeply entrenched bloodline to suddenly show activity. The origin of this door is not simple. If the doors alone were already so magisterial, what would the contents look like? 3 things are not a lot now that I think about it. Damien thought wryly. As he did, he watched the several guards line up in formation across the golden doors and insert strange plaques into the slots present there. The doors began to rumble, coming alit with blindingly bright light. Before Damien knew it, his spatial coordinates had been displaced. Despite not moving or teleporting, he arrived inside the light beams, the true face of the treasury. Damien's eyes widened into saucers. Compared to the wealth he had procured with so much difficulty, it's not even worth comparing. This treasury was easily 100 times the size of Damien's entire fortune, and currently, all he could see were flashes of artifacts and currencies flying by in the golden light. A guest has entered the golden Dragon Treasure Cove, a robotic voice sang out. As per the regulations, 3 treasures will be designated to their fated owner. Listening to its words, Damien felt a mixture of disappointment and excitement. It was unfortunate that he couldn't see the entire treasury splayed out before him, but it was understandable that an outsider wouldn't be able to access such things. But Damien had always been a fan of these fateful encounters. Rather than treasures he picked himself, the ones that came to him through fate were the ones who stuck with him through thick and thin, becoming true members of his arsenal. And now, fate was going to confer him 3 treasures. The anticipation was truly
killing him.
Chapter 893 Treasures 1. As per the regulations, 3 treasures will be designated to their fated owner. After the treasury spirit's voice rang out, the blinding golden light that enveloped Damien seemed to penetrate his system. Attempting to read him, however, the defense of the void physique, now that Damien had gained more control over it, was near passive. The golden light was immediately dissolved and circulated through Damien's system, becoming one with his mana. Internal scanning error.
Guest strength cannot be measured. The treasury spirit's voice rang out again in the same robotic tone.
Following its first failure, it opted for a different approach and instead coated the outside of Damien's body with its light. Damien felt a strange ethereal tingling with no real origin as the light pricked at his skin. This time, it didn't enter his body but instead hovered around him for several instants before slightly fading.
External scanning error. Guest's fate cannot be measured. Once again, an error. Even within the robotic voice, a twinge of annoyance could be sensed. It was rare to be unable to read fate, but for strong experts, hiding their fate and strength was a small matter. However, the current guest was merely at the peak of 4th class, not even in his first revolution yet. It was difficult to say what level of power Damien was truly at now, but it shouldn't have ever been something that this artifact spirit that could even red demigods couldn't see. Nevertheless, the artifact
spirit could read neither his fate nor his strength. So how was it supposed to designate him treasures? Damien sighed and slightly lowered his physical defenses to at least let the artifact spirit understand his status. His body condition would never be readable because of the void physique's existence, but this much could be willingly shown. The golden light paled slightly when Damien's defenses went down, as if the artifact spirit was offended by his actions, but it still cooperated and scanned him once more. Guest strength has been partially assessed. Initiating final scan, Damien's eyes widened as the light around him went through a severe change. The golden color shifted into utter blackness. Damien was suddenly submerged in a realm of the artifact spirit's creation. It's not an illusion.
The all-seeing eyes can't see through it. The all-seeing eyes were nearing the point of piercing reality. Just what kind of realm was he currently?
A familiar fluctuation filled the air. This was the scent of the abyss that Damien became familiar with in Ion, this deep blackness that seemed to have no life at all, yet imperceptibly contained an extremely complex and chaotic mixture of laws. This space filled with shattered stars and endless debris as far as the eye could see. Was this the abyss? Final scan complete. Assigning guests treasures, Damien's eyes snapped open. He found himself once again surrounded by beautiful golden light. His eyes were solemn. Was that a product of this treasury, or did something unexpected just happen? He didn't know why he suddenly saw a flash of the abyss at this juncture. But he wasn't going to ignore it like it meant nothing. Is this perhaps universal flow? Something was leading him to the abyss. Evidently, it would be a destination he'd inevitably visit in the future. Merely, with the grand assembly and the severity of the coming days, when will I have time to visit the abyss? He couldn't just leave the universe behind without a plan or safety measures. As he ruminated over the issue, the golden light began to solidify. In front of Damien's body, 3 small orbs like gotchas materialized. Guests' treasures have been distributed.
Access to the Golden Dragon Treasury has expired.
Guest will be transported to the outside world. The robotic voice rang out for a final time as Damien collected the 3 orbs. A fluctuation of spatial displacement covered him once more, sending him back to the treasury entrance. Bang! With the sound of 2 towering doors slamming closed, the familiar scenery outside the treasury became clear to Damien's eyes again. That's it. He muttered. He expected a more intensive process, but it made sense that such an advanced treasury that could even analyze fate wouldn't need too long to distribute treasures. They're a lot smaller than I expected. Damien thought to himself. The orbs in his possession were no bigger than golf balls, making him wonder what kind of treasures he'd been designated, but he didn't immediately open them. Instead, he first returned to his residence, which had been reassigned to an empty room in Astoria's courtyard, and closed himself off from the outside world. Only after entering his personal space in the sanctuary did he take the treasures out again. Just what could you have given me after saying something like that? As he stared at the 3 orbs, he tried to forget the final words of the treasury, but it was harder than expected. Whatever. Let's just see what I got. For some reason, a strange sense of excitement filled his body. It wasn't excitement to receive a powerful treasure, but more like the excitement of a child who just received a mystery present. Gotcha was a drug more addicting than any drug back on Earth. And Damien was no stranger to its effects. Even now, he could feel the pain of spending bags of cash before even realizing that he'd blown through it. It was a hobby he wasn't able to experience the pleasure of after the world awakening, and experiencing it here, in this situation, was an extremely novel feeling. Nevertheless, Damien capitalized on this excitement and directly crushed all three orbs, revealing the treasures within. This, Damien exclaimed, standing up in shock. On the table before him sat three seeds. They weren't physical objects, but rather ethereal personifications in the form of seeds. Two of them were incredibly familiar in form. He'd seen and received one of these in the past. These are realm seeds. Damien realized excitedly, realm seeds could be used to create entire continents with specific environments that were always perfect for training. The storm heavens realm that bloomed in Thebel was perfect for body refining, and these two realm seeds were sure to have their own specialties as well. As for the last seed, it was a beautiful iridescent blue color that was extremely familiar to Damien. When he picked the seed up, he felt an immediate connection to it. This seed resembles a world core. His irises swirled with the activation of all-seeing eyes. The more Damien peered into the seed, the more similarities he saw between it and a world core. There's no way this is, he would have to find out personally, but if this seed truly was what he thought it was, the golden dragon treasury's last words rang out in his head once again. Guest, please focus on what is important. The future is reliant on your growth. His expression became dignified. The future is reliant on me. Looking at the three seeds, countless thoughts swam through Damien's head. In the end, he came to one conclusion: I don't like that at all. He absolutely abhorred the fact that such a thing was even proposed. Chapter 894 Treasures 2. I'll have to stay in the sanctuary longer than expected, Damien thought to himself. For a treasure that read fate to put the universe's fate in his hands meant that it didn't trust the chances of the universe's countless other residents. To say he was its only hope meant everyone else was worthless. Damien couldn't accept it at all. You want to make me do all the work? Don't make me laugh. If the universe's current forces were insufficient, then Damien could only raise them into something greater. It was clear that the treasury wasn't opposed to this thought process either, considering the treasures it gave him. Realistically, I get no benefit from these things, only the people under me will be able to utilize them. But that didn't matter, that was for the better, because while his people would grow, the sanctuary would grow too. It didn't matter if the sanctuary didn't increase Damien's strength directly. The budding universe was his life's work, his most important masterpiece, and his greatest goal. Its expansion was exactly what he wanted to see. Time dilation. Damien tapped the air and adjusted the sanctuary's time flow, slowing it down to give him several weeks of time without affecting his activities in the outside world. With the current time difference, I have 30 days in the sanctuary per hour in the outside world. It's more than enough for the current task. Damien's body flashed, reappearing in the void of the sanctuary, far away from the bounds of Thebel. First, let's test the main thing. Damien took out the iridescent blue seed and threw it into the void before him. In the next instant, he flicked his finger and extended a celestial mana thread that pierced through the middle of the seed. Take as much mana as you want and bloom. As if responding to Damien's words, the seed began to shake and expand. Within a few seconds, Damien's entire mana capacity of 500,000 was consumed. He burst with power, connecting to his void physique and replenishing his mana at a rate that was still far slower than it was being sucked. Damn! Damien exclaimed inwardly. The sanctuary's ambient mana levels were nowhere near the true universe's. With this rate of consumption, the sanctuary absolutely wouldn't be able to stand his consumption. A terrifying wave of power spread from the seed as it expanded to the size of a skyscraper, showing no signs of stopping. Its current form was a beautiful starry blue ball. Damien grinned when he saw it. As expected, it was a world seed, the seed of a world core, an incredibly rare treasure that was likely a completely unique treasure in the universe. Damien wasn't even able to realize the proper value of what he'd received until this moment. If it's like that, then I can only go all out. Damien's breath went through a great change. The flurrying mana fluctuations emitting from his body vanished entirely. His body floated in the void as with no presence at all, as if he was one with the void. If it wasn't for his current position, one could mistake him for a common mortal scholar. Internally, Damien focused on his connection with the real plane, the tether that kept the sanctuary connected to the point in space where he entered from, the same mechanism that allowed him to return to the real plane in the same place he entered from, regardless of whether or not he was on a moving object. He activated the breath of all things, feeding it through the tether. From then on, a mystical phenomenon took place. Damien's mana traveled through planes of existence. It used the tether as a medium to exert its influence in the real world. The breath of all things allowed Damien to create this concrete connection that absolutely should not have been possible, and through it,
A second pulse of void mana entered the tether, containing the breath of nothingness, and imperceptibly, the mana in Astoria's courtyard flowed into his room, following the connection to nourish his body. The entire process took no more than a few seconds, and the response time between the real plane and the sanctuary was almost instant. Let's get started then. With a grin, Damien expanded his mana without reserve. Boom! The air in the outside world exploded. A massive black hole formed in Damien's room and began devouring the mana for several thousand kilometers, sending shockwaves throughout the entire palace. Boom! 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 Within the sanctuary, Damien finally matched the world seed's mana consumption rate. Providing it the steady stream of mana it needed to complete its blooming, Damien eventually lost track of time as he put his full concentration into maintaining the mana connection. Unknowingly, half a day passed in the sanctuary. The world seed had already bloomed to the size of a moon, the usual size of a world core, but it had yet to stop absorbing mana. Before Damien's eyes, strange patterns formed on the world core's surface. A surreal feeling filled his body. Am I about to witness a world being born? In the outside world, the commotion caused by Damien's actions wasn't small at all. After all, the mana for several thousand kilometers began to disappear at a rate faster than it had ever been consumed before. It was hard to not notice the swirling waves of mana that roared through the air like New Yorkers with somewhere to be. Within a minute, a massive crowd of guards and palace staff gathered before Astoria's residence, preparing to barge in to confront whatever force was hoarding the world's mana. However, before they could enter, a voice responded in their ears, "Leave it be." Those three words were a supreme commandment, and though their interest reached an all-time high, the crowd could only disperse. As they did, a figure materialized in their place and pushed open the doors. The Golden Dragon Emperor's domineering form barely fit through Astoria's doorway, but he made his way into the courtyard. His eyes focused on Damien's room. He is not there. Damien was not in the room, and there was no trace of him at all. However, the black hole intaking the roaring mana stream was hard to ignore. That man, the Golden Dragon Emperor's eyes narrowed. Despite his strength, he couldn't explain the current phenomenon at all. Just who did I allow into my palace? The Emperor didn't know whether to regret or feel anticipated, but he knew that Damien was someone far more mysterious than he'd originally expected. For now, I will allow you to do as you please. When the time comes, I hope you repay my grace properly. The Golden Dragon Emperor flared his sleeve, causing a transparent golden barrier to cover the entire palace and several thousand kilometers outside of it, essentially turning the patch of land into an isolated dimension. Taking the atmospheric mana is fine, but if you attempt to touch the fate clouds again, the Emperor snorted lightly and vanished, returning to his own residence. From behind a nearby door, a pair of eyes peeked through. Astoria began observing the situation the moment she first felt it, but as it continued getting bigger and bigger, Astoria felt strange pull coming from Damien's room. Something was calling to her, something deep within her soul. And now that the Emperor had left, who was stopping her from answering that call? Chapter 895 World 1. The formation of a world. It was a phenomenon Damien had actually seen multiple times in visions. Whether it be at the very beginning of his journey or in recent days, however, each time he was able to view such a scene, it was done through the eyes or memories of someone else, limiting the amount of benefits Damien could actually receive. This time was different. This time, a world was being born naturally before Damien, and more than that, it was being born from his mana. He was intrinsically linked to this world in the same way he was linked to Calypto. As the mysterious patterns of universal law etched themselves onto the forming world core's surface, Damien could clearly feel their intents and definitions. In the end, I am the universal law of the sanctuary. The sanctuary was Damien's creation and the sole place where Damien could truly exert the godlike power that the void physique had the potential to provide him. Here, if he said go left, not even the smallest atom would dare go right. As such, the universal law patterns all mirrored Damien's specifications for the sanctuary, while also mimicking the true universe's laws to fill in the gaps in Damien's interpretation. This not only allowed the sanctuary to maintain a state of perfection, but it also allowed Damien to gain a direct understanding of universal law that was impossible to receive in the real plane. Knowledge entered his mind in droves. Knowledge that he was forced to internalize and compartmentalize in his spiritual world while maintaining the mana flow to the world core. It was a difficult process, but with everything Damien had been through, world creation was surprisingly easy. Under the eyes of no living being, an entire month passed with Damien remaining unmoving like a Buddhist monk. He became a part of a circuit, completely mending with the universe as his subconscious began operating the simultaneous processes he'd been undertaking for the past 30 days, and as an hour passed in the real plane, Astoria found that she could no longer hold back her curiosity.
the ethereal tug that she originally felt was almost like a forceful pull at this point. Refusing to follow her instinct was starting to cause her physical pain, making her realize that resistance was impossible. In the first place, she only held out for an hour in fear of her father returning to check on the situation again. Now that it looked like such a thing wasn't going to happen, there was no reason for her to continue suppressing herself. Sneakily as a rat, she peeked her head out of her room and scanned the area, making sure she was alone, and in an instant, she rushed across the courtyard and arrived before Damien's room, flinging the door open and quickly making her way in. By the time the breeze caused by her speed rushes through the courtyard, she had already transferred rooms. The guards had no idea she'd even moved. Astoria raised her eyes and looked at the swirling black hole populating the room, approaching it cautiously. This is it. This is the thing that's calling to me. Something beyond that black hole was beckoning her soul. If she just walked through it, but it could be dangerous. Her inner angel tried to lead her onto a safer path, but by the time it was able to voice its opinion, Astoria was already touching the black hole. In the next instant, her body disappeared, swept into its suction. Astoria closed her eyes tightly as she felt the chaotic spatial fluctuations envelop her. From all around, she could only hear roaring winds and hear the whipping of terrifying force against her body. For a second, she thought she would die within the tunnel. She thought she would die to her own curiosity. That was her last conscious thought before she passed out, allowing the fluctuations to carry her. Luckily for her, the journey wasn't long. Within a few seconds, Astoria's tattered form was thrown into the sanctuary, directly next to where Damien was currently seated. He opened his eyes in shock when he felt her presence. What? He exclaimed inwardly. Astoria was unconscious, almost naked, and bleeding from every place where her skin was showing. It looked like she'd just been mauled by something horrific. No way Damien could only think of one method for Astoria to enter the sanctuary, and it was both impossible and incredibly stupid. After all, was it possible to enter the sanctuary through the black hole in the outside world? Absolutely not, in the first place. The black hole was created by the breath of nothingness and supported by the breath of all things. These two forces turned the black hole into a space where someone of Astoria's level should have been instantly reduced to nothingness. Even if a demigod like the Golden Dragon Emperor tried to take this path, he'd only find himself stranded in the chaotic void, forced to find his way back to the real plane through brute force alone. For Astoria to somehow force her way into the sanctuary, it definitely has something to do with this. Damien thought as he glanced at the forming world. Perhaps the universal laws were fragile at the moment, or perhaps the world seed had some sort of connection with Astoria. Which wouldn't be strange considering how it was acquired from the Golden Dragon treasury. Regardless, it's good that she survived. Even though her wounds look terrible, her draconic physique isn't for show. Her most fatal injuries should heal on their own in a few days. The main problem was that Astoria's mana veins had been damaged. This wasn't something regular regeneration could take care of. I can't divert energy right now, so it'll have to wait until I'm done. As long as she doesn't die, it's fine. With that thought, Damien closed his eyes again and returned focus to the process. Now that his injured disciple was by his side, he couldn't be so leisurely and passive anymore. He needed to get this done as soon as possible. As such, he immediately took control of the mana flow and used his connection with the world core to inject it with the breath of all things, heavily hastening the formation process. Within 3 days of Astoria's entrance, layers of earth began to form around the world core. At this time, Astoria's major wounds healed as well. Her eyes fluttered open weakly. Master. She voiced vaguely as she tried to understand her situation. Don't speak, Damien responded without turning to look at her. Pay attention to what's going on right now. This is probably something you'll never get to experience again in your lifetime. Astoria turned her head with great difficulty towards the bright light that was illuminating half of her face. Immediately, her eyes widened into saucers. Master, what's going on? She exclaimed. What she saw was truly incomprehensible to her. Even if she could guess the base concept of what was happening, her mind wasn't able to process and retain that understanding due to her non-existent understanding of space. Damien grinned when he saw her fascination. At the same time, he understood why Astoria had been dragged into the sanctuary. This is a world creation event, Damien said slowly, finally turning to look at his disciple. And this is one of your greatest affinities within the laws of space. Chapter 896 World 2. While the Golden Dragon Palace experienced such commotion, it remained silent to the outside world. However, the outside world was subjected to its own commotions. With the passing of days, more and more people were arriving on Beast Emperor Star for the coming tournament. Most of these people took up residence in nearby cities to wait, but not everyone was the same. One person decided that staying in the city wasn't enough. Besides, she had a small connection to the Golden Dragon royal family. With such thought in mind, she made her way to the palace and stood before the gates. "I would like to request an audience with the emperor," she stated to the guards. However, she was met with immediate rejection. "The palace is currently restricted for all our side personnel. You will be able to attain an audience with the emperor when it comes time for the competition," the guard stated firmly. The woman's eyes narrowed. She wanted to find a way into the palace to gain clues into the situation, especially since she was a woman whose victory wouldn't be valid even if she dominated the tournament. After all, neither she nor Astoria swung that way. Nevertheless, she wasn't too inclined to meet the emperor. She decided to give one more attempt before leaving it alone. She took out an ancient emblem that she'd received from the mystic realm in the past and tossed it to the guard. "Please show this emblem to your emperor. If he still rejects my presence, I will leave peacefully." Along with her words, she tossed a spatial ring filled with currency cards at the guards, immediately grabbing their attention. "For such a courteous guest, we can at least do this much. However, if His Majesty still rejects, you must not cause a commotion," the guard warned as he withdrew a communication talisman and sent a recording of the emblem pattern to the main palace. Within seconds, a response came back. "You may enter," the guard proclaimed with widened eyes, handing her emblem back to her. The gates were opened swiftly, and the woman was allowed into the palace. She immediately felt the chaotic flow of mana. But since those escorting her didn't mention it, she also decided to ignore it. Eventually, she made her way to the throne hall, standing before the Golden Dragon Emperor. "Where did you receive that emblem?" the emperor immediately demanded, his gaze solemn. The woman bowed her head and cupped her hands in greeting, responding to His Majesty. "This one's name is Elena Pierce. I am a descendant of the Valkyries, and have been lucky enough to inherit their final will." Her deep blue eyes shone in the golden splendor of the palace. As the Golden Dragon Emperor looked her up and down, he truly couldn't see any qualities of a Valkyrie in her. However, the emblem she showed wasn't a lie. The status of a Valkyrie could never be mimicked or imitated, and treasures of the Valkyries could only ever be used by Valkyries. This was an ancient law that had never been broken in the history of the universe. To think there would still be Valkyries remaining in this era, the Golden Dragon Emperor muttered in reminiscence. In the olden days, the Valkyrie clan and Golden Dragon clan, as two of the universe's greatest forces of justice and purity, had an inexplicably close relationship. It was even said that the past generation's Valkyrie Queen and the Golden Dragon Emperor had a slight meeting of love in the past. But it was never known whether or not this story was true. Nevertheless, seeing a descendant of the Valkyries enter his palace, the emperor couldn't turn her down. "I am assuming you have come for the Genesis bead?" the emperor mentioned. Elena nodded her head. "Indeed. It is a peak treasure of life that will be extremely beneficial for my path as a Valkyrie. However, I am aware that the current situation is incredibly chaotic. I will not ask for the Genesis bead for free. First, I promise to aid the Golden Dragon royal clan in solving its current circumstances." The Golden Dragon Emperor hesitated for a moment. He'd already signed a mana oath with his daughter's tutor which promised him the Genesis bead. Though a mana oath was something the emperor could break without many personal consequences, it would heavily impact the fate of the Golden Dragon clan, making it impossible for him to go back on his word. However, he couldn't turn away a descendant of their sworn sister clan. How troublesome. Currently, there are some issues and I cannot agree to your request. For now, I invite you to take residence within our palace. You may utilize the training areas and resources as you please to grow until the time comes when we can discuss the issue again." Elena's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but she nodded regardless. "Very well. I shall accept the emperor's courtesy." With another bow, Elena exited the throne room and followed a separate escort to her living chambers. She entered the residence alone and collapsed on the bed, sighing to herself. It had been a long time since she saw someone she knew. "I wonder how they're all doing?" she thought as she reminisced on the old days, her two sisters, the man she fell in love with, and all those in the human domain. How are they doing right now? She got into this mood often, thinking about the past. After living several lonely years on her own, and spending even longer experiencing the lonely years of her predecessors, she felt that she was ready to try again with love. Back then she left in a flurry of jealousy and misplaced compassion that, in reality, nobody asked for. With her current experience, she realized that walking the path she was currently walking, the path that Damien chose to walk, was incredibly lonesome. It was hard to keep a sane mind in these circumstances even with people beside her. Only that island of warmth that existed in the human domain could cleanse this loneliness. But that island, Elena shook her head, clearing her thoughts. "Just how long will it be until I see your master again?" Elena spoke with an exasperated sigh. I only serve one master, and it is not the man you are referring to.
However, I reckon it will not be too long before your wish is granted.
A feminine voice coalesced from the shadows nearby, soon followed by a figure. This person was none other than Latia, Lucius' maid who Damien had assigned to protect Elena when she left all those years ago. Her presence was both discovered and explained long ago, and ever since then, she'd been serving as Elena's attendant. Even though she still took Lucius as her one and only master in this life, Elena's orders were only below his in her heart. However, unlike Elena, Latia had lived in the sanctuary for many years. She remembered its scent well. Nevertheless, in the current instance, she didn't say a word. She didn't dare do such a thing without getting that terrifying man's permission first. As she waited on the side, Elena rolled over into her stomach and buried her face in the bed. For some reason,
her reminiscent feelings were at an all-time high today. Was it because of the upcoming Grand Assembly?
Or maybe, now that she was finally away from Ion's terrifying battle atmosphere and the endless training of Valhalla's mystic realm, the feelings she'd been suppressing for so long were bursting forth. Elena sighed. At this point, even the bed she was on started to smell like Damien. I must be going crazy, she thought to herself as she tried to shake off the feeling. However, just how would she react if she found out that her feeling wasn't just her imagination, but the true reality of the situation? How would she feel if she realized that Damien had been staying in this room only a day prior? And the scent she was smelling was his residual aura. Perhaps even the indifferent mind Elena had cultivated over all these years would collapse. Whether or not she'd ever make this realization, though, only time could tell. Chapter 897 World 3. Chapter 897 World 3. Night turned to day in the outside world, and in that same period of time, a little over 6 months passed in the sanctuary. 1. In this time, neither Damien nor Astoria had moved much at all. In these 6 months, both geniuses were utterly focused on the world creation event, watching with front row seats as the world core bloomed earth and an atmosphere and eventually gained all the necessary components to be a true world that could house life. Oceans formed, mountains rose and fell, and eventually, when the tectonic plates completed their first shift, the world settled in place and was born. It wasn't a fanciful phenomenon that was announced all over the universe. If so, wouldn't the universe be crowded with such obnoxious phenomena? Instead, the world was covered in a barely visible blue light film that faded soon after, though its presence could still be clearly felt. Master, Astoria voiced, her words echoing through the empty void. Damien turned to Astoria with a smile, lightly stretching his body. How was it?
Did you manage to understand anything? He asked in return. Astoria hesitated for a moment but shook her head.
Master, I thought I understood something, but when I tried to think of it, it all became blurry.
I don't know what happened. Damien nodded in understanding. That's normal.
At your level, having a full recollection of such a profound event would only burn your brain. However, now that you've witnessed it, your path forward will be far, far smoother. Damien wasn't just pulling the words out of his ass. He'd personally experienced something similar as a young genius. Back then, when he visited the Spacetime River, he lost all awareness of its existence for a period of time, only remembering its name. Even to this day, Damien couldn't recover the entirety of his memory in that strange space. However, chasing the Spacetime River contributed greatly to Damien's current strength. As he grew, he always used the Spacetime River as a foundation for his practice, allowing him to excel. For Astoria, who was more talented in supportive spatial abilities, witnessing a world creation event was a mind-bendingly precious opportunity. However, Astoria wasn't satisfied with this. As Damien slowly explained it to her, her expression crumpled further and further. I don't believe I can't understand it, she exclaimed defiantly.
Master, please teach me. I won't disappoint you. Oh? And if you can't produce results? How are you going to compensate me for wasting my time? Damien retorted.
I'll give you anything, Astoria stammered, blushing slightly and pushing her body forward. Damien's eyes narrowed. Tack, a flick landed firmly on Astoria's forehead, turning it red and pushing her away from him. Who taught you to be so mischievous? Did you think I, your master, would fall for such an obvious trap? Damien scoffed while flicking his finger, sending a small beam of light into Astoria's stomach and disrupting the mana flow of the treasure she hid there. If Damien had to guess, it was some sort of restraining treasure that Astoria was going to try to use for unknown reasons. After all, she was known as a devil emperor. There was no way she'd submit to someone so easily. Unfortunately for her, Damien wasn't someone she could easily mess with. An evil grin spread on his face. So my young disciple loves to tie people up.
Then, let's see how you like it done to you. Damien immediately controlled the laws of the sanctuary and restricted Astoria's movements entirely, walking up to her as she struggled futilely in hopes of escape. Damien's grin widened. Didn't you want to hear the specifics about world creation? Humph, I, your gracious master, shall educate you. Damien stood in front of Astoria, made sure there were zero distractions in the surroundings she could use as respite, and then, world creation starts with a few very basic conditions. Firstly, a large congregation of mana, secondly, the approval of the universal law, and third, a world seed, a heavenly material that is born in accordance with the universal law to populate the starry sky. By the time you entered the sanctuary, the world core's base structure was already formed. This is the easiest part, as it's just a matter of accumulating mana to such a density and intensity that it creates the shape of a material world core. What comes after is the most important step. The universal law will baptize the false world core and turn it true. Through this baptism, the world core gains a connection to the universe and the capability to form its own world laws, which in turn allows the world to form an atmosphere and house life. There are several important universal laws involved in this process, including but not limited to. From that point on, Damien talked and talked and talked. He talked until his disciple was practically begging him to shut up and let her go, apologizing profusely for playing. But would he stop? Hell no. Even though he was punishing Astoria by not entertaining the severe ADHD that she seemed to have, he was also teaching her important facts. Through the knowledge she gained from him today, she could interpolate much more when she finally got a grasp on how the laws of space functioned. Nevertheless, Damien let Astoria go after his speech ended, and she immediately collapsed in the void like she'd just been tortured to death. Master, I won't play anymore, she muttered to herself. Damien glanced at her wryly. Evidently, she was unconscious. It was a little humorous that the previous lesson had scarred her enough to appear in her dreams. Rest well, Damien thought with a smile. From this point on, it'll only get worse. He smiled so brightly that one would mistake his teeth for the sun. He was truly a benevolent saint of the people. With that thought in mind, Damien hauled Astoria over his shoulder again and entered the atmosphere of the newly formed world. I should check on this place before she regains consciousness. The world seed had an inexplicable connection with Astoria, so this world might be the ideal training environment for her. Whether or not it can hold her power, though, is another story altogether, Damien sighed to himself. Observing the atmosphere, he immediately knew it was impossible for this world to hold fourth-class beings without becoming structurally unstable. It was a newborn world that was even younger than Earth in its awakening. It was still covered by the universe's beginner world protection measures, and the dungeons forming on the world barely had first-class beasts. No problem. It's just a matter of force. In any other situation, it was impossible, but with Damien in full control of both the world and the universe it resided in's laws, there was no problem at all. He took the 2 realm seeds out of his inventory and threw them in opposite directions, allowing them to fly to 2 completely different portions of the world several tens of thousands of kilometers apart. When they arrived in position, Damien only needed to speak a single word, bloom, and instantly, the entire world began to quake furiously, cracking into 2 equal halves. Just like that, the newly formed world was destroyed. Chapter 898 World 4. Hold on, that's not right. 1. Damien took control of the universal laws and wrapped the budding world in a cocoon of energy, forcing it together and disallowing it from shattering entirely. However, he didn't heal the cracks in the world. He allowed the world to break apart within the sphere of influence he allowed. After all, it was an important step in the process. As the world broke apart, the 2 realm seeds latched onto the world's several sections and even its world core, rooting themselves in the world's surface. Afterward, it was merely a matter of blooming. As the realm seeds bloomed, they would create specialized training areas, but they'd also force the world to adapt to their presence. The current broken pieces would be melded together and destroyed several times to facilitate this adaptation and strengthen the word. The method of strengthening was extremely similar to human body reconstruction. Nevertheless, it'll take several days for the realm seeds to integrate into the world and finish strengthening it. While that happens, I should fix the most immediate problem. Damien snapped his fingers and changed the time dilation once again, making it much, much tamer. The previous time dilation that turned a month into a mere hour on the outside world was incredibly useful, but couldn't be maintained for long with the sanctuary's current structural integrity. The ability would only be strengthened once Damien added more worlds to the space. For now, though, changing the time difference so an hour on the outside world was a day inside the sanctuary still provided a decent amount of time without damaging the environment, though. It's good that I've reached this level already.
If not, I can't imagine how annoying it would be to set aside 6 months to birth this world in the current circumstance. Damien gently set Astoria down on the ground next to him and changed her clothes. He couldn't allow her to continue the mostly ripped fabric that she arrived in that revealed almost her whole body. He almost wanted to slap her for having a sense of shame, but he couldn't blame her since he also forgot about her situation while teaching her. Let's repair her mana veins first. Damien diverted a portion of his attention and cast Heal on Astoria, enveloping her in beautiful white light that made her feel endlessly comfortable. While that was going on, Damien used his remaining mental strength to submerge his senses into the world and observe the ongoing processes. It's insane. Everything is happening so smoothly because of the laws already in place, but it's actually an extremely complex and intrinsic process currently taking place. If this was attempted without the universal law facilitating, I can't imagine how many centuries of trial and error would be necessary to succeed. The universal law was the most complete set of rules in existence. Under its structure, any and all phenomena could take place. If it was taken away, Damien simply couldn't fathom the chaos that would ensue. Shaking his head, Damien cleared his thoughts and returned his focus to the task at hand. For the next few months, this would be his last opportunity to train properly. After this, there was far too much to be done for him to take time for himself. My void intent has grown to well. Using it in battle seems viable now. Using the void directly was difficult, not because it was too complicated and restricted, but specifically because it was too free. Taking void mana as an example, it became clear to its user that the void could transform into anything. Damien could use his existing spatial skills with void mana as a replacement for his usual spatial mana, and not much would change. However, his attacks would gain a special devouring property, and he'd gain a level of control that almost defied the laws of the universe. I should take this time to get acclimated with using my mana pathways properly with void mana. I can't let it rebel against me during battle ever again. The semi-sentient entity that was his mana had been awfully quiet recently, but Damien wasn't going to risk it. As such, he began training with fervor, and many days passed. Finally, Astoria woke up for the second time. Sheesh, what a disciple. I didn't expect you to faint every time something became too much for you. Damien's teasing words were the first to enter her mind. She jumped up in fright and stood at attention. I apologize, Master. I'll never do, Master? Did you change me? Astoria looked down at the new robes on her body and furiously blushed. Damien shrugged in response. You were nearly naked before. Are you going to blame me for your own lacking situational awareness? Astoria looked away while fidgeting. Regardless of what he said, he was still the first man to ever see her naked, even for the devil princess. Didn't such status have some sort of mean tack? Stop thinking useless thoughts and follow me. It's time to start your training. Astoria rubbed her forehead and followed Damien, watching his back carefully. Suddenly, she realized something. He's not much older than me, but he's still my master. It wasn't that Astoria hadn't accepted Damien in her heart, but that the barely existent age difference and the fact that Damien was the most handsome young man she'd ever seen was hard to ignore. However, he was her master. As he'd told her before, he held the same status as her father, and evidently, he viewed her from this position. She was nothing more than a little girl in his eyes. It was a slightly empty feeling for unknown reasons, but more than anything, it was extremely relieving. Trust was built on instances like this, and today, Astoria felt her first inkling of that feeling, the feeling that, no matter what happened, she could trust her master to be by her side. However, what accompanied this feeling? Was a training hell. Astoria, in this space, we have plenty of time before the tournament begins. Using this time, I promise I'll turn you into an expert who can stand on your own with confidence in this vast universe. Damien turned around with eyes like crescents, and I'm not a man who breaks promises. Astoria felt a shiver go down her spine. For some reason, Damien's current sunny expression was extremely ominous. Several months passed since that fateful day. Every day that passed during those months, the sanctuary's void learned about until it was far too late, was populated with the sounds of shrieking, crying, explosions, and many more exciting things. It got to the point where a certain rumor spread between the people of Thebel, a rumor that the Lord had reached an unexplainable level, and for some reason, had decided to kill chickens and pigs in space. Inexplicably, Damien earned another nickname that he wouldn't learn about until it was far too late. To the people of Thebel who saw a star light up in their sky for the first time before this strange phenomenon took place, Damien became the immortal rancher, a man who could even raise stars with his genius farming ability. Wasn't it glamorous? Chapter 899 Training 1. There existed a space. 1. It spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers and had an environment similar to a moon. For the most part, nothing about the space seemed off, however, that was only to the untrained eye. If one had the ability, one would be able to see the strange and chaotic distribution of the spatial layers, the unnatural movements they made, and the sheer number of spatial cracks littering the air. This area existed on the previously budding world that had just been born. After it and its sister seed bloomed, they latched onto the world and immediately raised its existence level to the point where it could support them. Now, this world was no different than a middle world in many factors. Boom, an explosion rang through the empty space. In a specific portion of the mystic realm, space imploded and collapsed inward, forming a terrifying black hole whose suction force could instantly raise third-class soldiers into non-existence. In the middle of this black hole was a girl protected by a translucent film of mana. I already told you, controlling space is not a forceful process. You've been instinctually connecting with space for many years already. You don't need to change that process much at all. You just need to gain conscious control over what you've been doing subconsciously this entire time. Damien's stern voice echoed as he waved his hand and suppressed the black hole, bringing Astoria back into the sanctuary. Now, try again. All you need to do is compress the space. Astoria's eyes hardened as she focused on the task at hand. She repeated the several lessons Damien had taught her in her head, remembering the various insights she'd gained on space in the past few months. She slowly pushed her hands together as if she was holding an invisible basketball. Trying to connect her will to the space around her, focus, she honed in on that feeling, the feeling of teleportation that she'd essentially mastered in the past months. It was different passing through the spatial layers. To do so, she needed to manipulate her own body more than the spatial layers around her. Compressing space, though still a foundational level skill, was far more direct than teleportation, emphasizing control over space. However, controlling space was a contradictory concept. To exert the greatest control, one had to loosen the reins as much as possible and let space act as it pleased. After all, the relationship between spatial practitioners and space itself was extremely deep. Far deeper than most other affinities and their wielders. Astoria's hands slowly came together. She visualized a massive phantom forming behind her, grabbing space itself and mimicking her movements, crushing it into a ball. She carefully moved the mana in her body, and gently spread it into the surroundings. However, she didn't attempt to forcefully clamp her mana onto space to mold it as she'd been trying to do thus far. The visualization in her head was transmitted into space through her mana, and as the two forces interacted, Astoria could feel her control over the spatial layers. Subtly growing, without hesitation, she increased her speed and incrementally increased the amount of mana she was using. And eventually, the space before Astoria compressed past the point it could handle, shattering into pieces and forming a large spatial crack almost the size of her body. I did it! Astoria exclaimed, jumping into the air in excitement. Indeed, you did. Damien nodded while dispelling the spatial crack. Astoria's face lit up. It was so incredibly rare to hear a compliment from Damien that she was ecstatic receiving one now. Now, do it without taking 10 million years to nail the proper form, Damien continued. Astoria's face immediately fell. Master, can I please take a break now? Astoria begged, flashing Damien her best pitiful expression. Damien raised his brow. How many breaks have you already taken in the past 6 months? Yeah. Just a few. Astoria responded while averting her gaze suspiciously. Just a few, eh? Damien responded with a smile. We've been training for 6 months, and of those, you've spent 2 on breaks. Compared to that, you've spent 4 months learning only how to teleport and maneuver through space, completely ignoring the other foundational elements. Now, tell me, why should I give you a break? Because I'm tired. It looks like the previous punishments weren't effective. I'll be sure to get more creative next TI, Master. Wait. I'll practice. You can just rest your mind and watch as your genius disciple achieves the impossible. Damien glanced at her sideways. Okay then, my genius disciple. When I was 17, I took 2 months to completely consolidate the foundation of my spatial element. How about you try to surpass me, at 17? That isn't much younger than me. Master, I thought you were a young man. Don't tell me you're actually an old monster in disguise. Astoria backed away in faux horror as she spoke, causing Damien's eyebrows to twitch endlessly. You brat, I'm only 30. A young 30. He exclaimed, whacking her over the head. I see that head. Young T30. Astoria stammered before completely failing to hold back her laughter. Ha! Master, I didn't expect that you were actually an old man. I thought you were closer to my age. No wonder, yo.
I understand.
Let's have fun with today's punishment. Damien picked Astoria up by the back of her shirt as if she was a kitten. I'm still perfecting this little power of mine, so bear with it if it gets a bit extreme. Astoria's face paled. Wait, Master, you're young.
You're young and handsome. You definitely don't look a day over 20, no, 18.
See, calm down, we can talk this you. Before Astoria could finish her words, Damien opened a portal nearby and tossed her in. Her voice eventually faded into the void as she was sent to a punishment realm Damien specifically created for her. Left by himself, he was forced to shake his head wryly. Why did I have to accept such an unruly disciple? He sighed to himself in exasperation. In the past 6 months, he taught Astoria many things, mostly supportive spatial skills such as teleportation, subspace creation, and other similar techniques. When it came to these areas, Astoria truly excelled. She was like a fish in water, swimming downstream at her fastest speed. It was almost terrifying how fast she absorbed knowledge. However, she can't even seem to comprehend an ounce of any destruction-focused skill. Can there be such a skewed representation of talent? It was possible that Astoria simply wouldn't be able to cast destructive magic with her spatial affinity. Even when it came to compressing space, it took her far too much concentration to accomplish. Even a normal beginner would be able to do it at a fourth of her speed. I might have to change my approach. Thus far, Damien had been trying to lay a stable foundation for Astoria before teaching her specialized magic, since it would be far easier for her to understand the nuances of the techniques, but it didn't seem like this would be the proper path for Astoria. Rather than having her focus on fundamentals that'll merely halt her progress in the grand scheme, it might have been better to specialize her focus from the beginning and thoroughly raise her into an expert in that area. With the current trajectory, we have around 3.5 years. It's more than enough. Damien immediately submerged himself in thought, structuring a new training plan for his disciple. As for Astoria herself, needless to say, she was currently submerged in a hell where she was stuck in the body of a proper noble lady, unable to do anything but watch as the body's owner took care of managerial tasks day in and day out for days on end. It was truly a torture unlike any other. Chapter 900 Training 2:1. The days became uncountable as Damien enacted his newly formed training plan for Astoria. 1. He completely disregarded all fundamental skills related to destruction and purely taught Astoria the method to interfere with space in a supportive manner. In this sense, Astoria's talent truly bloomed. No matter what Damien taught her, she was able to absorb it without a single issue. For instance, dimensional magic. Dimensional magic was something Damien only acquired upon becoming a celestial, but Astoria was able to use it from the beginning. Dimensional cage, phase shift, material shift, and even vector control became skills that Astoria excelled in, and through vector control, she was able to create an attack method without truly having any destructive power of her own. Time passed, Astoria's talent for vector control began to bloom in full. As she was already a fourth-class being, she wasn't able to receive the benefits of ranking up with space as her main pathway, but with Damien in her corner assisting her, she was able to gain something far better. After all, Damien was the possessor of the void physique. With the breath of all things, Damien could alter the physical conditions of the world to whatever could suit Astoria's needs best. With the breath of nothingness, he could pass his own memories of endless practice to Astoria so she could digest her gains faster and have a guideline to follow if she ever struggled with those fundamentals that she didn't personally learn. Astoria was easily able to surpass Damien's 2 months' progress as she'd claimed, and after those 2 months ended, Astoria's attitude towards the hell training she was undergoing started to experience a subtle shift. She was enjoying it. Once she came back from that particularly cruel punishment, the way her master approached her training took a complete 180. The curriculum she began to study from that point on was extremely joyful, and everything she learned was internalized almost instantly. She felt that instinctual connection she had with space strengthening over time, and she felt that as long as she was interfering in a gentle manner like her current abilities provoked, she had the potential to grow endlessly. At some point, the instruction I can provide you will be limited. Unlike the other elements, space is largely neglected in the universe and the infinite paths within the laws are still hidden from us practitioners. Damien lectured, when it comes to supportive abilities, I've already taught you everything I know. After all, I am a destructive practitioner. From this point on, your training will become far more independent. I will watch over you and accompany you so as to ensure your safety, but I will not intervene in your training unless it's truly necessary. Astoria's eyes widened. Master, does that mean? Damien nodded. It's likely as you've guessed. Today, we are leaving the sanctuary. Damien had been training Astoria in the sanctuary for a year and a half now. It was only with this much time that Astoria was able to master vector control and dimensional magic to her current level. It should have been around a month in the outside world since their training started, which meant that in another 2 months, the grand tournament would begin. With this much time, it should be fine. I can still create localized time pockets when necessary, even though the effect in the real plane won't be nearly as exaggerated as it is in here. Besides, Damien's pupils swirled as he activated the all-seeing eyes. Status: Astoria Golden, Golden Dragon, female age 19, level 274, Royal Golden Dragon, experience value, 124, 779/411000, titles, Void Disciple, Affinities, Fate, Space, Physique, Imperial Golden Dragon Body, Magic Power, 250000, Def, 1300, STR, 1100, AGI, 1000. Def, 1300, INT, 1000, DX, 1350, Skills, Dimensional Magic Level 4, Vector Control Level 7, Damien smiled. With these skills, he didn't think Astoria would have a problem surviving in the wilderness. This Void Disciple title is extremely convenient. It had been a very long time since Damien saw the birth of a new title, but it seemed this one was influenced by his own titles and physique. The Void Disciple title seemingly appeared when Damien and Astoria first made their contract, but Damien didn't notice it until he tried to read Astoria's status around half a year into their training. Damien didn't know what effects the title had on Astoria herself, but it provided him some benefits as well. For instance, he could see a majority of Astoria's status. Most of her skills and her traits were hidden, but essentially anything Damien had influenced and could influence was shown to him, allowing him to better plan Astoria's training. Now that she's reached her current level, what she needed more than anything else was practical experience. I wanted to take her to the wild continent, but I haven't properly integrated it into the sanctuary yet. Before I can find a world core for the chunk of land, it'll be difficult for it to become a functioning part of this universe. The wild continent was essentially stuffed in its own corner of the sanctuary at the moment. Damien was forced to create a separate space for it since the existing world laws couldn't support its existence. Nevertheless, for now, the wild continent was still a useless piece of land. I can use this expedition to find a world core for the wild continent too. Prepare yourself. We'll be leaving in 2 days. He said out loud. Astoria nodded her head excitedly. The past year and a half of harsh training had smoothed out her personality a great deal, but that mischievousness in her soul never left. Now that she was getting the opportunity to leave this place and explore the universe, how could she not be excited? Astoria immediately stood up to return to Thebel where her temporary residence was. Then, Master, I'll see you in 2 days. Go see your aunt and them while you're there. They prepared gifts for you. Astoria's already alit face suddenly burned as brightly as a flame in joy. Yes, she immediately set off, rushing back to Thebel at her fastest speed. Sheesh, Elvira and them are spoiling her too much. Is it that strange for me to accept a disciple? When he originally told the 5 leaders of the sanctuary about Astoria, their reactions weren't small at all. In simple terms, they said, your broody self actually made a meaningful connection to someone else willingly. Ha 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 ha. This kid is actually taking care of a kid now. Ha 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 ha. Him of all people, this is truly unexpected, and so on. Needless to say, it was quite embarrassing for Damien. As the subject of their teasing, however, those 5 truly treated Astoria as their young miss, a status that completely enabled her gremlin behavior, a behavior that was even starting to affect Schwer. Raising kids is hard. Damien sighed to himself and smiled wryly. It was his first time accepting a disciple, and while teaching was far more fun than he expected, raising his disciple into a decent human being was a far more difficult task than he expected. But that wasn't the challenge. Riveting in its own way, seeing Astoria grow not only in power but as a person brought Damien endless satisfaction that he couldn't quite put into words. All he knew was that he had extremely high hopes for her potential and wanted to see her grow even more than ever before. And for that, how will she feel when she finds out we aren't going to be training in the beast domain at all? Warp was a great skill that his good disciple would soon get to experience for the first time. Truly, he couldn't wait to see the look on her face.